rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Powered by the most advanced wind force cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aorus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is.
How much have you looted?
And see if we, like, hit players. Get them. Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice. Nice, guys. Nice. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs can definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner. He's in the corner right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Oh, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
I have to charge it. Oh, they got their teammate up. No. What in the world? Who was that? That was like a random team. Escape headstones appeared. Yeah, this one's appeared. Maybe we camped this one. If this is the one that had those like secret little spots. I think it does. Yeah, we can hide in this little cubby. Alright, yeah, let's hide in here.
Have you checked out the emotes?
Oh, you can emote while crouched?
Yeah, that's
This is kind of cool. Yeah, to communicate. Oh, okay. The swarm took somebody out. It knocked them. Which means they have teammates. Okay.
Two more.
Oh.
They're dead. All three. So that's it.
Is that the whole lobby?
Yeah, I would say that's a whole lobby. That's a full team.
All right. Yeah, I went through. I wanted to see if anybody was coming. They didn't look like they were. These recalls.
Players behind us.
Yeah.
Took down
protection
a monster.
Potion.
Enemy spotted.
Got one.
Nice.
Squad wipe!
Nice.
Squad wipe! Oh my god.
It's crazy.
That was badass, dude. I love this game.
RBS 也想过来吗？这是把队友给放倒了。
Realizing that they shouldn't be isolated here, a great spray forward here. Immediate reaction finds one, tries to knock two here. Isolated perfectly, but now they need one more time.
나가는 거밖에 답이 없거든요. 자, 떨어지긴 했는데.
자, 지금 확인하면서 들어올 준비하는
자, 하나.
자, 여기
이거 둘. 스텔라. 이거 눈앞으로. 스텔라. 거기다.
There, Petulance actually connects with the 27 damage, not quite the headshot that he really wanted from all of that. The off angle could be big here. This could be the death.
이거 컨테이너에서 맞겠다고요?
들어가는 게 더 우선.
침수차예요.
人了，快走完了，这里又跑到 Apr 脸上去。但小朵刚下车被左右包围了，先接个罩子龙，还没有兄弟过来，一个车怼脸上，他灵活的闪过了，还有人在车上很老玩。
pops up, immediately appears over crosshair battle, but look at what we have here. A couple of flashes, step blades, all troll over inside of Haisaki. Fluky is soaking up the damage as well. So it drops to 10. Somehow stays afloat, but the Blues are already closing right hand. The rest of Cypress. Oh!
Alcunzia, they're going to crash potentially into this one as well. Here we go, but Matt has a Panzer waiting for you. Knock, knock, who's there? It's Matt, he is a Panzer. They're going to get the knock on the Relo as well. Alcunzia, they're done.
Now, looking at the rest of TDT, they're looking to just completely crunch, but the same could be said about FW Rush forward.
사루트 넘어가는 각을 보고 있잖아요. 아리아가 상승세를 갈 때마다 올릴 때마다 뒤에 프렉스는요 귀신같이 와서 잡아버려요.
就在这波再继续换，
不是 HQ 是5个人吗？你看子龙雷也是往17哪扔的。是的。啊，这个雷
3响
，1雷3响炸2个队。
是的。
子龙在出枪，
子龙还可以再打药，不急。子龙慢慢玩，这个时候
他脚下有盒子，
对，
还有好多盒子，
慢慢玩，有点来不及打药了，冲出来子龙，哇
！I was talking about with smokes, but they opened the door. Now shots coming in from bot. Connects on anybody. Finds must spot as well. Insane shot from bot. He gets a third as well.
The dip in the valley. They just need zones now. They cannot afford to have to go on foot. Kraken. There's one. There's a second and a third.
For quite a while, as they know exactly where Batul is. Jinx is looking for him there. Goes from Perfectix instantly down. Batul is very wounded at the moment. Another one goes away with Jinx. Perfectix. Oh no!
Joins into fray as well. And yeah, we have them on screen. Arena. They need to recover Jacob. Jacob is currently down. CC will be on it. What the name?
Considering they were dead in the water at the end of yesterday.
They're fighting all of them on this one, and now they're starting to realize, wait,
Beam is perfect. That is so crucial. Incredible play for Beam to get the second as well.
And it was only a matter of time before we got all 4 of them on the same squad, and it was only a matter of time before they started showing you that they could do things like that. The big sprays from Gizera.
到了车后的方向，想利用道具做一点尝试，而 CDG 是锁定了小五的位置，这个道具扔在脚边，直接开小。
Are recognizable. We're like RBN, like we skip around, but a lot of these guys are sort of upcoming or grinders who are making a name for themselves, and it's just oh no. Huh? Take him for a ride. There we go. Get out of the car.
No!
No! That's just rude. Oh no.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramount. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, it's that time again, time to kick off another year of global PUBG Esports. It all starts with PGS 7 and 8. Who will make a statement and take a big first step towards the year's finale, the PUBG Global Championship? 6 of our global partner teams will be returning to the PGS stage, along with 4 new global partner teams and 14 regional series qualifiers, with 3 from EMEA, Korea, Americas, APAC, and 2 from China. The PGS format remains the same this year. The 10 global partner teams and 14 regional qualifiers from 5 regions will be divided into groups and compete over a 3-day group stage, where they will play 18 matches across 4 maps. The 16 teams with the most points will advance to the final stage and play 18 matches in 3 days, after which we will crown our first PGS champion of the year. The teams will once again compete for the $300,000 PGS prize pool. 300 PGS points will go to the winners, giving them a massive head start for PGC. In Shanghai, China, PGS 7 and 8 will kick off a whole new year of PUBG Esports. PGS 7 will be held from April 28th through May 4th. PGS 8 is up next and will run from May 12th through 18th. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports. And welcome to the 2025 Global PUBG Esports.
바로 뒷걸어내고 디바인 뭐 알 것 같습니다.
Member, but Atri decides to just rush it up or leg it up.
We really want this from all of that, but at the same time, the other angle could be big here. 2 to go down. This could be the detonator. Oh, he gets through!
Dribble, not speed taken though, comes through.
Matter of time before we get all 4 of them on the same squad, showing you that they can do the big sprays from Gizero.
This utility now flying. Falcons are getting shredded by Util, and they're just still leading.
Welcome PUBG Esports fans to PGS Preview. We are here to catch you up on some of the most interesting stories from the regional series, so you will have everything you need to watch on day 1 of PGS 7, which will kick off in Shanghai, China from April 28th through May 4th, followed by PGS 8 from May 12th through 18th. We will look at some of the spicy roster changes, talk about tournament favorites, and dive into the teams making their PGS debut. I'm your host Lisa, and I'm joined by Yingxi.
Hello everyone, I'm excited to be here and even more excited for PGS. With how the regional tournaments turned out, it may be time to forget everything we learned last year. There are so many new teams and new rosters. There's never been a better time to be a PUBG Esports fan. Should we jump straight in?
Yeah, sure. So first, let's remind everyone of our format for PGS 7. Teams will play in a 3-day group stage where the top 16 will move on to the final stage. It will be a tough fight for our teams, and only the strongest will make it to the end. With that in mind, why don't we start by looking at our groups for PGS 7. In Group A, we have Team Falcons, T5, Na'Vi, BB Team, G&G, Bagopa, 4 Angry Men, and New Happy. So what are your initial thoughts on this group?
This for me is probably the weakest group coming to PGS 7. We definitely expect to see new Team Falcon roster, formerly the Sonics roster, perform on global stage. They have shown us time and time again that they can contest for any trophy. Beyond Team Falcons and Na'Vi, there are a lot of question marks on this group.
Yeah, correct. I agree. And so what about Bagopa? For the viewers at home who might be newer to the PUBG scene, Bagopa was a team founded by Peel in 2022 after he left G&G the first time. Now they have returned and qualified with Peel back in Pro PUBG. While Peel won't be at PGS this time, and with 2 hard sub it in for him, do you think they can make some waves in this tournament?
To see Bagopa qualify was really surprising. It's an incredible achievement to see so many players come out of retirements to make a squad and qualify all the way to PGS. I think, however, we should temper our expectations for this team. I don't think they can keep pace with the best teams in the world, but if they do it, it will be one of the most incredible stories in PUBG Esports history. We also have 2 of our GPT teams in, 4M and G&G, who have reworked their rosters. This will be a good test for them to see how those changes have worked. But the other team to keep our eye on here is T5. I was impressed through the JR's rotations in APAC, and I think they will be a real contender this year. But for the rest of this group, there are so many new rosters for teams that have underperformed at PGS. We will have to wait and see.
Yes, we have so much to see in the coming season. So why don't we move on to take a look at Group B, which in my opinion is the toughest group. We have our PGC 2024 champions, the Expandable, our 3-peat PGS champions, Twisted Minds, and the ever-present threat of 7A Gamings, as well as T1, Daytrick Gaming, Furia, and newcomers Bestia and Taikula.
This definitely looks like a tough group. Twisted Minds may have finished 5th at PEC, but as you said, they lifted 3 PGS trophies in a row last year, which is a record I doubt will be broken anytime soon. They always find a way to be a threat at PGS, and Example put up over 20 kills in PEC Grand Finals, so he still looks dangerous. I think they should remain on our short list of tournament favorites. The same goes for the Expandables. Tanvu and Chloris had combined 70 kills. I think they will prove at PGS 7 and 8 that PGC wasn't a one-time deal. I accept them to be strong.
Yeah, sure. So how about 17 Gaming? They have a roster change for the first time in the PGS era. Suzhou has moved to Tyloo, and 7-7 has joined 17 Gamings in the wake of Tianba's breakup. How do you think this change will affect the team on the global stage?
17 Gaming has been one of the most consistent performers on the global stage with their previous roster. But we know this is a team that wants to win, and second place just won't cut it when we want to lift another trophy. 7-7 was a great supportive player on Tianba, and the early results have been promising. 17 Gaming has had a more defined identity working around Xiaowu as the anchor. It remains to be seen how this roster will do on the global stage, but I am optimistic, especially with the second place finished at PCL. Also, I think Furia might surprise some people in this group. This is mostly the legacy squad from last year that we saw big improvements from doing 2024, and it looks like they've continued that trend. They've been playing more aggressively, and it's really paying off for them. They were one of 2 teams to break the 100 kills mark with Team Falcons. If they can make it out of this group convincingly, we'll have to add them into the title race conversation.
So how about our final group, Group C? We have ROC Esports, Virtus Pro, E-Arena, Forest Natural Gaming, Divine, and 3 regional champions, GK Esports, Patrick Rhodes, and DN Freaks. I know a lot of people are excited about Ming joining XLab on Patrick Rhodes. Do you think they will live up to the hype?
I think they will. XLab and Ming 2 of the best fraggers in the history of the game, and they already look like a world-class duo. On top of that, XLab had an unbelievable performance in PCL finals. He topped the charts in every meaningful metric with 45 kills and almost 7,000 damage. which was more than 1,000 above second place. I expect Apr-4 to be near the top of everyone's power rankings coming into PGS 7. That being said, this is still a new change, and it remains to be seen if they can repeat this performance against the best teams in the world. Either way, I know it will be exciting to watch.
What about our two other regional champions in the group, GK Esports and DN Freaks? DNF finished the PWS finals with 4 chicken dinners and 2 second places in a 12-match grand finals, beating second place finishers T1 by a margin of 74 points. Meanwhile, GK Esports shocked PEC, claiming the title with an entirely new roster. How do you think this will change the group dynamic?
GK Esports has a very interesting story already. You have Diffix, formerly of Navi, Quizzy, formerly of VP, and Spyro, formerly of BB Team and Twist Minds. These are a lot of very good players who just haven't found the right home. These players alone have a combined 8 PGS appearances. On paper, this is a team that looks like it could compete in PEC, but for them to go and win in their first event together was a real surprise. Spyro seems like he might be back to his PGS2 form, and Diffix looks like a new player on this roster with 6.8 thousand damage dealt in the finals. I can't remember the last time I was excited to see a roster make their global debut, and I think they have the chance to shake up the power balance among the top teams. On the other hand, we have the Freaks. DN Freaks are far and away the best team from PWS coming into PGS 7 and 8 in my mind. They won the finals by 74 points, which is absolutely insane. Salute looked unstoppable in PWS with 39 kills in the 12-game finals. He was smurfing in the pro lobby with some of the biggest names in PUBG Esports history. I think their performance regionally definitely makes them one of the big tournament favorites.
So now that we have had a quick look at our 3 groups, and speaking of tournament favorites, why don't we just take a minute to talk about the teams you think will be in the running for the PGS trophy on the final day?
It seems like Twist Minds has some magic at PGS. Maybe it's the short-form tournaments that suit them. Either way, I have high hopes for them, but I predict 2 months ago that Apr-4 would win PCL, and I'm sticking with them for PGS. How about you? Which teams do you have your eye on?
Apr-4 definitely delivered an impressive performance regionally. I agree they're one of the top contenders. I'm also really looking forward to seeing how Falcon performed this year with the original Sonics roster on board. I think they will continue to be strong. Since this is the first global event of the year, every team here is a world-class squad. It set the stage for this year's first true clash, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all plays out. I have actually one more question for you, Yingxi. Are there any interesting storylines you will be following at PGS 7? I know for me, I'm excited to see the rematch of our PGC contenders. For example, we have Expandables, TSM, Freaks, VP, and T1. They all had a shot at the trophy going into the final match of PGC 2024.
That was an incredible way to finish this year. I hope we can see something similar at PGS. For me, I'm looking forward to seeing all of the new and returning teams. We have 5 entirely new teams: Bestia, ROC Esports, Divine, Taikula, and GK Esports. We also have teams we are seeing for the first time in years like Vegopa and Forest Natural Gaming. On top of that, this was one of the most active offseason in PUBG Esports history. We haven't even talked about E-Arena yet, who managed to sign Narins in the offseason. It will be our first chance to see him on a team not called Daytrade. Mine, Zilzon, and DraftKings are returning to PGS on the new Bestia squad. New Happy qualified with a completely new roster. 4M brought Apr-4 and Longzi from Thailand. JNG rebuilt with a new roster as well. There is so much to watch at PGS. I can't wait for the tournament to start.
I agree. I think our first global event of the year, PGS 7, is set to be one of the most exciting PUBG events in history, so make sure you're here to join us for all the fun. PGS 7 will kick off in Shanghai on April 28th with 3 days of group stage and 3 days of grand finals from May 2nd to May 4th, where we will crown our first PGS champions of the year. Then after a week break, we will be back in action from May 12th through May 18th for PGS 8. Also, you can stay up to date with all things PUBG Esports on PUBGesports.com. That would do it for us here on PGS Preview. Thank you again for Yingxi for joining us and sharing your insight. I'm your host Lisa, and I'll see you on April 28th for PGS 7. Bye!
Bye!
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for day 2 of PGS7 live from beautiful Shanghai. My name is Tavis. I'm joined, as always, by Avenger to break down the action throughout the day today. And I can tell you it is going to be a wild day as C enters the fray. Before we get into breaking it down, let's give a big shout out to all the sponsors who have made this possible. Crafton and Hero Esports, who put this thing together. Thank you guys so much for making this possible.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much to OP to GT to coming in here and overpower game and contributing with some stats throughout.
Yep, and actually the guys who are making the computers run, it's ours, our official PC partners, giving us the power to keep in the game.
And to make sure they're powering the PCs, of course, AMD coming in with the strongest CPU in the game.
And if you got a great CPU, you got a great processor, you want to see the best you can see, that's Zowie, our official monitor partner, making sure that everyone sees every shot.
And you want to see where your seat is, you got to be seated with Anda seat. And of course, they're here again, making sure that all the players are comfortable.
And of course, our final sponsor, Lexar, our memory stick partner. If you need to remember where the seat is or anything else, these guys know how to make you that much stronger. So thank you to them. And now let's get into breaking down kind of what happened yesterday, what we're looking forward to today. It should be pretty interesting. What was your big takeaway watching yesterday?
Well, there's obviously some surprises, some teams that are coming in that obviously did well in their own region. We have our defending champions coming in the first spot. That's huge. But also, we have a team that's kind of not surprising, but one of the best players coming out of PCL being able to do extremely well. That's Taigule. And they're able to pop off yesterday with a, I would say, over-average and over-expected performance with them. And they did extremely well.
And that's my question for you. As I did my prep, I did not expect Taikula to end up in that sort of second place coming out of day 1. What was it about their play that set them up to be in such a strong position?
They just won so many 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2. There's so many situations where they're just coming out on top, right? And for them to be in 51 points as they are, like, they don't need that many more points to make sure that they're coming into the top 16. So they can be extremely comfortable, obviously, again. But that's for that to be said, they're taking on some of the, big names coming out of China, some of the big names coming out of the whole world, and they were winning almost every single battle against
Now let's talk about some battles that had to be won as well. That was the hot drops yesterday. If you guys were tuned in yesterday, you noticed that 17 and Na'Vi seemed to really hate each other, but really what it came down to is the battle for how important it is to have the center of these maps. And can you explain more to us at home? We've watched this over and over again because it was so important, but why?
Yeah, so obviously Picado Pachinki is 2 extremely strong players, look very central on the map, and since these 2 teams are invited to all of our internationals, they have the opportunity to go out and fight, right? 17 here, Xiaobei, huge game from him, standing up. Everyone had to come in and say, calm down, calm down.
Yeah, we take that.
Well,
I like that.
It went back and forth. Na'Vi also won some, and overall, it wasn't really benefiting any of them because none of them are above 30 points.
Absolutely. They almost split it. In fact, my big takeaway was how cool the individual performances are. We see Ferris get a 3 here with the UMP. We saw a triple from Xiaobei in the last one. We see Hakatori do it in a later game. So some really nice plays by both of the teams, but it has put them in a difficult situation. As again, I think the only time they didn't hot drop was Rondo.
Yeah, and again, for this to be happening, it's like, okay, we are now seeing this. We're going to be doing this day 1, and then we're going to be able to kind of relax and do it differently on the other days that we're playing. So that's really the big thing happening, right? Because they are confident that they're going to be able to go in and get enough points to get into the top 16.
That said, they didn't have a lot of points coming out of those hot drops. You can look at the leaderboard right here with Twisted Minds at the top with 57 points. Taikula, who we talked about a second ago, at second. But then the guys who we just looked at, 17 and Na'Vi, both struggling to get to that left side of the leaderboard south of 30, which isn't really going to be enough to make that jump. My only caveat is 17 should be, I hope, uncontested today.
Yeah.
Maybe. That said, 5 hot drops is so many.
And that's the scary thing, right? Because you have 8 set new teams coming in, and they can say, okay, they were weakened a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Someone else could come in and take over and say, okay, we're going to be holding them. Now we're going to be holding them back. And kind of forcing them out of the finals because, Na'Vi's not here today. But Na'Vi did it yesterday. If someone comes in or have enough points today, like a Twisted Minds or someone else, teams with a lot of points, they could come in and say, okay, we are going to be making sure a strong team like 17 Gaming are not in the lobby by denying that that's today. But then it's in their own hands. They can do great things in just 1 or 2 games.
We bring up a good point. It might get chaotic today, and so we brought in a special guest, a weatherman who's in charge of understanding just how hot a drop can be. Let's check in with your favorite weatherman, Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, Toffees. Yes, it is I, Porosaurus, and I am here with the weather report for today to let you know how hot the drops will be all across all 4 maps. Fortunately for everyone everyone that is excited about more excitement on Erangel, looks like it's going to be sunny skies and beautiful over there. However, once we move over to Taego, it's looking like there might be a little bit of partly skies around that Hosan area. 4 teams, E-Arena, Daytrade, Geekay, and Furia might all be fighting around in the same area, but they all have alternate drops, so it's a possibility that they might not fight at all. Once we move over to Rondo, we're looking mostly clear skies, although around that test track area, it's sounding like there might be a brewing storm between 17 and Twisted Minds. We'll have to see how that plays out. But there, where it gets really interesting is once we get to Miramar, the dust storms will be kicking up around Chumacera, where T1, Geekay, and TKL have all staked a claim, and none of them are backing down. None of them have alternate drops. But that's going to be it for today. Thank you so much for this weather report, and I'm going to throw it back to Martin for sports.
Back to Martin for the sports. Any sports reports, Martin?
No, just esports.
Just esports reports. All right, so that was pretty good. There's going to be a fair amount of hot drops on the back end of the day. I like that Erangel's going to be a little quiet to start us off here. But we also want to break down some of the teams that will be entering, right? Group C is coming to play, and I think most of us would agree, even with the departure of DiffX, who will not be playing here with Geekay, C is a brutal group. Now, there are 2 major hitters coming out of that group. What's the first one that we need to look at here?
I think for me, the big one is obviously DN Freaks, right?
Nice.
They're coming in, they're dominating their region. They absolutely destroyed everyone out of Korea. And look at Salute, 39 kills, 7.9 KDA, and getting more than 2,500 more damage than the next one on the team.
Do you think he's that much better than the rest of them, or is that just the scenario, the way they played it?
He's playing so carelessly with no pressure, and like I don't think we're going to see a lot of pressure on him until we are looking at a Esports World Cup or PTC final once he's going to be on there. So I think he's going to come in, have a lot of fun, and just frag out today.
I like that. I think in time spent with some of the players, that low pressure ability to do whatever you want has often paid off. Now, another team that's coming into the game who is also going to be a mess for teams to deal with is Apr-4 Rogue. This is a team out of China that is home field advantage, absolutely dominated their region as well. These are the stats from their grand final. A little more spread out across the board, though.
A little bit more spread out, yes, sure. IXF did come in and had some insane performance, right? Obviously, the top fragger coming out of PCL. And for IXF and the guys to come in here, I feel like their big pride is PCL, right? So the question is really, how much pride do they take in a potential PGS championship, right? If they take a lot of pride in it, they're going to be, coming in, storming in. That's going to be huge. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be really taking in their own hands. But if they come in a little bit more slow, my eyes are really going to be on DN Freaks.
I think that is, for me, the biggest takeaway here is who to keep your eyes on. And for me, I really do feel like maybe Apr-4 Rogue continues this process that we saw. They were very aggressive in their regionals. They were willing to take crashes that I think traditionally they wouldn't do. And if they are indeed feeling a little more relaxed about this event, I would say why not take a game or 2 to try that aggression? So if you're watching at home and you're looking for something in game 1 to keep an eye out for, I do believe watching to see how Apr-4 approaches those first 2 matches is going to be a very big deal. Now, speaking of those matches, we are going to be kicking it off in just a few moments.
Sure.
What are you expecting, or if you have to, let's look at the group stage. Let's talk about the teams that are taking the field right now. A is off. They get to watch everyone at home, but C is entering the fray.
C's coming in, and B obviously playing their last day. They need to get as many points as possible. As we're talking about 17, only 28 points. They need to have a great big day. Other teams already doing extremely well. Twisted Minds 57. They could be one of those teams that have a lot of space, a lot of kind of room to maybe calm down some of the C teams coming in, considering it's their first time here. But we're starting our angle. It's a very figured out map. All these players are so aware of everywhere to play, and it's going to be playing very more calculated than we're going to be having in our special maps in the center. And also, once we get to Miramar, all the hot drops, they might have already been sorted out. If they do not have enough points to hot drop, they're going to go away. If they do have enough points to hot drop, teams like Geekay are going to be going into Chumacera. I talked to Chris real quick. He said, we're going to commit you. We have a lot of points. If we don't, we're going to probably back off.
I'll say it's probably important for those teams, especially Geekay, as you said, to make an early move. Because remember, they're talking about fighting Taikula for that spot. And they had a very good day 1. So unless we see big movement from the hot drop challengers in the first game or 2, I think you got to do sort of what 17 did in Rondo and go somewhere else. Let's take a look. I mean, that was exciting. Yesterday, the first 2 games was not as exciting. Let's talk about Erangel for just a second. It was a little bit slow. You expect the same thing today, or do you think that was a symptom of the start?
No, it's a symptom of it's the first day, the first games, and also, again, it's Erangel, right?
Yeah.
So it's very slow. Everyone is playing their game, and there's not as much space to kind of be had. Obviously, not as much space on Miramar, Rondo. So the teams are playing slower. They're trying to figure out, okay, where is the meta at? Where is the other teams at? How many teams are playing Edge, and how many are heart-centered?
You know, and I think something else to be considered is the fact that, you know, a lot of these teams have changed up their rosters recently.
Sure.
So while we do talk about Erangel's a little slower, it's well known, a lot of these teams are still working on how do we have communication in person together? How do we deal with the fact that when a game ends, we go back to the room and have to look you in the eyes when I give you feedback instead of sort of just doing it digitally? So I think we've seen a little bit of a slow start as teams have adjusted to that. We can all agree, though, once we hit Taego yesterday, it sort of the wheels came off and everyone felt a little more comfortable.
Yeah, and that's really the thing on taking around. We're only playing it once,
right?
So the teams can come in with a fresh mind and say, okay, we're playing it once, let's do the best of it. And that's the mentality you got to have, right?
Yep.
You got to have that reset after Erangel. If we had bad games, you're going to be like, guys, new map, we're going over. If you had good games, you're going to be rolling your confidence into that. But it's really that change up, and that's really the difficult thing, right? Because you're playing it once per day, take a Rondo back to back, and then once you get a Miramar, if you don't have your things sorted out, your synergy and your chemistry locked in, that's where you're going to struggle compared to the other teams.
All right, we featured the teams coming in on C. We talked about the big dogs and the fights from yesterday. What's another team for the folks at home to watch as we get ready for game number 1?
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch Versus Pro coming in here today, right? There's a lot of expectations coming in them, especially with Diffx not playing here from GK, right? So my eyes are on Versus Pro, but also Freaks, how well they're going to be able to do in a global setting.
I think that's Freaks, how they do in a global setting is going to be absolutely fascinating. I do think GK, without their star player, are they prepared to play for this? I mean, the substitute, not bad. They're in a situation where you can make some good choices, but it's going to be a challenge. Diffx is that sort of difference maker. The kill feed always seemed to be him. Do you think they can make that work without him?
I think with Harusen, I think a player coming in with that much experience compared to some of the other guys that have their 5th spot is basically the coach. I think Harusen is one of the best out there to be able to do it. But is he going to be able to fill the shoes of Diffx? I don't think he's going to be able to completely fill them, but if he slots in and Chris is able to step up as more of a fragger style and he steps back, it's going to be great.
We'll see who can make it happen. The chase is on as Twisted Minds is in first, but the heavy hitters from Group C have joined the fray. Will they be able to push up that board and catch up to Twisted Minds and to Haikula? We'll find out in a few seconds. This is PGS 7.
在国际舞台上不用想太多，专注于自己的枪，把枪开出来比什么都重要。
세계 대회는 템포가 빠르고 선수들이 굉장히 잘 쏘기 때문에 조심해라, 그리고 또 잘해보자. 세계 대회 그 정도 아니다라고 했던 것 같습니다.
Muitos deles estão jogando aqui contra os ídolos, então falei para eles não ficarem tão assustados quanto a isso, para eles se divertirem, curtirem o momento e se manterem muito confiantes.
Everyone knows us in Europe as the Revengers, so now it's time to show it on PGS.
我不觉得我们一直拿第2是一种诅咒，而是实力的象征。我们缺乏的就是一点运气。
Sim, a gente deve ser considerado um time favorito para esse campeonato, por conta que a nossa região é muito forte, onde a gente tem Falcons, Liquid jogando, e a gente acabou de ser campeão, então acredito que a gente vem forte sim para levar esse troféu.
ก็หายขึ้นครับเพราะว่าเราได้กินอาหารจานย่อยไปแล้วครับต่อไปก็คืออาหารจานหลักครับผม
Such a victory for our PGC champions, the Expendables.
Thì bọn mình Te đến với giải đấu PGS thì cũng là tem Việt Nam duy nhất ở PGS này, thì bọn mình sẽ cố gắng để đạt được chức vô địch để đem về cho mọi người những trận đấu mãn nhãn.
살루트 선수를 보면서 저도 많이 배우고 서로 이제 저는 오더고 살루트 선수는 이제 총을 굉장히 잘 쏘기 때문에
저희 팀이 많은 준비를 했기 때문에 우승권에 들 거라고 확신합니다. DNF가 간다.
因为我们这个阵容也是第一次来到国际赛嘛，很多人也在质疑我们国际赛的实力，我们也会用枪来证明自己。希望你们遇到我们不要害怕。
感觉我们比赛应该也挺好看的，就我们的打法来说，大家应该还是会蛮喜欢的。 徒弟们等着看我们表演就行了。
PUBG is a team game, and experience leads to team chemistry. So the top teams being rock solid is just, I think, a symptom of team chemistry being one of the most important factors in gameplay.
You could have players like Himas or Example pop off, but if you don't have all 4 of you performing, then you're not going to win the tournament.
У нас сейчас очень высокое доверие в команде на каждый пол. Мы верим друг другу. Я считаю, что тиммейты все по-настоящему уникальны. У всех какая-то своя особенность имеется.
I know that every single team is 100% prepared for us, and I know for sure that it's going to be 100% sweeter when we're going to win.
Тик-так, чуваки, вы скоро будете уничтожены.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the PUBG Global Series 7 Day 2 featuring Groups B and C. My name is Porosaurus. Joining me on the cast for what the first time in what feels like forever, it is Paper Thin. My goodness, my friend, what are you doing here? Well, you had a heck of a day yesterday, and it's shaping up to be a heck of a day here today, too.
Dude, it was so fun yesterday. I mean, so many hot drops, so much action, a lot of cool teams stepping up to the plate and performing well. Twisted Minds to be expected, but TKL really popping off some great team fighting that we saw out of them. So really excited to see what they can do again. Obviously, this team is going to be the favorites. They are the 3-time PGS champions, back to back to back.
To back.
Man, so can they do it again? But then you've got Apr-4 Road. This is my odds-on favorite to win this event. You're in China. You've got Ming Ming. What else can you say?
I mean, look, they showed out in a big way during PCL. And, you know, I think that everybody in the lobby has to be terrified of Apr-4 Road, not to mention the fact that we haven't even talked about Freaks yet.
Oh, yeah.
And Freaks were doing just disgusting things over in Korea. But Twisted Minds, they started off slow in their regional series, but they came in today, and I think there were some question marks kind of hanging around whether that team was really still kind of having the motivation to go and reproduce what we saw last year, which, to be fair, was godly. Like, expecting that again would be insane. But so far, they've delivered.
Yeah, no, it is just kind of business as usual. I mean, what else do you have to say? They're phenomenal in every aspect of the game, and that hasn't let up. I mean, obviously, PGC was disappointing, but beyond that, they're probably the best team in the world. They're probably the best team in the world, and it's hard to argue otherwise.
You know, yeah. I mean, until somebody steps in and takes the throne from them, like that is their crown, right? Like you win 3 in a row, and despite, as you said, the missteps at PGC, like they are still top dogs. And you know, we talked about a couple of teams that were in contention in the forms of Apr-4 Road and those Freaks.
Yeah.
But we saw 17 yesterday. 17 Gaming has putting on a show so far this year, but we got a little bit of a slow start given the consistent hot drops that they had with Navi. No Navi in the lobby here today, so will 17 be able to produce now that they don't have to worry about their drop spots getting haunted?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to be excited for 17 having that space to kind of maneuver and do sort of their business as usual style. I mean, they were still very strong in those hot drops.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it
4
was,
and 2, I think, was the final tally there, wasn't it?
Exactly. So, like, they can get it done in a lot of different aspects of the game, and they're just showing again why basically teams for a while had stopped messing with them in the hot drops. It's because they generally are too strong in those situations. They're pretty good out in the open. We know what they can do on Erangel in the past, but this is a very chaotic Erangel. We all have been talking about this, how intense the action is felt on this map this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, the Erangel has turned into the bloody pastures as we are ready to get the plane in the air and send it to our first map. The boys are ready. You can hear the screams in the background. We're ready. Hope you guys are ready too, because here is game number 1 of day 2.
Oh, I am so excited. Yesterday was just a blast. Even though there might not be any hot drops on this map today, still, the action was incredible. The hot drops were just kind of like spreading it all out. Like,
I know.
It's
well, we
just
had
well-buttered
from
toast.
From the word go.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just nuts. And the fact that they kept it going in for at the beginning of the day anyway. They seemed to be going kind of 1-1. You know, they were trading pretty evenly. And it wasn't until later on that 17 really just kind of put the clamps down on Miramar. So we do have the same the clamps. Yeah, you know about the clamps. I do. We do have the same map order today, so we will be starting on Erangel, just moving over to Tego and Rondo, and wrapping up the day on Miramar. So we get to see that Erangel action starting off here today. Now, I did do a little bit of a weather report earlier and let everybody know that it looks, for the most part, based off of the Drops channel in the private Drops channel Discord, of which I happen to be a member, that things are going to be pretty free and easy here. Now, there was a little bit of closeness down there at that farm, but it looks like whatever was going to happen there may have gotten cleared out already. Although this was not in the cards here. T1 once again finding action in Yasnaya. This time it's going to be TKL.
This is pretty exciting. I mean, you throw out the crowbar, try to go for something. Spaceman needs to get that ump loaded. He's got it. Pre-fires around the corner, has one down. So far, 2 for 1. I'll make it 3 for 1 in favor of TKL. Just EN left.
Oh my goodness, within a matter of seconds. TKL dispatching T1, and you can hear them letting them know that Yasnaya belongs to them.
Well, this team continues to just absolutely be dominant in their team fights. The micro game for them, absolutely incredible. Man, oh man, heartbreak for T1. You know, they had to contest with 4 AM at times in this spot yesterday. They were able to win it pretty cleanly the last go around, but this time, different opponent, different results. And Taikula I don't know what to say about them. They are fraggers, man. They are fun to watch. They are so well coordinated.
And not only that, just pulling some trickery out, because as I said, this was not on the cards.
No.
In that drop channel. Like, this was not something that T1 was expecting to see, and Taiko Leg just coming in and just letting them know, just kind of sunning them in their own hometown. Well, meanwhile, the circle did pop, and it is going to favor down towards that southeastern side of the mainland, kind of centering up right around that shelter area where currently we see DN Freaks looting. And looks like the Expendables maybe getting a little bit close here to Furia. Yeah, Haven does not appear to have any indication that he is not alone.
He's not long for this lobby either. Just well read here by the Expendables. That reeks of something that they saw in scrims or in VOD review that they could punish. And I know the Expendables, this is kind of like something they did at PGC as well when things didn't look like it was going as great as they wanted. They would go out for these early picks. They would go for these maneuvers to kind of build that confidence, build that momentum. Yeah. Obviously, the points are nice, but I think for the Expendables, it's a lot of they need to get the flow of the game into them, and then they can kind of just play that more aggressive style that really suited them and why they ended up being PGC champions.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point of them kind of paying attention. So, you know, we obviously talked about the fact that there is that Drops channel, right, with that everybody lets everybody know exactly where they are. Well, if you were so inclined, if you were a team like the Expendables, you could use that information to kind of figure out where you might be able to catch a free point like that. And obviously they saw Furia yesterday. They saw Haven did that. They saw that Furia did that Lipovka split, Haven a little bit farther away from everybody else, and they said, look, that's a pretty free and easy point if we go ahead and do it. So these are the pros and cons that come with letting everyone in the lobby know exactly where you're going to be at your most exposed.
Exactly, and probably another benefit is you have some tape to review. You can see a little bit of some of the tendencies of teams and kind of where you can catch them sleeping a little bit, and positions like that on Erangel that are out further away from the big cities. For a second there, I thought he was going to shoot him.
he's like,
he's
so used to everything happening yesterday. I don't know what to do. I'm by myself. What do I do with my hands?
I see 17 in the first 10 minutes of the game, and I expect fighting, okay? But this is the team that I'm probably the most excited about for this event, is Apr-4 Road. They have completely revitalized themselves. Obviously, Nan and Ming, you know, the new happy PGC 2021 champions coming through, really bolstering the firepower of this squad. Chewy is still playing very, very well, and Eggs Left is Eggs Left. I mean, he is just a fragger. There is no other way to put it. The big question is, you know, with all the pressure that's going to be there, we're in Shanghai, we're on home territory for them. Can they get it done? You know, in the past, Apr-4 Road has looked good and not been able to come out of it. But let's take a look. What happened here?
Just a little replays. I mean, and this is, I mean, you talk about gutsy. They didn't even just drop in Yasnaya. They dropped directly on top of T1. They wanted all the smoke, and they delivered in such a big way and in such short manner. I mean, that whole fight lasted 1:30 before it was done. Well, now they've got a little bit of another problem because it looks like Virtus Pro has sent a couple of members. Now, there's only 2. There's still 2 members of VP that are still kind of off to the north. Lucarux just now arriving. You can see there on your mini-map, but Ibiza still way, way off to the north over towards shooting range. Not sure what everybody's excited about up there.
That is it.
There we go. Okay, Santastico gets spotted out by Ixlef. So our hero is on the board with his first kill of PGS 7.
Didn't take him long.
Did not.
Right in the lobby and right into the action. This is curious for me for Virtus Pro, Poro, because they know that there was a fight. You saw T1 die in the kill feed. You 100% know that's Yasnaya. That's a given. So is this you expecting that you might be able to catch TKL off guard, or are you expecting them to have rotated already so you can get a little bit more loot in your pockets? That's kind of curious.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and give them the benefit of the doubt. I know that they have a phenomenal coach with them that knows how to read these lobbies. I'm going to say that they tried to come in from the north side, think that they can maybe catch TKL when they were not expecting it. But unfortunately, I don't think they realized that there was one member for TKL that was still on the very, very north side in those apartments. So he heard them come in. He knows that they're there. And so now Taikula just is fully aware that there's a couple of players in there. So unfortunately for VP, they weren't able to be as sneaky as maybe they would like. So we'll see if they play it out a little bit longer. Now, they are still in the very, very far north side of the circle, but they're in circle. So they have time to kind of play this out and figure out what they want to do here.
And they're just holding the line. Cold's just ready. Lucarux was not. Cold is just going to continue to do damage. He was one of your top fraggers, one of your top damage dealers yesterday, and he is making life miserable for more teams. Virtus Pro sitting up on the roof. Beamy chilling there, hog in hand, now just proned out, not exactly sure what's going on. I think now Virtus Pro might have realized either they were a little too early to this party, or they overread the situation or misread the situation. Trying to figure out exactly what they can do. Ibiza, a long-time PUBG pro, is trying to make a wide wrap. He does have some open territory there, so some good relay of information from the other Virtus Pro members, and here we get to see Eggs Left kill onto Santastico.
Through the window, through the wall, through Santastico's helmet. He goes down, and that is going to be Rock losing their first player, and Ixlef getting his first point. Now, we did see Cole just kind of farming shots now. I mean, once you take that first shot, once you get that first kill, everybody knows exactly where you are, so there's no reason not to just keep on shooting. And I think Nixie was maybe hoping that he would catch Cold slipping, going for that crate, but Cold being a little bit too disciplined there, unfortunately. Twisted Minds, they take a knock onto Example from Heaven, but it looks like that should be easily resable, and DNF not really in a position to do any hard pushing off of this.
Oh, what a fun day it would be if we could get these two teams button heads.
Oh boy, wouldn't it?
Oh man, that'd be so good.
That'd be brutal.
I can talk a lot about the Freaks because obviously, yeah, I'm a big fan. I think some of the things that you're going to see different versus last year's Freaks is a little bit more of just aggression and confidence, especially in the late game. Tremendous DMRs all around, and they can take a lot of space because of that. So in the PWS, you'll watch them, and they're just covering a ton of the map. Now, what we're seeing here on the map isn't quite what I was seeing in the PWS, at least not yet. Could just be a circle thing. But they're a team that likes to take space, and because they have such talented individuals top to bottom, in particular the step up that Gumins had this year with his individual fragging capabilities on top of being the IGL for that team has really bolstered their ability to claim real estate and not let other teams interfere with them.
Well, the thought of them leveling up their game from where they were at the end of last year is slightly terrifying, because they were really starting to roll and get things rolling when we got down towards PGC. So we'll see what they do here, centered up around Prison and around the center of the zone. Meanwhile, Hella, the rest of the squad just off to that west of that logging camp. New Circle is going to pop. It's going to favor a little bit more to the east. The E pickup has been sent up by 17. Don't know if they will take that or if Xiaobei is just kind of looking to maybe do some scouting. Meanwhile, you can see Forest still off on the northwestern side, looking for a rotation path in. But all that that congestion up there in Yasnaya with Taokula and Virtus.pro is going to have to come to a head now as the zone is starting to crash in.
You've got Divine, one of our other Korean teams, lined up, quite fanned out, but because of the hillside, E-Arena, really nice driving path that they've taken so far to bypass that. DNF pushing their way up onto the edge of the prison can be a bit of a precarious position, but there is some cover to that wizard house that's on the west. Yeah, why not?
That's man, that feels aggressive in a small circle such as this. But now that being said, now there is a lot of hills and a lot of stuff that they can find themselves working their way towards, as E-Arena has finally made landfall. But unfortunately for them, Furia, what remains, is ready and waiting. Lyrics is going to get taken down. Jacob gets stolen away by Deal, so Freaks still have eyes on this, as the Kraken will get taken down. Gizera hard peeking around that rock. He's going to find Zizzy. Zizzy tries to get him with a drive-by, but Gizera ain't having it. Furia picks off E-Arena.
You love to see it. Gizera, such a good fragger coming in for Furia, doing a phenomenal job there, and E-Arena tries to go too far into the circle, but Xiaobei, 17, they've landed!
On the ground. As 17 quickly off that E pickup, they saw the fight going on, and immediately a grenade from Xiaobei will find Kraken right off the res. Gizera will have to dodge, dive, and dip away from those bullets, but 17 smell blood in the water, and they are going to push across these rocks until they spot out Gizera, who will find, no, he's going to go down to Deal. Oh no, the third party from Freaks just wrecking Furia's chances.
And this is my boy. Used to go by Bob Songhead, now is Deal, and he is incredible. A very talented young player who a lot of teams have been hoping can take that next step, take that next level. And with the Freaks so far this year, he has been quite good. While he hasn't been as good as the other three on this team, it is a star-studded roster, and the fragging power that team has brought has opened up a lot for his own natural talent. Meanwhile, VP has lost another player, so just Ibiza and Nixie are going to be alive, and they are in a really uncomfortable position. I mean, Ibiza's way out in Narnia. Nixie's stuck behind a shack on the northern side of Yasnaya. This is that's not looking great for old Virtus.pro.
Well, fortunately for them, it looks like Taokula is popped at E pickup, so they might be instead of sticking around and trying to dig them out of Yaz, it might be discretion, the better part of Vala. Let's try to get into the zone with the points that we have. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road still playing around on that south side. They've got a 2-2 Bestia split just in front of them, but you can see Draft King has already dropped another E pickup in the air, and it's not even it's oh my goodness, it's sharing the exact same flight path as the one TKL is taking. God. That's why I didn't see it. Okay, never. There it is.
It popped up.
It's going south.
It looked like it was almost doing it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, Nixie,
please.
We'll see them flying away. Oh, he's got there a little bit late. He's going to make the spray. Gets a little bit of damage in, but unfortunately, they are going to get away scot-free here. And now Virtus.pro is left with 2, trying to figure out how to get into the next zone.
This has been a lot of fun, a lot of teams making E-pickups, making moves. I love 17 there, reading the kill feed, reading the situation, and realizing they could pounce on a team that was just weak enough that they could catch them while they were trying to get those reses, trying to get those heals off. So fair play to them.
Bestia, they can't take this E-pickup, can they?
Well, I think they're just going to have to use it to regroup with Mime and Silzen. That's about the only thing I can think of.
I mean, I feel like that was the idea, but Rock and Expendables and Petrichor Road, all of them have eyes on this. But somehow they actually get away and before getting shot at. So, okay, fair play to them. Meanwhile, Takula, after landing, they're going to find themselves right on the doorstep. Mime has his eyes, and there you go. Mime gets his first kill of PGS 7. And now, with that being said, every player in this lobby, or at least through the lobby from yesterday, has gotten a kill so far. As we check in with Forest and Daytrade, scrapping a bit on the north side under the watchful eyes of 17. And the blue zone grenade will have to force Belmoth out, but not before he gets his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this is really good defense so far for Daytrade. Olympus trying to find that tight angle onto Tigger, but Olympus able to dodge it. Nope, no longer. Daytrade continues to be really strong in this event. Some new players, some new looks for this Daytrade team, but some similar results. They are still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Tigger just leveling up his game from last year. He is just continuing to progress and get better and better and better, and Daytrade being the beneficiaries of that one, as they managed to take care of Forest, and importantly, they managed to take care of them quickly and without any knocks. And so 17 not really in a position to take advantage of that fight. So good stuff for them. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, Batulin's going to spot out. Wonderful. Off in the distance. Twisted still have Lou left way off in the northwest in the blue. So they're taking their time making their way in here, being very methodical as you would expect.
Absolutely. And that's why you're seeing Batulin's not take any shots, not take any risks, even though he maybe had an opportunity to get the knock onto Wonderful. Just it's not worth it there. You don't really have great angles. Coming up that hill can be really dangerous, so you just want to make sure that you're going to find your right moment to maximize those points. Meanwhile, VP at the mansion, still making their way through. It's still phase 3, and again, this is kind of where it's still acceptable to be
17.
Kind of driving through. 17
first aids.
Oh, well, you remember Beamy.
How could I forget? How could anyone forget? VP, this is
it's Ibiza's turn.
This is becoming a recurring trend for our polar friends, as they will slowly make their way in through mansion. It looks like Nixie's been sent ahead to do a little bit of pre-scouting. New circle does pop, and it's going to hard shift down to the south, and that is great news for Rock as they find themselves kind of dead center. But this Forest camp, all points north around prison is about to get a little bit complicated, as there's a number of teams that are going to all be looking at the same rotation paths into this next zone.
No, absolutely. This kind of feels like it's going to become a bit of a meat grinder just to the south of the prison. There's a lot of open space once you get past that rock ledge that's on that south side. So things can get a little bit dicey in there. So as Twisted Minds, again, this is all about just finding your timing, finding your moment. You know, if you can get that first knock onto a Divine player and then kind of leapfrog your way through and just eradicate them. Actually, they could be in a good position if they can win that fight cleanly. And no.
Oh, he's going to spot him. Yep. Oh, heaven. Freaks had the north all to themselves. They had no idea, and they get stabbed in the back, as many good teams have been before, from a Virtus Pro Polar Bear coming in from the blue. Right now, the Expendables, it looks like Clory's on his own, not going to be able to dispatch of 17, as he will go down. Tanvu trying to come and provide some support. The Expendables not one to let one of their players go down without a fight, but it looks like they will be forced away, as there's Bestia also coming from uphill. They've got Vinny looking down in here, so it's a little bit complicated here for the Expendables.
Well, this felt like Clory's maybe was thinking that his off angle was covered, that east side angle was covered by one of his teammates, and it just wasn't quite there. The hill actually pretty steep leading up to that rock, so maybe that's miscommunication or a bit of a mispositioning, or just Clory's not anticipating that somebody would wrap that quickly on him. Those grenades did some damage to 17, but we know this 17 gaming squad doesn't have much fear. They will come at you, and they will come at you hard, so you best be ready when they show up to the party.
They will indeed. They do take a loss of 7700 in the process, but it looks like Bestia managed to get their kill and retreat on back. Vinny going to rejoin the rest of the squad.
Freaks
in the logging camp is Freaks. What happened there? They were running around. They were trying to do a rotation. It looks like they just ran into Daytrade as they were going from northwest to northeast. Daytrade just in a beautiful wide flanking position, and they just had them dead to rights. So Freaks dispatched unceremoniously here in phase number 4.
A lot of pressure now on Divine to keep Twisted Minds out. Not only that, Nixie might have a role to play in this. He's creeping up towards Daeon's position, and he is on the flank edge for Divine. A lot of players who haven't really had much experience at the international level on this Divine team, but Nixie actually goes down to the blue, so Daeon there should be getting a freebie. That's a nice prize for him, but this is Phase 5 blue, going to tick very, very quickly. Plus, you got the pressure that Twisted Minds is already creating. Barpo got knocked.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, they had to get that knock as well. Well, remember, for Virtus Pro fans, Ibisa's still alive on that north side. He's outside of view of the map right now, but they're not out of it just yet. 17 Gaming, meanwhile, still scrapping with the Expendables. Day Trade is now coming, getting involved from that northern side as the circle, again, has popped down to the hard south. A lot of hardships here. Really making life difficult for these teams that decided to play on the northern part. As we see Twisted Minds, it looks like DN will get their man back on his feet. Barpo back up, but Daeon going to go down now as Lou has spotted him out. And now it's the question of Day Trade. Are you going to fully commit to this fight with 17, knowing that you've got him pinned as we cut over to the Twisted Minds scrap?
Well, I kind of wonder if Day Trade got eyes onto TKL over to their west, and I think that's why they're not really able to commit to this fight the way they'd like. Divine, though, still hanging on to life. Hella trying to do what he can, but right now Twisted Minds is actually wrapping in a completely different direction, trying to get underneath them, and it's actually going to be GK. It's the GK Esports team that shows up and backstabs, so Barpo from bad to worse, able to get res, but not able to do much else. Lou takes a bunch of damage from PWD there, has to prone down to try to get some heals off. Wonderful, just sprinting out in the open. PWD.
Oh Geekay, look, we had high expectations from Geekay after their performance in EMEA, but a lot of those kind of got hamstrung a little bit after the unfortunate situation for Diffex, where he was not able to join the squad. But Harusin stepping in from his coach role to fill in for the squad, and right now they are looking really good, playing gatekeepers on the west as Day Trade trying to decide they got to pick a fight here. Paper, they've got to decide, do they want 17 or do they want to take the scrap with Bestia? They're taking their time about it, though.
That's a tough choice, for sure. Both teams very, very good. And
look at that.
There you go.
Dispatched.
Unbelievable. Gotta love it.
You don't see that happen to a team as good as Freaks very often.
No, and losing that anchor player, had to be in the back of my mind thinking, oh boy, this might just be one of those games for the Freaks where they just kind of crumble. It seems like they're kind of already a little bit rattled by this chaos of this lobby. Again, you come to these internationals, it does not play like your regionals. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes that you're just not quite ready for. And with that early fight, Quizzy going to be able to take out Twisted Minds. So Geekay doing their other team dirty. I mean, to be fair to Twisted, there's a lot of teams in their way. That was a tough fight.
It's definitely a scrap for sure. But look at this. Ibisa, still alive for Virtus Pro, is getting his team in the points as Day Trade, now that they have dispatched with 17, they're going to try to dig out Bestia from their hard cover, but Bestia not giving up very easily. They've got the smokes laid down. They've got a P90 in the hands of Mime, and that boy knows how to use it. 2 knocks immediately from that rooftop position, and here comes Ibby from the back, but that is the last first aid kit he's got. He's got to get inside the zone. He's got to get in the smokes. Vinny will find one, but Ibby will get the point. This backstab from the smoke will get another point for Virtus Pro, but Bestia, they will take, I think, Day Trade now down to just Flash, and now the Expendables, they hear all the fighting. They're moving their way up here as well.
Man, Geekay just continuing to find great fights, find great third parties, great holds on this edge. And they are trying to hammer down on top of Bestia. Flash is going to get Sills in. That's flush, but DraftKing able to trade it out, get the finish onto Day Trade. They're down in 6, but DraftKing the only player remaining for this Bestia squad.
Look at you, Bestia. 8 kills to start off the day. Nice performance here so far as DraftKing will use that hard cover, and we've seen him pull off some craziness before, but it's not going to be this time. Tanvu will land that headshot, and we'll get rid of DraftKing. And now the Expendables start to work their way through, but Geekay has made their way over here. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, we were expecting them to do well. We were expecting to see them in the late game. Maybe not like this, though. A little bit on the quiet side for these guys.
They just wrap to the southern side, and nobody has been messing with them because all the fighting's been up towards the north. So now they're finally getting back into it. Aches left taking some damage from Tanvu and the Expendables. He tried to get some early damage in. Chewy there to provide a little bit of a crossfire with his captain. And Ming Ming, we know what this guy can do. Oh, and there it is. Hits the headshots with the mini to take Tanvu out of the car seat, looking for more damage. The Expendables, I don't know how easy it's going to be to get to Tanvu there. Are they going to try? I don't think so. No way.
Oh, my goodness. Ming Ming's mini is the stuff of legends and horror stories for every team that has ever played against it, as PWD has been spotted out by ROC Esports. RBN, they get them low, but they don't finish them off. They got them pretty much dead to rights. The smoke going to slow things down here a little bit, but Tanvu will get flushed out by Ming Ming as Apr-4 Road. They're still 4 up. They're starting to get a little bit active, but GK, okay, PWD will get taken down by Souls. It's all down to Quizzy.
Yeah, this is now kind of just the war of attrition for GK, and they are starting to lose the battle. A few of these teams haven't been fighting a ton in this lobby. You can see.
What does he get? What are we giving him?
What do we got?
Level 3, level 3.
Just level 3
no
stuff.
Guns. Okay, that's fine.
Didn't like what was in there. Maybe the DBS.
Yeah. Hey, in many in a lot of situations, that would be very, very useful. Unfortunately, I think long-range hilltop battles, maybe not one of them, as we see the Expendables still just hiding out as long as possible. And wouldn't you know, at Apr-4 Road, they get a little bit more circle of as this thing has just hard shifted south every single time. And fortunately for Pero, they have been the one team the farthest most south, so they have been the beneficiaries of it. Don't like seeing the rich get richer, but this is a good way to start for them.
Oh, this is everything you could want for Apr-4 Road. Quizzy maybe got the spot onto BL. Gonna let loose with the molly. Yeah, indeed. Oh, it's
beautiful
perfect.
Throw. Oh, BL's got to get off his feet, but he's not. He's going to burn to death, and that's it. Quizzy picks up another point, possibly even 2. As ROC, there it is, he gets eliminated. So Quizzy Geeke doing the most with what he's got left. And he now has a little bit of space to maneuver around. I don't think Apr-4 Road has an idea of where exactly he is. No shots were really sent there. So the Molotov just silently kind of letting him survive a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Pero knows exactly where the Expendables are.
Yep. I mean, the Expendables are stuck. And the real question now for Apr-4 Road is how many points can you get out of this?
I mean,
there's
they
3 more.
Have to push, right?
Exactly.
Like, this is just screaming denial,
especially with
either of these teams, really.
Yeah, the level 3 gear that Chewy has. Like, you want to get in there and get involved because you know TE is going to try to die to the blue if they can. There's a tree there and a hill. So, yeah, I don't think there's much that Apr-4 Road can do about that. The real question is can you suss out Quizzy? Yes, you can, and it is going to be the Apr-4 Road win.
You know, it might not have been as exciting as we were expecting or anticipating for Apr-4 Road, but it doesn't matter. That's a W in the W column with a nice little stack of kills to go along with it, and their first game on Erangel in the books. So that is a good way to start for the Ixlef squad.
Yep, that's exactly what you want. Maybe a few more kill points, I guess, but still, you get the win. You can't complain too much about that. And really, all the action was just in the mid-game here. I mean, everybody just fighting outside of the prison area.
Well, there's just not, I mean, when you see the hard shifts going south every single time, like you expect eventually maybe it'll cut back and play around prison, but it just never happened. And as a result, we saw so many teams just getting forced into unfavorable fighting situations and having to play around that terrain. Not always fun, but that's going to do it for game 1. Let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that one.
Their name means the smell of rain on a dirt road, but what we saw was the smell of victory as Apr-4 Road comes out with a very slow, methodical, but important game number 1.
Yeah, this is the one you want to win where it's just like, guys, this is coming to us and we're taking it home free. Obviously not too many kills coming in, but still, You want to win the ones you're supposed to win. You want to fight for the ones that you don't necessarily are.
It was very clean. They made an early move to mini power. From there, they could shift up north. It was I will say, some crazy shifts towards the south off of Lumber Mill. As you're going to see through these highlights, that did definitely benefit them by forcing a lot of teams up to the north side of that circle. And this was not as slow as it started yesterday. It seems like a lot of these teams, especially in this area, came to frag.
Yeah, but also when you have these teams that are being compressed down towards the south, right? You're going to have so many teams on the northern side forced to fight each other earlier than they would necessarily would, right? And when they're coming out of Lumber, like, you can kind of get up towards the top of the mountain, you would kind of say. And there's just going to be so many teams defending and so many teams of third party coming. This is obviously a little bit earlier in it, but there were so many fights that felt unnecessary for the timing in terms of how much deeper we could have seen some of the teams go.
I think there was a lot. You see this with Forest kind of throwing themselves at this compound. We also saw, honestly, a lot of work coming out of Bestia up on that high ground. They were really just stabbing a lot of teams. And in about a second, we're going to get to that. We're going to start to see the kill feed just popping some Bestia after Bestia. They didn't make it into that top 5, but I think they really slowed down and limped up so many teams on the north side that it made it really... I thought Rock for a second was in a great position, but, you know, I think it was the Molotov by Quizzy that just eradicated it.
That also felt kind of like their focus, right? They realized, okay, there's so many teams out here, we're going to have to maximize points as we can, right? And also, once you have to get off this high ground, you're going to have these teams just getting off. Obviously, you see fantastic Molotov here from Quizzy, and he's able to maximize points. He did not get second place, so Chewy managed to sneak out of it just in the last second before Expendables. They bowed down in second place.
But that was interesting for me for Petrichor. So Petrichor played a slow, methodical game. They got to that end, and you saw Chewy was willing to just risk it for the biscuit. He ran straight up there and said, I got to make sure I lock these kills up, which I think does speak to the fact that teams know placement isn't everything. You've got to still walk away with that decent kill average. And because they were able to sort of wrap out that game, they knew Expendables very likely was going to go ahead and deny themselves to blue and keep as many points off Petrichor as possible. That push by Chewy was very, very smart. Very interesting game. We saw Hot Draw. Go ahead.
Could it have been earlier, though? Do you think they could have gone in and said, okay, we could maybe have taken on RC or anyone else, but it was a smart time. Only 3 kills, but it's 13 points still.
It was. I think when we look at these numbers, too, and the reason that they may have been a little slow with it is look at, so Bestia's got 8, Expendables has 7, Geeky has 7.
13.
At one point, Expendables, Geeky, VP, Daytrade, and Bestia were all jammed into probably a 7 to 12 meter area fighting for Northern dominance. And I think Petrichor wisely just said, you know what, you guys do you. We're going to clean this up once it's all over.
And that's why we're going to see 13, 13, 12 points. Like, there's so many teams, but not really one big jump, right? We don't have the 20-point bangers that we had yesterday, but still, as I said before, you're going to have to win the games you're supposed to win. Here, they were supposed to take this home slow and steady, and they did so with 1 kill each for the boys, except for Nan.
1 kill each is going to be fine. I will say, for me, one of the best things to watch, as you heard Poro coin it, the Ming Mini was awesome to watch. He just seemed to hit those shots without a second thought every single time. Petrichor spread out. They controlled their ground. And this is going to be a big confidence pickup for them. If they are already coming in, as we're suspecting, without a lot to lose, with kind of a open mentality, and they come out and they win game 1 to start their pace up that leaderboard, I mean, that means they're going to be really tough to deal with the rest of the day.
Yeah, you don't want to have these guys snowballing too early, right? And we're not even playing Vikendi, but if they start with this amount of points from the start and they start getting the confidence in early, yeah, that's going to be a scary time. Even though it's just 1 kill and 285 damage for Ixdev, since he's on the winning team, he's going to be getting the command on the match. There was a lot of impactful plays, I felt like, especially the Mime with the P90 and the Mini on the roof. He had a lot of damage and a lot of kills coming in their way, and that means we're going to see Bestia on hand at 11. So, Daytrade 2, look how many teams here within 2 points. 5 teams on double digits. That's going to be a huge bonus for these coming in.
And I think the good news for a lot of people is the fact that it is that spread out does maybe nerf Petrichor's win just a little bit and turn to getting that chicken dinner. We're going to take a second at that overall leaderboard. Now, when we do get to it, you might see a little bit of a back and forth in terms of, remember, there are teams that are not playing today, right? So it is going to throw things off just a little bit. Team Falcons is, I think, the highest rated team that is not in the field today, but already the climb is beginning.
Yeah, 17 Gaming obviously being able to get a little bit here. We talked about them. They need to be getting consistent amount of points here. Otherwise, they could be, you know, once we see them not playing tomorrow, there could be teams kind of chasing and jumping on them. But yeah, 32 is a decent amount of points. And if they stay consistent, that's going to be huge. Some teams obviously are not that many points, but look at that. EK, Petrichor wrote 13, 12 already. It's pretty huge for them.
Pretty good for them. Now, something that I noticed in the last round was T1. They're a team that was kind of did okay yesterday. They were in a good spot in leaderboard.
Sure.
They did hot drop a team yesterday. It came out okay for them, but they got hot dropped in game number 1 by our second place team, Taikula, and got wiped off of the map. It was an unexpected hot drop up there.
Yeah, I mean, I love you looting Yasnaya, but I don't know if that's really the play. But also, Georgia Pole is too far away for Taikula. If that's going to be consistent in terms of that, yeah, maybe it's just going to be the good old swap-a-roo. If you're both able to get to George and to Yasnaya, you don't want to fight for it if you can take either of them free.
And I mean, at this level, I don't see a world where you don't notice the hot drop coming. Right?
Sure.
Like, T1 had to see them chasing them down there. But I guess
they couldn't believe their own eyes.
They couldn't believe their own eyes. They thought, you know what? Someone wants to share Yaz with us. That's going to be fine.
We'll go north, you go south. You go east, we go west.
This is the international. Everyone's nice on day 1. Not. So T1 does go down early and puts them in a tough position as they now have to sort of play chase, I think, for the rest of the day here today. This is a roster that I think has been really building momentum in their region. And I expected to see them do well here at this event. And I think maybe if they keep running into this over and over, it's going to be hard for them to bounce back from.
And again, we don't have any elimination. Once you've played your 12 games in the group stage, you're out and you're not in top 16. But a lot of teams, when you're talking to the players, when you're seeing them, the confidence is pretty high. Like, they're like, yeah, top 16 is pretty easy. We're not going to be able to do this. The fact is, a third of these teams, 8 of the teams, are not going to the finals, and you're not going to be able to compete for the lion's share of the prize pool.
Take a look at Twisted Minds. They were doing a great job yesterday, finished up in first. They played a very passive game. They kind of worked on that, tried to stay on the edge as long as possible, and came in a little bit late, I felt like.
But that's how Lumber works, right? If you get onto the edge and you get pushed further south, further east somewhere, and there's a team holding you that has the higher ground, the rock faces, that has some of these spots, you're just going to get held. You're going to get delayed for too long to be able to take the fight and then get into the circle without being torn apart from the team on the other side of the cleft. And then it's just going to be too late.
Now, a team that was up there tearing people apart, we mentioned Bestia a couple times. You know, I actually saw them today. They got together for a group yoga session to prepare for today. So I thought that was kind of a cool idea. Let's see if that carries over into Game 2. The Zen is on the way for our last match on our angle.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are here for match number 2 of Group Stage B and C on Erangel. We've got one in the bag for Apr-4 Road. Let's see what round 2 will bring us. Now, we do have a far western plane, Clinton, so I don't know if we'll see that same Yasnaya shenanigans this time around, but maybe we might see something new.
I'm very curious about what TKL's plan for today is. You know, if maybe they feel like they can just, you know, harass the T1. I mean, it could be about drop spots on other maps as well, by the way, because there is Chumasera to consider.
There is indeed.
That was a point of contention, so you will see teams kind of, if they're already qualified for something, bring the beef over to other maps because they want to knock that other team out if they can. So absolutely fair play to TKL, but they've got South George this time around, so it is going to be Yaz open and available probably for T1. I mean, there is a Visa kind of close to them, but my guess is he's just trying to see what vehicle he can get and then dip while they also do the same. Furia up in the best drop spot ever, Zarky. My boys, although Bestia's up here too, so there's a little bit of kind of, I think, confusion about some alt drops potentially here.
Yeah, a little bit of a South American flair up there in northwestern Zarky as Furia and Bestia getting a little bit close. And we have the far southwestern circle centering up around Quarry, where Day Trade is doing their normal drop split.
Barpo, please.
And let's see, what do we got? Well, ROC and Divine are on that military island, getting a little bit close to each other, but it doesn't look like either one really wants to mess around. So, okay, for once, I think this might be the first time this entire tournament that we have not seen a hot drop.
We did it.
We made it, guys.
We did it.
Good job. Congrats to everybody.
Just golf claps all around.
All around.
All around.
Fantastic stuff.
I think the cool part about this, though, is that I don't think it'll take too long for things to start dusting up. Like, look at where the circle is. There's, you know, there's going to be a lot of this edge that's going to be under control of teams like the Expendables, who, you know, maybe aren't going to be real keen on letting some teams pass through that territory around Gatka for free. 17, we know that they can get aggressive. The Freaks, they're just about controlling space. So, but we saw this last year, the internationals, that they were willing to fight early in a lot of the group stages. So maybe they're considering that kind of play again. And if you want to play like one of the best on the planet, there you go. Just match that, and then also, you know, devote your entire life to this game.
Yeah, well, you know, step one. Right?
Step one.
Just, you know, go 800. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Everything after that, you know, comes in time. But we see Nixie and the Virtus Pro boys all up there by themselves.
I think America's got
we got a little bit of interview here with Nixie.
The Falcons, like old Falcons roster, disbanded now, and they didn't even qualify for this event. So I think America's got weaker. Europe, I would say, is top two strongest regions with China, with Peronius roster, with Ice Left and Ming Ming. I think they're like very competent this year. With Europe, of course, and I think Korea is just getting run by DNF. Like, they're really strong. And APEC is, I didn't really watch much APEC this year, but I think they're really strong because, of course, they have PGC winners, TE. So it's going to be very exciting seeing how regions play this year.
Well, there you go. Thoughts from Virtus Pro's Nixie on
this
every
PWS
region's likelihood.
This PWS slander. It won't stand.
You were talking about PWS slander. You said the Americas was trash.
What do you mean?
What am I supposed to do?
I can't believe you're putting words in my mouth like this.
No, not you. He did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said I did.
No.
Oh,
no,
I thought I was getting
never.
gaslit on air. Like, oh my God.
You would never.
Oh, okay.
You know better.
That's good. No. I mean, I tend to think, and, well, hold on. There might be a line.
Uh-oh, Quizzy. Oh, got him so low. Hella and Wonderful. Very, very low, but unfortunately for Quizzy, all by himself. The rest of the gang, a little bit more split. Now, PWD looks like he's sniffing around on the northern part of that mini-map, but I doubt they really want to get too involved. And there you go, Nixie. That's Spaceman. That's from the region that's getting run by one team. He just ran you into the ground. There you go.
I think everybody at the end of this group stage is going to be talking about Taikula.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
they are
should.
fearsome.
They should, absolutely.
So good.
Well, and then the fact that, you know, it's once you get a team that gets that snowball rolling, right, and you get a little bit more confidence and you can do stuff like, I don't know, hot drop T1 in Yasnaya on the first game and drop right on top of their building and feel like you're going to come out on top. And indeed, you end up coming out on top as PWD will actually catch out Barpo. So good work on the part of Geeky. Make sure that what is happening here? Oh, the Barpo just working around this motorcycle, using it as cover as long as possible. But in the end, doesn't matter. He goes down. But good on PWD. To go ahead and make sure he secured that point for the team, at least make it a 1-for-1 after the loss of his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're starting to see some of that inexperience that Divine has. Yes, again, Barpo has been to the global events. He played for Gen G, okay. But the rest of the team very new to these situations for the most part. So, you know, they're trying to have these anchor players like we saw with Daeun in the previous game here with Barpo, not really able to find that success to keep themselves alive. Yes, that is kind of payback as well for Geeky, as they had lost a player earlier, but this is problematic for Divine if they're going to get out of this group stage. They need to tighten up a little bit. Let's see if the Freaks can also tighten things up. They only got 2 points in that very first game, and certainly this is a team that, you know, third at PGC last year, destroying in the PWS. It should be a team that is in contention for a championship at some point. Just have to see if they can kind of figure things out. Not much time in these group stages. You get 12 maps. That's it.
Got a brief look at what Deal is capable of for the Freaks in that game 1, but unfortunately the rest of them ended up going out a little bit early. So we'll see, as you said, how far they can get in this match. Here's Druzin spotting out Divine on the beach. The long-range shots from that MK doing a little bit of damage, but unfortunately not able to get the knock. But now they know that they have company. Now, do they know about the trailing member for Divine, Daeun, who is on foot just off to their east, being very, very quiet about it?
Yeah, both teams trying to make some flank maneuvers. PWD not getting much info there on if DN had pushed out a little bit further. Indeed, we can see that they're just mostly locking it down underneath that hillside outside of the warehouses. It's just a matter of if he can find the timing, find the angle, and what Daeun's role is going to be. As you said, he's kind of out there outside of even the mini-map that we can see in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. So Spyro's like kind of looking over there. I mean, that could just be general sort of awareness, map awareness. I don't know if they have specific knowledge.
I do think that when they saw the US pull in, I think they saw maybe 2 players jump out. So as long as if they had their eyes on and they were paying attention, they would know that that there's only 2 players here and that there's most likely another one coming from the other side. So you can see they're playing it very, very careful. Otherwise, you would imagine they would try to kind of pull the clamps down on them and make sure that they secure that fairy pier spot for themselves, but instead being disciplined here as we see Arena just playing around in the dips just off to the north of this whole GK Divine situation. Everybody playing rather nice for Erangel here early on. Still 60 alive, 8.5 minutes in. Now we still have a couple of teams making their way in from the northeast as Virtus Pro and T1, and it looks like T1 actually just pulled by Virtus Pro, and their trailing man for Virtus Pro letting them know, and Virtus Pro might be setting up something here for T1. We'll have to keep an eye on this.
I think they're trying to cut him off. Yeah. That's what it looks like. They're heading up towards Potato, and so are T1. There might be a fight that breaks out there. I mean, if Virtus Pro does commit to that, they're actually going to be in an odd number situation. Fatuin with the AK has RBN down. The rest of his team already in transition, and there is just no hope to pick him up. So move along, but right into the hands of Lou potentially. Lou out of the vehicle. You got Solds, Santastico driving by the sight line, seemingly not quite there for Lou. Goes for the tire, can't quite get it.
Yeah, he was definitely going for the tire there, hoping that he can maybe catch them in the spin out, but unfortunately the terrain just not working with him on that one. But great AK spray from Batu there. I don't think that's a gun that he wants to stick with, as he only had about 60 rounds. I think like something he picked up off the ground, and he's like, well, this is what I got to work with is Souls. Oh no.
Please land it.
Get it. Get it. Get it.
It's good.
And we're good. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nope. Yep. One mistake, and all of a sudden you're getting shot at from 5 different directions. That is international PUBG in a nutshell. And now T1 has joined the fray as well. Everybody coming into the fields as the late rotators start to arrive.
Well, T1 just going to continue on. The next circle popped and it went hard west. So strong circle shifts seem to be the name of the game on Erangel today. The Expendables having to share some of that real estate, though, with Rock. The real question is how deep can you go as T1 safely? A lot of other teams in transition right now trying to move their way forward. Divine is doing a little bit more punishment to Geeke. Delwyn shooting at one team, immediately looking right back over to Rock, but Rock keeping themselves pretty well obscured. Decent little poke of damage from Clories, but when are they going to let loose of those frags? I see a few in the bag for the Expendables. Could have a good opportunity. That house, kind of hard to dodge some of those frags if you're good with the timings.
That is true. They have time to, oh, wait. Whoa, buddy. Whoa. That's okay. All right, we're good. We're straight away. We're back on our feet. But, no, yeah, I think the Expendables Rock situation, they are still inside the circle for this next zone, so they have time to kind of wait this out. As, you know, you already saw T1 making their way through. There's likelihood of some more coming in. And there you go. Clory's going to hit the double onto BL and Solds. So that might turn into something here, as well as T1 continuing to try to find their way across the field. Somehow, some way, they are keeping everybody alive, although E-End is just barely hanging on.
Oh, squeaky bum time, squeaky bum time. You've got Petrichor Road right here, barreling down on you. E-End has no chance to get the heal off in time. Ming Ming's got the angle. The tire's trying to be used to cover up this res, but T1 gonna have to get those smokes out and get them down quick, because the angle's still somewhat there for the side of Petrichor Road. Oh, it's Tigger. Day Trade has an angle.
Day Trade has an angle from over on the north side of Quarry. So the, T1, they're laying down the smokes as quickly as possible, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough, as now Freaks are on the move as well. They hear all of this. They might be able to get into grenade range if they can get there quickly and quietly, but as you saw, a number of teams all looking over here. There he is. Deal has it in hand. The long-range throw coming in. End is going to get spotted out. The grenade will roll a little bit, but it's not going to be close enough. Raining now, the last one alive, I believe. No, Heather's still up in the smokes, but Raining might not be too long for this world as Ike's left has now spread out and started to go and attack as well. Type back on his feet, but they are getting pinched from every angle.
This is just madness for T1. The fact that they've still got 3 players alive is impressive in and of itself, but you're taking so much damage here to the helmets, to the armors. Grenades are just ringing in your ears nonstop, but Apr-4 Road just a little bit too far out as Ake's left. Scappy's got an angle from Forest, and he has to retreat. So T1 may have held on just long enough.
And they got a kill off of it. Heather managed to get a flush onto one of the Freaks players. So Freaks down to just 2 as they were very aggressive, trying to go out there and get within throwables range of T1. They do so, but they end up paying the price, and T1 somehow, some way, staying alive long enough, although Gaming still has an angle here. Type, those toesies have been absolutely destroyed at this point, but it looks like he should be able to get back on his feet.
I thought that was a replay for a second.
I know.
It looked like
we're in the back. Why not?
Yeah, just go for it, my man. All right, well, Inarina having to try to get out of that spot in the Skinny Tree Forest, and they're getting torn apart. The Expendables have some great angles down on top of them, and they've already got a few points collected. Duckjuice looking for another one, is going to collect. And 17 has Lil Ghost knocked in the distance. The Expendables not keen to give 17 any time to recover. They're putting some fire down on top of them. They're being active, getting in these vehicles, changing positions, changing angles, looking for good opportunities, but maybe now with the circle shifting away up to the north, they might have to change directions. Meanwhile, I think this is pretty smart from Twisted. I mean, you saw that fighting going on in the kill feed. You know a pretty good idea of where these teams are going to be. And if you can read that it's the Freaks that are in this compound with just 2, and you could claim this, that'd be nice.
Would be lovely. The Expendables, as you said, 5 kills already. They did manage to take care of Rock in that compound a little bit earlier. As we see, well, Rock's no good, very bad day on the rotation. And, yep, that was the double grenade from Glory's. Beautiful stuff from him. And then the eventual collapse. They come through in a big way, and this is shaping up to be one of those Expendables type games where they get a few kills to start things going, and then they just get rolling, and you never know what could happen once they start rolling here, as we still wait for Twisted Minds just playing around. I think they know that whatever team is in here might be a little bit damaged, but no real need to push it just yet.
Yeah, they have to be pretty careful. It is kind of some open territory around them in a couple different directions. So you have to be pretty methodical with the timing on all of that. Maybe make sure your backside is clear.
Go ahead,
Wonderful. Nice little knock onto Lil Ghost. Okay, grenade there, almost getting the flush. Gonna let loose with another one. Is being driven at. Hella bails him out. Just shuts down Xiaobei. Oh, man. Divine holding on. 5 kills in this game, and they're taking 17 to task.
He had to dodge that Dacia as well as it was coming downhill. It was hot. And now 7700, the last one left up, just playing around the flaming vehicle, waiting for the inevitable as Divine just closing down. He's got Shotgun Rider with Xiaowu above him, and I don't think they know about it, but good shots from 7700 will open the door here for Xiaowu.
A bit of a misstep here for Divine. Weren't really aware of a potential flank angle. Hella trying to get in the smoke to some kind of safety. Some good damage done by Daeon. That should be maybe just enough with that blue. Yes, it is. You're right. Nicely done there. And now you only have one more target to worry about in 17.
Good stuff from Daeon. Make sure they go up there and secure that point. 7-7. Oh, whoa, though. He's got the sprays. He'll find Hella, and now it's a 1v1 in the blue between 7-7-0 and Daeon as the new circle has popped, and 7-7-0 will collect the 4th kill for 17.
Oh, nice outplay there at the end by 7-7. And a good flank from Xiaowu that did enough damage, although Belmoth trying to find that angle onto that last surviving member from 17. TE continuing to move around the map, this time on a motorcycle. Ooh. That's so dangerous. Day trade almost got the knock.
Goodness, and in the kill feed you can see, unfortunately, Virtus Pro arriving a little bit late on that northern side, and unfortunately they run right into Furia. And so now Beamy, the last player left alive. But, well, Beamy, if there's one thing I know, that man eats blue zone damage for breakfast. So we'll see if he can pull off a little bit more magic. We saw Ibby get into the placements last game and collect a kill as well. So salvage games, not anything new for Virtus Pro, as 7700 just trying to stay alive as long as possible. Duck Shoes, oh yeah, he wants that. He wants that.
Oh, for sure. He's going to go for another first aid before he strikes. The rest of TE out in the blue, though, as well, as their vehicle tires starting to get popped.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, there you go, Duck Juice. Got the point. But now you have to contest with Daytrade, who has a phenomenal crossfire to your west, where you were trying to come downhill initially. So you're going to have to change directions. Now, there is Clories way to the north of the rest of the Expendables, so he might have opened up enough kind of space that they can make a move. The problem is that Twisted Minds is dug in on a hillside next to the road. And oh my God, Tanadol.
Yeah, that's rough, man. That's rough. I mean, hey, I don't want to call it greedy on the part. Oh, get another one. Why not? As Belmoth will finish his plate. And the Expendables just getting picked down to 2 here. Clories and Duck Shoes, the last ones remaining. Delwyn, are they? There's no way they call him back, right? No, Duck Shoes, they got to go somewhere. They're still outside the zone, and they're going to run right into Daytrade. Now, you got to give credit to Daytrade. Thanadol and Flash were the only 2 barrels pointing in their direction, but they managed to get the points that they needed. Oh, that's not what you want to have happen. Duck Shoes has gone down as well. Whoa, my God, Heather. Quick feet, baby.
That's a jump scare. Oh, my. Barely dodging that Dacia. We've seen a lot of vehicles being used in interesting ways. T1 yesterday ran over 17 while they're in a shack. That was one of the highlights of the day for me, for sure. Daytrade is just destroying. They are doing tons of damage. Well, they finally take a knock. Heaven and Gumin, last 2 surviving members, were the Freaks, actually finding some knocks.
Finding them from range here. Twisted actually letting them get away with it as well. They've got the low ground, while Freaks have the high. And T1, after surviving that vicious onslaught early on, they are now having to do it again. And how much utility do they really have left? Remember all the smokes that they had to use the first time. They hopefully still have a few more left in the tank. As Daytrade, it looks like they should get Thanadol back on his feet. And you can see Tigger on the south side just causing all types of problems for Bestia.
Yeah, I love the way Daytrade is playing this maximum harassment, and it's working very, very well. Some grenades coming out from TKL. I also want to note, now for sure, Twisted Mind should know that it's 2 members of the Freaks above them, because they saw it in the kill feed, and if they're kill feed tracking, which I know they are,
oh, absolutely,
they know that there's only 2 in there. And now I'd be kind of curious to see if they want to go for some kind of strike, or if they're just going to go for an encirclement. Well, I'm keeping my eyes on the map, but this fight pretty important over on this western side for control over that space. You know, Bestia could make a move up here as well. Maybe if there's some knocks in the kill feed or something, but TKL can't find that angle. That hillside is really long, so it's kind of hard for them to just drive up it and try to take a fair fight against Forest. They're going to have to break through with using some creative smokes and angles. Take a look at the replay. T1 players, it's Duck Juice. He actually gets knocked by example, and the Dacia just heat-seeking right towards Heather.
A good on example for making sure that he was able to flush that point and make sure Twisted collected, because Twisted Minds is, I mean, for all the things that they are so good at, one of the things that they do often kind of have a problem with is getting kills, knocks stolen away from them.
That's true.
So, you know, I think that's, it seems like that's been a priority to make sure that they kind of finish whatever they knock here. And so far, so good, as we see Forest Natural pinned down here. Olympus in a little bit of trouble is Taikule just has him dead to rights. He needs to get a little bit of help from his squad, but unfortunately Furia is shooting them from the north side, and there's the knock onto Kiss. So everything bad going for Forest right now.
I was just about to say, you know, Forest would love to get some help to bail Olympus out from that hillside, but they couldn't because of Furia. Some good headshots, though. Olympus doing what he can to keep himself alive and going to find the angle underneath the car onto Cold. The rest of TKL just hammering that UAZ to try to get it removed. Gizera in the blue now, though, and look, oh, look who it is. Beamy looms. The blue zone, it's his natural habitat. And Spaceman trying to outduel Olympus. Not quite finding the shots.
It was a gutsy peek there from Olympus, trying to hold that jiggle peek there against somebody of Spaceman's caliber. But Olympus, one of the newer players to these international lobbies, so you got to learn sometimes the hard way. And this might be one of those cases where Olympus is going to learn the hard way, that you don't hold those hard peaks here. Is Cold actually going to go down to the blue? Now, TKL should be able to get him back on his feet, but they don't have really time to do that. They've got Forest to deal with, and now Furia, they saw all of this going down. They want to come in here and third party this fight. It's TKL. They've taken 2 knocks already.
Well, this is dangerous for all these teams. This could be very, very devastating depending on how it all shakes out. You've got the res up for TKL. They're throwing stuns. They want to make a move. The players are going down. Forest losing some as well. The blue zone stalled things up momentarily here. Don, though, going to finish the job. TKL, no problem. On to the next fight.
And the next fight is not very far away as the Kraken will hold the line, but he will get traded down by Cold as now Spaceman and Cold try to continue the push here. Gizera holding the top of the line. He's got some support lower down the hill. Haven still has that offensive utility left in the bag. Will be enough to slow down Taikula just long enough as Spaceman just trying to hold the line here, I believe, while Cold goes for the res on the Dons. But Spaceman, he's not afraid. He'll push by himself, gets the knock onto Haven.
The way he finds those headshots mid-shoulder lean is absolutely incredible. I mean, Furia tried to find a timing here, and they might be able to get their reses. They
are so lucky.
Dude, they got to be thinking they're lucky stars. There's no more frags for TKL. They've already used a ton. Because this would have been maybe the end of their round.
Oh my gosh, I think they just had to pulled a blue zone grenade off of their knocked player to see if they could get it in there in time. But fortunately for Furia, they get their man back on their feet as Petrichor Road. What? Heather dispatching him by himself. We have got to get that on replay. But right now, we are going to cool down to Taikula holding down Furia. Furia down to just 2 players. Posa and Zakraken holding the line versus Spaceman and Dons.
Well, now they went for a flank and they can't get over there to bail out their teammate. That's an easy one for Spaceman. Got to figure out where the last player is. The Kraken backing down the hill. Doesn't want any of this action. It has been way too hot. Now you're going to be able to get the res onto Cold as well for Taikula. This is such an impressive performance. They're putting on again here today.
This is clinical stuff from Taikula as they haven't even had to waste a lot of utility in this. As I mean, we saw Furia just laying down the smokes, trying to get their players up, and Zakraken just going to try to send it and survive a little bit longer, but there's just nowhere to go. As we see, he is running down the hill. Guman, yeah, that's about the easiest shot he's ever landed, but no. It's going to be Clories, the monster in the shed, and he is in a good position here. And actually, it's not outside of the realm of possibility, Clinton.
He's one of those players where I believe that he can do something. He can do something. I don't know what Heather did. I need that. I need that in my life. I'm a big T1 fan, so I definitely would like to see. I'm a big TKL fan right now. This team is,
goodness,
dude, they are just so well coordinated in these team fights. It's just time after time. They're just dismantling you, and it's often with good gunfire that they're doing it. They have such good kind of leapfrogging. Like one player will be in front of you, got the other player covering. When that player gets beat up, there's somebody on an off angle to make sure that there can't be a push off of them to punish that damage that was done by their opponents. Really nice stuff. Heather just needs to not die, so it's going to be a lot of quick peeks there just to see if he can find some damage. But, you know, if he could get a twisted player down or two, here we go.
He is. Catches Ike's left. Oh, he catches him slipping.
Oh, that grenade was right.
Oh, no. Petrichor got distracted by Twisted Minds, I think. And they just let Heather dismantle them. That is beautiful stuff from T1's Fragger. And he's got some utility left in the bag as well. Unfortunately, not landing exactly where it needs to. But Twisted Minds, they are going to let him, I mean, they know he's outside his zone, right? They don't have to take any unnecessary risks here. They've got to be more concerned about TKL on that western side.
Oh, and it's Heather, it's kind of a tricky situation. You know, you do have that Dacia. It's not in the greatest of shape. I'm not sure what the tire situation is like on it either, but you know, you feel like maybe you could have got some of those grenades to connect. You can hold the line here while the blue forces a player out in the open, goes for the 3x play, almost gets the knock.
He doesn't know about Lou.
Oh, he did get the knock.
Oh, he did get the knock. He got him low, and then the grenade. The slow burn. He's going to get him. He's going to get Batu. No, Spaceman's going to help him out with that one. Now Lou, all of a sudden, is the last player left alive for Twisted Minds. Heather eating a bunch of damage. He's going to go down to Don's. And now it's just Lou versus the 3 remaining players of TKL. But Clories is still in the shed. So don't forget about him.
Oh, I believe in Clories for sure. One of the best players in the world. This is, I mean, with this FAMAS too, some level 3 gear to boot for TKL. You know, you're gonna have to get him beat up a little bit. Oh, Clories! They weren't ready for him to be in the shack.
They absolutely were not, and now they have taken care of Lou. And now Clories, he's still got the shack to play around. That's still inside the zone, and he knows exactly where Spaceman and Cold are. He sees them peeking the ridge lines. He's got, his biggest problem, he's got low ammo in that tank. Cold gets knocked so low, and he knows it. That could be a good grenade throw. It's right on point. Clories will find Cold, and now it's a 1v1 for the win. The Expendables versus Taikula.
I think he popped Spaceman's helmet in that last exchange with the Mark 14. He did. So Spaceman, no helmet. You just need to tap the head, and you're going to win this game, Clories.
647 damage for the defending world champion Clories as he holds the line. He holds his hard cover, and now he heard Spaceman go to the other side. Spaceman does have that high ground to work with, so it's not a far bygone conclusion by any means. Spaceman has been showing out in a big way so far. 448 damage and 5 kills for him so far in this round as well. This is 2 just behemoths in the lobby meeting each other in the open field.
This is beautiful. This is a thing of beauty. I love the way Spaceman positioned himself because he's closer to the center of the circle. He's got high ground. He's got more cover. So that's going to force Clories to use these smokes to try to find a way to get a little bit further into the circle or either just find the position. Is he just going to go for the drive-by on him? Is he just going to drive at him?
He might. Spaceman has that flashbang in his hand. Now, Spaceman has no helmet. He can't afford to get into a peak battle with Clories. He's got to turn this into a straight-up 1v1 and hope that maybe Clories gets a little antsy, and it looks like Clories might be doing that. He does notice, though. He sees the rock. He knows what he's got to work around. Spaceman with that flashbang in hand. Clories just going to go ahead and spam that and try to move around before Spaceman can find where he is. But Spaceman read him like a book as he returns the flashbang favor. And now the spray comes through, but Clories comes in a big way. And look at the respect. He gives him a hand for what was a beautiful 1v1 to finish game number 2.
Oh, what a finish for Clories. And it was the headshots that did the job for him. Quite an interesting positional battle there with the stuns. Clories trying to use them to go fishing to see if he could get Spaceman to reveal his position. But actually, Clories, while he was moving, made noise. And that's when Spaceman turned and looked at him. Stuns were connecting. There was maybe a window there where if Spaceman had peaked a bit sooner, he could have gotten the win. But he took just a little bit too long, and that allowed Clories to readjust.
I mean, I think they were hoping that maybe the flashbang was concealing the sound long enough to where he did, but he had his good headphones on. He heard it, and that's going to do it for game number 2. Let's throw it over to the desk.
As they come out on top of game number 2, and what a stylistic win it was.
Yeah, it was a game of the solos. So many clutches happening here. Difficult areas to play as well. Have to cross the road, you have to play around, but like be able to get down to a 1v1 and win that's just next level. But again, so many situations where teams are getting pressured by the circle into areas, being compressed and forced to fight each other where they necessarily wouldn't do normally.
That hyper compression was really tough for a lot of teams in the middle. I think there was one point where we saw Rock sort of flying around with like a bird without a head. There was just no spots to get to for a lot of these teams, and so we saw that kind of mid-match fall off by a bunch, and then everyone got their solidified spots and we had to fight out. But a lot of recoveries. We saw Heather with the 1v3. We saw Clories sort of this 1v3 there at the back end. Heather, though, honestly, it's such a good spot to hide out and fight back against that. Looking at day trade, looking at the highlights that led us to that point, this is where we're talking about. Not a lot of options for everybody as they try to find a little bit of something to work with in the back half of the game.
But also, at this point, right, you have so many teams that are fighting each other. Also very impressive what TKL is able to do, right? Look at that header with the nade opening into the damage. This is such a good play from him. But this area he has, this little dip here worked out perfectly. The circle moved, he still had a little bit of a sliver in, and Para had to make a move on it, but he denied that. Glorious also denied TKL completely from this. They were spread out too far. He opened up 1 versus 1 versus 1s were against them, and they were being too greedy here. Spaceman, boom. Instant headshot, no helmet, you're just done for.
Well, for me, that was this beautiful combo that we saw. Both of those 3 pieces were on the back of firearm skill plus utility, right? When we saw Heather do it, he opened with a gun knock, which forced the 2 to come running, then used utility to slow them down, finished up with the gun. The same with Glorious. That was a blind grenade toss over the shed to get that knock on top of the tree, and was just a really, really clean play from our PGC MVP. So, Mike, when we talked about the Expendables yesterday, me and James, it was are they contender or pretender? Do we think that they have what it takes to make 2025 their year again? I was skeptical. Glorious, though, looks like he never let go of that form. Right?
He heard you say, I'm skeptical. And it's like, nope. But here, 20 points for them to be able to get up that. TKL, they continue to impress me. I gotta say, like, Spaceman had a blinder of a tournament in PCL, but he comes in here and shows that he's also worth it on the global stage and able to pop up. He also had, I think, 5 kills in this game here, too. He just continues to do well. He was also very expensive in the fantasy, but yeah, here it is Glorious with 8 kills, 748 damage. He's able to clutch it up for the boys. Look at that.
Wow, I wonder who'll be the man of the match.
Maybe they will.
You know, as I read those stats, it's probably going to be
How does he also take the least damage taken? That's crazy.
Well, you know,
sure, he had 3 armor, 3 helmet, everything. You know, sure. But still.
Well, he has 4 armor for helmet because he's got his 3 armor helmet and armor, but he also has 3 other guys that stand in front of him and run at the fights. And I think that's also, I mean, Glorious kind of was able to use them for some scouting, survived himself in the late game, and then played insanely well with 8 total kills walking away from that. Here it is, man of the match, no shock. Glorious comes away with that honor, and deservedly so. Coming up with that win was big time.
Yeah, and he absolutely maxed out everything. The highest of everything. That's just crazy, right? So average is obviously super low compared to that, but still, he's able to fill out the pentagon like that. And for me, again, Expendables last year, like, PGC was crazy. They're able to come in here and kind of continue what they were able to do last year, right, at our global stages, and able to do it against C, which is their strongest of us, right?
So they say.
And yeah, and look at this, 20 points. Very top heavy for Taikule and for Expendables.
So, but again, on this game map, you see Taikule and Twisted Minds both going to finish up in that 2nd and 3rd place. This was our 1st and 2nd place team coming into today. So our top 2 teams will continue to grind their way up that leaderboard, 73 and 68 respectively. The Expendables now comfortably in 3rd position. And the thing that worries me for the rest of the lobby about the Expendables is they are a momentum team. I'm not even talking about just PGS 7. You saw what they did at PGC when they felt like, oh, we get it. We're a good team. We know what to do. We can play aggressively. For all of 2025, they're literally starting the first international event with that ability to say, hey, we've got the momentum, we've got the confidence. This could be a very scary year.
It could be for sure, but also with them having 4 more games to go, and they already have what would we consider to be above the cutoff point, now they can say, okay, guys, we're going to be third-partying some teams. We're going to be seeing some teams that, okay, we don't want to see you guys in the finals. So they're going to have that focus either. I don't see the hot drops coming just yet, maybe on Mirror, but they could have that focus on, okay, we're seeing some teams fight. We're going to be third-partying them. We're going to be gatekeeping them, moving into positions where they can take them out from the inside of the circle and going forward for that. That's really the focus, what I'm looking for.
I mean, that's a really good point. We saw Taikula already do it in a previous game because they felt like they were comfortably above the cutoff. The Expendables traditionally is way meaner than the rest of them and is willing to go for some aggressive fights. So I do think that is something a lot of teams have to sort of be aware of, and that is a little bit of the danger of being sort of Team A, sitting at home, waiting to play that last day after C and B have sort of had this out, is if the Expendables does do what we're thinking and they go bananas on the second half of this, it could cause a lot of chaos for them to have to deal with going into tomorrow. Well, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to move over to the wild card maps with game number 3 here at PGS 7, so don't go anywhere.
Powered by the most advanced WindForce cooling system, reducing temperatures while your competition sweats. For the flagship Aurus Extreme Water Force, premium liquid metal for GPU delivers up to 10 times better heat transfer efficiency and is accompanied by multiple layers of protection. This is the Gigabyte GeForce RTX 50 series. Play hard, stay cool, feel the chill.
Yeah, there is.
How much have you looted?
And see if we, like, hit players. Get them. Got good mollies on them. Got good mollies on them. I got them right here. Oh, he. Nice. Careful. Heal up if you have to.
This one's low.
Corner him. Nice. One left. Nice, guys. Nice. No. Don't mess it up like that. We have to pay attention to the mobs too. The mobs can definitely get us. He's trying to run away. He's in the corner. Right here. Hang on. No, get away, Canamir. There we go.
W.
I think that might have been everybody. Let's go straight towards the stone.
Bro, wait. I saw a legendary stuff.
Yeah, this guy has a legendary. Whoever killed them gets...
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to PUBG Global Series 7, day number 2, Groups B versus C. We have 2 games in the books, and Erangel is a wrap as we now move over to Taego to see what fortunes await us there. We have seen some crazy individual performances, but maybe none more crazy than what we just saw Clories pull off.
That is, I mean, what a player he's become. I mean, I remember seeing him back in the day in, you know, PCS APAC when he's on BN United, and he, you know, that team was just fragging out of control, and you're like, oh, this guy's really good, and he's going to PNCs, and he's doing well. And then last year, it all finally comes together with the Expendables. They win a PGC, and that right there is just one of the best plays you're going to see individually. I mean, the way he closes out that game is so good, top to bottom. And there were plenty of other crazy plays in that one, like Heather and some others, but Clories himself just he was something special there.
Now, we don't want to take any of the shine off of it by saying that Taikula kind of threw it a little bit there. Kind of gave him a bunch of 1v1s, but hey, Clories hit him every single time. He did exactly what he needed to do, and that is exactly what you want to see from your defending world champion.
Well, I think you can give Taikula a little bit of kind of benefit of the doubt on that one. Like, just they played so good in that game.
They did. They did.
That last fight, okay. Like, you know what? You can't win them all.
It's a 3v1.
They won like so many others.
I know, but well, it doesn't matter. We're going over to Taego, and so we'll be seeing highlights of that one for sure. But now more highlights are left to be made, as we will see if anything gets to popping around Terminal this time around. Is it was looking a little bit. It might be a little bit spicy, and I think we had a few other spots that were potential hot spots, but. That remains to be seen. A lot of alt drops were still in play, so I would hope that everybody kind of plays it safe, especially now we're halfway through today.
Yeah, you're moonlighting as a meteorologist, so I'm going to trust your weather forecasting ability.
It's going to rain!
It's going to rain!
Bodies!
It's cloudy!
It's raining men! It's raining!
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, there you go. Well, I think with this plane path, I mean, the only thing I would suspect if there aren't any hot drops is that teams trying to get to the northern side of the island is they might have some weirdness with vehicles or something, but other than that, I think we're going to be, as you predicted, pretty fair. Looks like everybody's just kind of chilling.
Yeah, I was a little bit interested to see Twisted Minds at 17. Now Twisted Minds, this is what they normally do play this split around Terminal rather than going into Terminal proper, and 17 kind of does the same thing on the western side. So I was pretty sure that they weren't going to run into each other for the most part, but you can see Freaks kind of landing off in the distance, and T1 also within shooting range of Young Lu. As we check a look at the Twisted Minds boys and the T1 squad, as I think we may have. Are we doing a restart? I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not sure. Okay, never mind. I think we're still.
Did everybody touch the ground?
I think everybody touched.
I'm looking at Scappy. He hasn't touched the ground. Feet touch.
Feet.
Get those feet down.
What are we doing?
Come on, get those toesies down in Sonam.
We're hoping for it. We pray for it.
It's okay. All right, we're good.
Okay, we're in it.
I think we're safe.
We're doing it.
I was starting to get worried.
64 alive, 2 minutes in, all feetsies on the ground. We are good to go. The circle has popped, and it is going to go just off to that southwestern side here. So, Petrichor and Geeke getting a little bit close to each other. Now, I did see Haruzen doing a little bit of solo heroics for the boys in that last game, fighting his way out of the blue as the solo player. Managed to get a couple of points for him, but so far 14 points, which, considering the loss of Diffex, I mean, that's a huge, huge loss, right?
It is.
I mean, he is an amazingly talented player, but they are holding their own. They're doing well and getting some points for themselves. So, so far, so good for Geeke here.
Well, it's nice when you have a player like Haruzen who has a ton of experience, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, the guy is an incredible player in his own right. And moved over to be more of a coach, and, you know, unfortunate circumstances being what they are, he is definitely a guy that you can rely on to come in and have solid performances for you. But PWD, just looting, like, doesn't have a care in the world here. Poro, I don't think he has any clue. Chewy's this close.
No, he doesn't. And yeah, you can see just on the mini-map, barely on the south side, you can see That is Nan from Apr-4 Road, going to maybe provide a little bit of support and, if nothing else, provide a little bit of distraction. But if he gets too close, he might be in trouble. You saw Spiro had that Panzerfaust in hand. And look at PWD. He's got his ears on. I think he may have heard something. And this might be Nan trying to bait Geek into revealing themselves, but Geek just immediately going prone, lying still, waiting for the rest of the boys. Now you can see them on your mini-map as Quizzy and Haruzen arriving from the west, and now all of Apr-4 Road has arrived, and this has gone from a sneak attack here to a full-on 4v4 brawl.
Oh, the Panther gets himself and his opponent. Oh no, a bit of a mistake there. Chewy springs to life, trying to get into some kind of safety. What a peek there around the corner. PWD gone. Apr-4 Road here, seeming like they're going to be able to come out of this relatively unscathed. Yeah, Ming got knocked, but I think he's okay. Okay, not out in the open, though. Quizzy, it's kind of a tough battle here. Has to reposition, able to get down.
Yeah, Ming should get back on his feet, but good shots from Nixie as Virtus Pro has now entered the fray, and he's going to get the knock on the Nan and the flush as well. So a point going over into the pocket of Virtus Pro as we get to finally see them inside a circle, not eating blue for once. This is a rare treat here.
It's a welcome surprise, for sure. Meanwhile, Geek just...
That's tough, man.
That's tough, dude.
I mean, I understand the Panzerfaust, the play to shoot the toesies. You hope that maybe it takes out both guys on the outside, but unfortunately, it only takes out one, so the other guy's there just to eat. Yeah, well, and yourself. I mean, it's a suicide pact for sure, but you hope that maybe you get a little bit lucky on it. Unfortunately, that time it didn't work out that way. So Geek now down to 2 as we check in with that wonderful player from the Expendables Glories. I believe we might have an interview with him.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm here with the Glories from the Expendables. They had really good performance in the last 2 Erangel games. Can you give us a recap of the 1v3 for the chicken dinners?
Em đã có một màn trình diễn rất là tốt ngày hôm nay, thì em có thể nói một chút về cái tình huống mà mình đã 1 clutch 3 trong cái trận đấu vừa rồi để giành được top 1 hay không?
Với tình huống 1 clutch 3 ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi thì em thấy đấy là team TKL, và họ là một team khi mà giết đối thủ họ sẽ hú hét, nên là khi mà nhìn thấy team đấy thì em rất là tức và em muốn làm cho họ im mồm lại, nên là em đã clutch họ luôn.
So in the last fight, I was against TKL, Thai Cooler, and they are a team that whenever they kill someone, they would just scream, and I just want them to shut up so that I kill them.
Ooh, okay. Thank you very much, and back to the casters.
Well, hell, if you want to get them to shut up, getting a 3-piece, a 1v3 off them for a win is a heck of a way to do it, Glories. Jeez, this man flexing. Vietnam's finest, as you can see, his pros setting there. Again, same with Ixlef. Just copy his, and you can 1v3 the best.
Yeah, exactly. That's all it takes. It's simple as that, folks.
Just like that.
Just like that. But man, I just love that stuff from players when they're just like,
bro, I love the
you know,
swag.
I took exception to that.
Oh my god.
So it's time to shut them down.
You know, I feel like a lot of these guys are always thinking it, but very rarely do you see somebody come out and say it. And Glory's just he's that dude, man. He is that dude. He does not care. He will come out and let you know that he'd maybe take exception to your shouting and screaming and said, you know what, this is how I'm going to get you to shut up. Well, Freaks making their way down from the Northern Island. ROC in a little bit of a spot here. Biel on the low side, Santastico Souls on the high side. Biel maybe just feeding this information over to the rest of the boys, but the camp not going to yield fruit, it does not seem. So maybe Santastico, do you even take the long-range shots at this point? I mean, what's the point?
No. There's no reason now. I think it just, you know, you're gambling that somebody's going to drive over the top. It's a 50-50.
Yeah.
You flip the coin. It didn't land heads this time, so just let him be. I mean, I love these bridges on this map, this one in particular, because it has the high-low, and it offers you so many different ways to get across it. So that's something I'd like to see a little bit more of, maybe, because it really affords you the ability to not just have to, you know, fight tooth and nail through those bridge camps, and, you know, maybe one team just gets stuck on the other side and it becomes a standoff where you're just chewing through blue through half the game. And
absolutely.
I think back to there was a Liquid game in PAS where they got stuck on the western Georgia Pole, not Georgia Pole Bridge, but the Sosnovka Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is just one of those feels bad, man situations.
Hey, anything you can do to give yourself options is going to be for the best. Here's, you see Bestia doing a little bit of peacocking. They've got Divine just off to their south and a VP split just off to the north. Everybody playing pretty nice for the most part here in the early game. 61 still alive at 8 minutes, as we have a minute left until that phase 1 circle collapses, and we see where the next circle takes us. Everybody, for the most part, inside the circle, the last one arriving just now in the form of those freaks. So now it's just it's a waiting game.
Absolutely.
Oh, T1 popping the E pickup just in case this thing decides to go down to the southwest. So one in the air already.
Well, we've seen some hard shifts, so
we sure have.
Probably better safe than sorry on that one. Although I see EN driving at it. He'll get there just ahead of it. No problem there. The Freaks, though, have Rock, who've kind of mirrored their rotation path. Look at this. Rock has gotten a step ahead of them, so they can continue to kind of harass and delay, maybe even do some damage to the Freaks. But again, got to be careful against this squad. The firepower is pretty fearsome. The real question is does DL have the trap sprung on him? But he's driving in towards the beach, so doing his best to keep the sight lines of any potential opponents cut off. However, they're driving right at BL.
Yeah, this is actually smart play on the part of both squads, really, here. Rock just kind of reading the rotation path here. Oh, nice shots from RBN. Will get the knock on a Guman. Does Freaks stop down and try to go for it? No time, as Solds will finish him off. And now I believe DL, okay, no, it's Salute still by himself. He's going to get in the car and get on and out of there. So good stuff there from ROC to take one away from the Freaks.
Yeah, this is, you know, of the problems I thought the Freaks might have coming into this lobby with the way they play back in Korea, this is actually not it. This is a big problem for another Korean team. T1 is getting cut out of the air. 2 players already down and a third knocked when he lands. It's just Heather alone again for T1.
My goodness, T1, a first circle E pickup. You would think that you would have a lot of room to really work around with. Unfortunately for T1, they just went right into the middle of the Hornet's nest. And now Heather is found by a well-placed grenade. And T1, they have had a rough day so far to start here through 3 games. They're going to have to turn things around once they get to Rondo.
To say the least. I mean, this is not what you would expect. 6 points, averaging 2 points a game. Certainly not it. Cold, though, takes a headshot, and the drive-by for Furia is good, at least initially, and they are already taking more damage, though. A couple teams getting involved. Haven runs over Spaceman with the car. What in the world just happened there? Meanwhile, the Expendables are running themselves over. I think Furia's just gone between a couple different teams. It's actually 3 teams involved.
That was a little bit more than anybody had in mind when they got involved in those fights to begin with. There is all just happening on this northwestern side of Hosan, and it looks like TKL should be able to get Spaceman back on his feet. Now they have 17 still off to the north. You can see the duo, Lil Ghost and Xiaobei, starting to work back over here. If they can get to the top of this hill, they might get an angle onto this and start causing them some problems. But they also have the Expendables to worry about just northwest of there. So this is aggressive stuff coming out here on Tega. Oh, they've got Don Stitch to Rice, but the grenades don't fall where they need to. No. Unfortunate utility placement there for 17.
That's a toughie. Don is just trying to do what he can. Happy feet, moving around, keeping himself alive, and that's a lot of frags used to try to get one player, and it doesn't work out.
Just ghost ride the whip.
That's it, yeah.
Slide to the left.
Look, it's going to be parked. Slide all the way through. Yeah. It's like it spawned there and just blew up. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, that's actually really surprising coming out from a team of 17's caliber. You would expect just pristine utility usage here at this international level, but I mean that was 5 grenades, I believe, that just went just wide on every single one. So unfortunate stuff for there, but good stuff for Taikula as they're able to keep Dons on his feet, and they get 3 alive for the foreseeable future. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, playing from that south side of Hosan. They've got eyes on Forest Natural. Scrappy, Scappy, rather.
He can be scrappy.
He can be scrappy. Scrappy Scappy. Is kind of serving as point man a little bit. And it looks like he might have a little bit of an angle here on Ike's left or Ming Ming. A few shots come through. But what a shift again. Going off to the north and including a big portion of that river. Clinton, this is a really interesting circle.
No, this is a nasty shift again. I mean, hard shift, hard shift, hard shift. That has definitely been the name of today so far. And this one looking nice for the Expendables N17, holding that road up on the north, on opposite ends of the circle. Going to be able to potentially make teams really uncomfortable up there. I mean, there is room on the coast, of course, and there's the fishing camp, but as the circle leaves the water, it's going to be more and more difficult. Oh, Scappy no longer going to be able to be scrappy in this one. Taken down. E-Arena has Divine lined up outside of him. Oh, no, no, no. It's
oh, no, that is not. Well, I mean, if
you're in the circle.
Honestly, this is actually probably the best place this could have happened. I mean, they are in the circle, and they're in a little bit of a dip here. As you see Divine trying to take care of Forest. Is Forest trying to do a long wrap, I think, down to the south. We'll see if they go east or west and try to avoid Hosan. But there is so much action going on in and around Hosan that is just, I mean, this seems like it's going to turn into a killing field very, very shortly. Bestia, after flipping their car, the car gets exploded. They're just going to stay alive via the grace of the smoke wall right now, as we see Mime and the rest of the boys just trying to trade utility.
I feel like this is about the spot where Heather, well, okay, let's watch this drive-by. But I want to say, he even just drove at him.
I mean, he did.
He just sat in the Porter and just, Jesus, take the wheel, go, go, go. Like,
he was in the back seat. Yeah, he's just along for the ride, man. And look at that. Of course, Jacob has angles on it from way downtown. So E-Arena collects, oh man, their first point of the day. This has been a rough one for E-Arena, but they've got 4 alive in here. They've got the south side, and they've got Forest Natural trying to make their way through. They've got a nice little split here. Ike's left going to run into Belmoth, and Belmoth just barely wins the 1v1, but will get traded out as, oh no, never mind. He's going to finish off Ike's left. Okay, so Belmoth's still alive. Good for him. A little confusing there with the camera switching, but
for sure.
He's okay. He's okay, guys.
This is working out nicely for Bestia because, again, I think they're in the same spot that Heather died, and that was within reachable grenade range for Day Trade. We even saw them go out and try to do it, but this is buying a little bit of breathing room. Oh, here come the mortars from God only knows where, heading towards TKL, Olympus. Ooh. Oh, boy, I just don't think, too many teams shooting at him there, even with the smoke. Eventually, by just odds, you know, there's just so many bullets flying in there.
Exactly. Well, TKL, Clory's actually going to be the one that takes that one away, so another point going over into his pocket. 3 so far on the round for the Expendables. And now, oh, we saw Nixie taking out Harusen, so Geeke getting in a little bit of trouble with Virtus Pro, and I believe that's them out of the lobby. Indeed it is, as Virtus Pro holding down the north side of Hosan. It looks like they have a foothold on the inside, but Twisted Mind starting to look down there now as Day Trade still holding out Petrichor Road in the blue. It's down to Ming Ming and Chewy. They've got to find some way to get in here. I'm wondering who's hella aiming at in that mortar. There's any number of targets, really. Well, you got TKL. I mean, Bestia is right over there as well. E-Arena, I mean, it could be anybody, but I think you're right. I think it might be TKL, as that would be a lovely spot for Divine to be able to rotate to if possible.
Yeah, that's the one they're probably eyeing. The problem is E-Arena. I was just going to say, there's that compound out to their west that E-Arena,
there's the problem.
Yeah, is using to their benefit to do a ton of damage to some of these other teams. But, you know, for Divine, what they can see in front of them, as you're likely going to be going this direction as the game moves forward, is going to be TKL. So you would have liked to have had those mortars maybe get you a knock so you can find that opportunity to get back in the cars and try to take that spot for yourself. Petrichor Road is just not having a very fun time in Hosan. They are getting shredded as they try to make moves to get out or get forward, and every time they've been thwarted by Day Trade. So Ming Ming, the last one alive, tries a completely different direction by just going around Day Trade and hoping that this works. As we can see, though, VP is up there. I did see a Lynx in the hands of a VP player at one point, so that's a scary, scary prospect. Looks like Lucarux might be hanging on to it.
Yeah, no first aids for Ming Ming either, as we'll try to survive a little bit longer, collect a few more points for Petrichor Road. Deal has been spotted out. That's bad news for Freaks, as they are down to 3 already. It's going to be 2, as Rock was paying very close attention to E Arena, but now they're going to turn their full attention off to the north, although it's now down to Heaven. Sold has been knocked. So Heaven will drop that smoke, try to slow things down a little bit, maybe find the flush with the grenade, but it's going to go just a little bit too far. And now Rock will pull back in. They've sent RB in to the circle already. They've got a spot if they want to pull away from this and see if they can wait for Heaven to reveal himself. And there you go. Ming Ming will eventually go down to the blue. And Twisted Minds, they've got to hop into vehicles, and they're sending it right over towards Taikula.
Well, they can find some good timing here. They're trying to get the surround. The problem is Divine might have a little bit of a role. Well, it doesn't matter. Suze just going to take Perfectix out of the equation initially. So one player already knocked for Twisted Minds. Smokes, I'm sure, coming out. I think they're taking damage from another angle, but it is going to be Suze who finds it. Patulin's going to trade onto Don. He is down. Now here come the frags close to that tree. Are they going to be deep enough? Almost on, trying to get back into this shack. Suze going to back up and let him get through, but too late. The frags are already on point, and he is done. Twisted Minds collects a point.
Doing their best to keep those smokes cycled, make sure that they can just avoid any long-range third-party shots, because Barpo is sniffing around. 17 also from the north side, and now Day Trade also having an angle. Barpo will find Lou, though, and that's going to be Lou down and dusted. 17. They see this in the kill feed. They're throwing 3 inside the van, and they are heading down this way. They want a piece of this action, as Bestia will go down in 11th. The circle is going to pull away from the Expendables compound, so they're now going to have to get involved as well.
Yeah, Example has to turn his attention, already doing quite a bit of damage to 17, keeping them thwarted for now. The real issue is going to be Divine.
Oh, that's a good
it's so good! Right at Spaceman's feet. Batulin's nailing the angle there. And now he's got a little bit of blue zone grenade in front of him. Still, though, Example on his own, holding off the forces of 17 as they are starting to group up, starting to see if they can just overwhelm him with firepower. But this is Example, yes, they can.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. You got 3 men just staring down the scopes at you, but it looks like Taikula will get back up to 2. They've got the shed to hide in, as Virtus Pro will get eliminated by Day Trade. Example still bleeding out. Batu, the last one left, and he's going to go down to Wonderful, as Twisted Minds just gets, it's just too much pressure in the end to deal with. Freak's going to go down in 8th, as well as Heaven will succumb to the blue zone. And now we are down to our top 7, 24 alive with, let's see, we got, it looks like the Expendables may be starting to pay attention towards 17. That might be the next fight that kicks off here.
Well, if you can get Xiao Wu out of the, well, too bad. You're not going to be able to get Xiao Wu. Duck Juice going to get taken down by him. Xiao Wu calling for the reinforcements. That frag, though, if it's around the corner.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's so close. 1 HP. Gets the first aid up, but the follow-up from Tanvu on point. Xiao Wu knocked, and now 17 has to turn their attention to the Expendables. Day Trade, 10 kills in the bag already, looking to do some more damage. They're having a phenomenal group stage, now all the way up into 2nd place. Just TKL above them on that scoreboard. So for a lot of these teams here at the top, this is all just kind of money in the bank. But for 17, they need to get some more points to really feel secure going into that grand finals. And bye-bye Rock.
Absolutely. They had 4 up here, but unfortunately, getting shot in the back by Belmoth kind of put their plans of putting a trap onto the Expendables on hold. The Expendables trying to get somebody a little bit closer, but they're not going to spot out Lil Ghost, who's hiding in the reeds. He will get taken down by Duck Juice, though, eventually traded down. Delwyn going to go down now as well, out in the blue. Tanvu is down, but is resable if 7700 and Xiaobei are there. Oh, they've got to be aggressive here. They've got to go and try to take this as it's a 2v2.
And now you've got a P90 for Clories. I mean, we've already seen what he can do. When he's given some of those extra tools to play with, he can put them to darn good use, and he's going to go sprinting in off the back of those stuns. That's one, combining with Duck Juice to get him, and going for the other. Finds a headshot, finds the finish. Him and Duck Juice doing a phenomenal job.
It's unfair as they push up into 17, and they end up getting some goated gear. to go into their fight. But now Tanvu has been knocked, Duck Shoes has knocked, Belmoth and the rest of the Day Trade boys, they know that the Expendables are hurting. They've left Tigger down on the south side. Flash and Belmoth not going any farther than they have to here. So the Expendables may get a little bit of a reprieve. And yeah, they're going to get back up to 2 as now Day Trade has spotted out Divine and they've spotted out Dayon. As just can't get the last round in.
Man, they are just on a tear, our Day Trade. They are doing such a good job. Let's take the replay at the grenades. Oof. Oh, they're just chef's kiss there from
Beauty.
VP. I mean, what can you do against that? Grenades are just landing. You're in a dip. Pray that they're a little off point is basically all you got. Okay, some crates going to drop right in front of Arena. Some opportunities to maybe scoop up some gear. The problem is Clories and the Expendables have zero fear. They don't care how many more players you have than them. They're coming at you. They've got a P90. They've got some confidence. And Jacob trying to get the res up on him. And yeah, Lyrics is going to get it, but I think there's something. Oh, Blue Zone just spawned right behind him. And look at Clories. He's going to funnel them, and he might catch him completely off guard, and he's got him.
Goodness. Look at the guts on this guy. Like, he has just gotten to that point where he knows he's better. And Tanvu is going to get the other one in return. Now, Sizzy will find the knock onto Tanvu with that well-placed grenade. Clories is knocked low. And does he have... Okay, he's still got ammo left in that P90. So he can still get involved. Nurin's off in the distance. Zizzy... I don't know if he's got any more. Oh, he's knocked anyway. It doesn't matter. He can't follow that grenade up with anything else here. So Clories might be able to get the res onto Tanvu, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. 9 kills in the bag for the Expendables as they continue to shoot up the leaderboard.
It's just so fun to watch this team. When they're fully engaged, they just run at you at the lobby. There is that knock on a Tanvu, but Clories getting through some heals. Blue Zone is in front of him. Just lets loose with the molly, just hoping it gets somewhere near his opponents. That's a good molly into this shack. I mean, Day Trade. Oh, that should be it. That should be GG. Yeah, very nicely placed by Tigger. Day Trade on the warpath, looking to get themselves a chicken dinner and to build upon the lead they have just claimed over TKL.
16 kills and absolute dominance over the lobby here on Tago for Day Trade, but the job is not done yet. They've got 2 for Divine and 2 for Arena that they have to still get rid of, and they have to actually work their way into the circle. But you see Divine, Hella, and Barpo playing on the other side of that road, so they've got a little bit more cover to work with. As Arena, they are in a little bit more trouble as Flash and Belmoth have them just dead to rights playing around that rock.
I mean, Hella, is he going to be ready for this wrap? He's prone on the other side of the road. I don't know if...
Oh, don't get greedy here,
I don't know if he got close enough that Hella heard it, is my question. Because, okay, now he knows. He has to win that battle.
Good
okay,
spread.
that's huge. That's a huge win for Divine. Now they have an opportunity to potentially win this game. Barpo trying to harass Arena, who got forced off of their position by Day Trade. Had to make a move because of the circle anyway. Grenades are going to come out while they're getting help from Belmoth. Yeah, that grenade not even going to quite get close. You have to be a few steps further for Divine to get those frags.
Oh.
There you go. That one is going to find the mark, and Shizzy almost getting taken down. Opportunity here for everybody. Arena might lose a player, but this still could go a lot of different ways, Poro.
It sure can, and then it's still within the realm of possibility that Zizzy's able to get Nurin's back on his feet. But, well, okay, I say that. Flash will go ahead and finish that off, as I still like Day Trade's chances here, man. They have that high ground. They have the other side of the road. Flash and Belmoth still moving around, and you got to imagine that Divine will have to put their attention towards getting rid of Zizzy before they can do anything about Day Trade. But that getting that knock and that flush for Hella, absolutely huge for their chances here in this late game.
Yeah, if you can take out Arena, if you can get that last player as Divine, you've got an opportunity to maybe find some different space or something, but they don't have any vehicles. So
yeah,
that's the real... I mean, you could maybe find ways to crawl underneath this hill. See how there's like a little bit of a hillside in front of them by the road?
A little ridge line, yeah.
Maybe prone there, throw some smokes and do something with that. but you got to deal with the arena to open up some space because the flanks right now are very, very challenging for Divine, especially being on the bad side of the circle to boot. Daytrade is going to have to come down the hill too, so you've got that going for you, which is nice, but it's, it's not easy.
I think they were waiting to see where the next circle decided to go and make sure that Daytrade was going to have to leave that hard cover spot that they had. They're still going to slowly work their way in. They know exactly where Sizzy is. They're going to keep eyes on that rock, but they might actually focus Daytrade here before anything because Sizzy could just keep playing around this rock. He's got the UAZs or the vehicles, burnt out vehicles around him as well. So that's a lot of cover here for Sizzy. So that's just a lot of just a pain in the butt really to get rid of him. So they might just use him and just do a mutual agreement here that, okay, let's get rid of Daytrade here first, and then we'll figure out who wins here at the end.
The real thing that I think might come into play is that Daytrade has way more frag grenades. Shizzy has none, and you only have 3 for Divine. So Divine has to be really choosy with when they decide to let those out, and that's a great spray for Barpo.
Huge.
That is your big game player coming through and stepping up when you need him, as he has made it a lot more difficult for Daytrade. Flash in the smoke, going out the other side. I don't think Shizzy saw him, until it's too late. Flash was already out there looking at him. Now you can maybe make a move as Flash. Is that frag even going to get close is the question.
That is ambitious to say the least. Flash will try to make the mad run, but Barpo will be the one that gets credit. Now it's just Divine versus Zizzy, a 2v1. We saw a 1v3 for the win just one game ago. Can Zizzy pull off the same for E-Arena as Divine has the blue at their backs? And Sizzy has that rock to work with. The utility is going to have to be pristine. And Barpo using the bush to get a little bit closer. That might be a little bit more on point. Goes a little bit too long.
Yeah, good cover fire, though. I like the idea of putting Hella up on the rock so you can cover Barpo while he makes the push forward. Now he's going to have to be really good around this corner. Let that stun come through. Now's your chance to strike, and he's got it done. Divine coming through with a win on Taego. This is a team that is full of young, inexperienced players, and they just got their first global win in PUBG.
Huge, huge stuff for them, and you can see just clinical at the end. Now they do have some experience on that squad in the form of Barpo, right? So they've got that information to kind of feed over the play. But again, you never know what it's going to be like until you're actually in that chair, until the lights are shining, and until you are in that clutch position where a win is on the line. And they came through in a big way here on Taego to secure a victory.
Yeah, I mean, you have some quote-unquote unknowns on that team, and they come through big time.
Well, that's going to do it for Taego, so let's throw it over the desk to get us prepared to go over to Rondo, where it's looking like it might be a little bit spicy.
It is a Divine victory as they come away with a beautiful 1-2 push to get EA off the rock. Barpo hitting every single shot, and it's fun to see this team take the win. I think you heard at the end of that segment, Paper Thin saying, it's a young team, not a lot of experience. That's true. Barpo spent a little bit of time with Gen G, but outside of that, these guys just don't have a lot in terms of international play. To see him come out and get a victory here, and to do it with a very, what do I want to say, like, wherewithal. They were very controlled. They were very thoughtful how they did it. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, honestly, and on top of that, it's been quite of a hectic game here.
That's true.
It's our Wild Cup map still, but it's, some of the things we're seeing, the pull-ups, the drive-by, some of the aggression we're seeing, you can definitely tell that some of the teams have already played quite a lot of games. They're feeling comfortable. And some other teams, they're just playing their third game, and there's just mayhem everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know what this Furia crash was. Taikula was happy about it. I think maybe they thought that the whole team was up on the rock and not the shack. Very strange, because Furia had a really good couple of games going into this, or some warm-up, and that just wasn't going to work for them. So they end up going down. We go back here to where we get Day Trade making some plays. Taikula again inside the mix of things. This team doesn't seem to want to let off of that gas. And then it came down to Barpo hitting shots left and right from the middle of the game to the end of the game.
Yeah, and also the teams obviously that have to come out of Hosan, so much pressure and compression coming in from that southern side. Nice from here from Nixie with nades, but VP, it felt like without the pressure here from Day Trade that they would have had so much control, but they just lost the fight with them, and everything kind of fell apart for them. Day Trade managed to get a good amount of points out of this one here.
You get up on the trash can, you hope it works. It does not. Down he goes. So now we're going to jump over to Divine. You got Hella and Barpo doing a good job of defending their space, and then they turn to face up against E-Arena on this rock. And what we saw was a really good push while Barpo snuck his way forward. I think we saw...
Zizzy uses really on point here, right?
And Zizzy essentially, as you said in the green room, ate that last flash and just lost all conception of where Barpo was on the push.
Sound's gone, vision's gone, everything Barpo just sent in, right? They even had extra... They had lethals, that nades.
They did.
But yeah, they just wanted to get the stun grenades in and just gain a little bit of advantage and get close to them. And obviously 2 versus 1, but there's just so much confidence in him and full send, close it out, right?
Well, and they did a really good, he did have a little bit of a terrain advantage, but I think the way that they used those lethals, the way they kept the flashes bouncing, he couldn't look over the top of the rock. There was just nothing that could be done. So Barpo got up there, nice little play, and a good win for Divine. You can see how happy they are to walk away with that 7 kills.
Oh my God.
But Day Trade, 17 kills in that game. What happened? Why? That's incredible.
Won almost every single one of their engagements, right?
Yeah.
And look, 27 grenades used versus the 4 of Divine, right? It's just insane. Obviously, a huge amount of damage coming in from there, but they're going to be walking away with the vast majority of the points here from this game, right? They've killed so many. Divine, though, on the other hand, they need the points. They need to get in here and obviously get their consistency going here. Barpo, obviously, being one of the most experienced guys. 1K club and 5 kills for him. And he's able to step it up here for Divine.
Absolutely. So while we will end up going back to talk about Day Trade in a minute, because that was an epic game from them in terms of stats. I mean, they wiped out almost a fourth of the lobby. Barpo is going to get a little bit of love here with over 1,000 damage, looking very good. Wonderful does walk away with 1 kill and only 84, but I think this was a team play into that last half where Hella supported Barpo, who will probably be our man of the match.
Yeah, no chance he's not
there.
That's good to see, but still... And it has to come from the winning team. Sure, some of the Day Trade guys obviously had some huge impact there too, but this was huge. This was a team effort, but led by Barpo.
Absolutely. So congratulations, Barpo, on that man of the match, as Divine does manage to get some much-needed points up on that board. Day Trade was our next talking point. These guys being able to play essentially any fight that was given to them and walk away with a victory there. Their confidence is going to have to skyrocket after this.
The last year and a half for APAC has just skyrocketed.
It's wild
how good they're getting, right? Obviously, the kind of reformed Day Trade roster here coming in, being able to do what they usually do in APAC region in terms of the qualifiers, in terms of PGS qualifiers and so far, being able to do that here as well at PGS is just incredible. And I love to see that they're able to kind of step it up to this level.
We often talk about this in sort of esports. When you start out in esports, you're often working that second job, that third job. You're doing what you need to sort of make that grind.
Right.
Our APAC teams who've kind of started hitting these wins over the last 2 years, a lot of them, when you talk to them, have said, we've been able to get into team house, we've been able to get our gear upgrade, we've been able to grind full time. And you're really seeing the fruit of that coming into last year and this year, where these APAC teams just are mechanically, mind-bogglingly advancing over a lot of the other fields because they just seem to be 100% bought in.
And it makes it extremely scary now. With Day Trade being on 84 points, right? 3 more games to go for them. And now they can literally just run into anyone they want and they can destroy them completely. And especially with the teams here in our bottom, we have some teams that still on single digits here after some games. They need to get more points on the board, and they're running in a team like Day Trade Live. We just saw VP do. They're currently on 8 points. They could have gotten the 10 points from that game that Day Trade got.
Especially when you talk about a team like, say, Freaks, okay, or T1. It's been actually a rough day for Korea here, as they have not managed to put together a lot of points. I think Freaks has ended with something like 7 so far after our first 3 games. T1 is averaging 2 or 3 points per game tops. My worry for the Freaks is the fact, that they are maybe playing a little bit out of sorts. Like, they haven't quite adjusted the international lobby. Maybe they had a little too much fun in their regional lobbies.
Too much space.
Too much space. And I think that my worry is those teams at the top, if I wanted to mess with someone, Freaks would be a really good target right now.
Yeah, that's when you talk to players here, like the first thing that they really recognize is that you get punished immediately for the smallest mistakes. And that's really the scary thing. Like, if you try to take too much space, spread out too far, you lose a player. You lose two players, you're down to 2. You need to play a salvage game. And here, like, there's just so many good fraggers. You're going to get shot at if you don't have cover. You're going to get knocked. You're going to be delayed by so much. And you're going to get put in situations and be forced to fight against someone because they decide, okay, we want this space. Normally, they would be able to kind of shoot them away and hurt them away a little bit by engaging on them in the middle distance there. But yeah, so many early engagements and kind of close engagements because the teams realize, okay, 3 more games to go. We need to get the points now. And they are aggressive, especially coming out of the APEC region, also from China, of course.
You know, I think it was kind of a tale of 2 C teams here with Apr-4 and Freaks. The idea that Freaks is sort of being played the same way they were messing with their regionals. Apr-4 has completely changed up their system. They're playing very international, very careful, very mediated PUBG, and I think it's pretty fascinating to see how those 2 teams had a chance to approach this, took 2 different tacks, and having very, very different results. VP's been pretty fascinating. They fasted on the blue. Last game, they went straight to the middle. It seems like they're trying some different strategies here. Yeah, there were some situations where Beamy had, tons of first aids. He could have maybe healed a little bit more, but yeah, we'll see how they kind of continue going into that. Their strategy is usually to try to get as many placement points as possible. They put themselves in mid-game into a spot where they know, okay, in case we have fights ahead of us where it's going to take too long, we're going to leave a guy behind with enough first aids and put the DMR support in. And here, it's not really come to fruition for them just yet here. 8 points for them so far in 3 games. Not the consistency you kind of want over the course of 12 games. Right. Another big shout before we go into the game. I want to say Taikula again has absolutely been insane as they came out in, I think it was 4th place in that game, a 2nd in the previous one. This is a team that, I thought maybe they do something, but when you compared them to Apr-4 out of the region, you thought, okay, there's no way they're that strong. They have been absolutely unstoppable, and I don't think it's just confidence. It seems like they just smell the lobby. They get it. Yeah, 82 points in 9 games. That is incredible for a team that's coming in and having a little bit, less experience compared to, or some experience compared to the other guys that they're going up against, right? Some of these guys, we're talking PTC champions in this current lobby, right? And multiple of them. And they're coming in and just showing up. They're taking the fights. They're like, we don't care who we fight. We're going to take the aggression no matter who it is. We're not going to be calculated if it's a weaker team that we think or a stronger team that we're going to back off of. They're coming in completely straight to that. And yeah, being super aggressive, especially even against teams like the Expendables, last year's PGC champion. They don't care. They're taking them on. All right, so as we get ready to roll into Rondo, we are going to see the typical test track, Neox sort of throwdown. Do you expect a hot drop in that area? No. Okay. Well, more of a shared functionality of that area, right? It's usually, I would expect more shared. Yeah, like the factory side, the test track side, be more shared. If that's even going to happen here, it really comes down to, okay, how confident are these guys? Twisted Minds are looking at 69 points. Don't really see them anyone being worth for them to share it with. All right, it's time for us to roll into Rondo. Let's head over to the casters and get this game underway.
Thank you very much, boys. And yes, we are getting ready to go to Rondo. And right off the bat, the thought about a test track hot drop all of a sudden becomes a little bit more complicated because we have the rare Rondo double plane.
So now I am really trying to figure out who's in which plane because that matters for who's going to be able to get to test track first. So if they're both in the same plane, then whatever. But if they happen to be in different planes in terms of Twisted Minds and 17, as we're talking about, if you would have been watching Poro's thing earlier, oh, Twisted Minds already out of the plane. So they're just not even going to screw with it. 17's in the other one. It's 17's by default.
There you go. All right. Well, hot drop averted, crisis averted, and it's sunny skies all the way around here now through Rondo.
Just like you predicted.
Just like I predicted. Well, I don't know if I completely predicted, but yeah, Day Trade getting a little bit in trouble there because I think they had eyes on Dancheng, and now Twisted Minds has taken that from them. So Day Trade going to find themselves a little bit caught in the middle of a rock and a hard place between Test Track and Dancheng, having to find a spot to loot in the kind of compounds just around that area. And other than that, it looks like maybe Bestia and the Expendables getting close to each other, dropping for vehicles, but that might be it.
Maybe I think Tanvu messing with the Freaks. And that's kind of where the circle's heading, up towards the stadium by where the Freaks are. TKL over there by Zhao Tin. So, you know, you kind of typically are seeing these circles in one area or another, whether it be test track or stadium. This time it is going to be leaning in the stadium direction.
Love it.
The stadium finishes are fun. We've seen some good games.
So fun.
Good games in there.
Yeah, I remember, I can't remember the event, but I do remember a stadium finish where you had, I think it was FaZe on the roof of stadium, and TSM was on the bottom. Gen G was working the outside. It was just a lot of fun.
It was. I remember the game. I know exactly which one you're talking about. But we're old and
we are. Yeah. We, you know, dementia starts setting in eventually, and you know, eventually you just start. They'll start running together a little bit. But it's okay. I remember it happened, and that is what's the most important here is the Expendables already in vehicles, already on the move, getting a little bit closer towards stadium. Now, they haven't gotten a chance to loot very much. As you can see, they're sitting there pretty naked in terms of armor and helmets, but they should have places to stop here. But we do have an interview with one of the lads from Bestia.
La base del equipo fue siempre Silsen y yo. Bueno, hicimos algunos cambios hasta que llegó Mime y después necesitábamos un cuarto jugador, sabíamos que Vini se había quedado sin equipo y bueno, nada, lo llamamos y terminamos juntos clasificando. Es muy complicado comunicarse en otra lengua de la que no sos nativo, pero yo diría que estamos a un 60% por decir de ser la versión final del equipo y por lo menos ya tuvimos un buen arranque ya que clasificamos a la PGS.
Well, I tell you, one time when communication is not a problem, and that's when you're by yourself pulling off one of the most clutch plays that the Americas has ever seen. And if you haven't gotten a chance to go look at how Bestia even got here in the first place, go see what DraftKings was able to do in that final game of the PUBG America series. It was a thing of beauty for sure. But you have to give these guys credit. Having that multiple languages on the same team has to be difficult for communications, but they still found themselves here.
For sure. I mean, it is something that takes some adjusting, and for Mime, you know, he's got to make the bigger adjustments in some ways because he's the English speaker.
The odd man out.
The odd man out, but you know what? They're here. They've got a chance, trying to make the best of it as they can. So far, mixed results. 34 points isn't too bad, but you know, you've only got these 3 other games. You know, Bestia played yesterday.
Yep.
So you need to rack up a few more points here, get it going, and you might be able to get yourself into the grand finals at the very least. So certainly looking to try to turn things around a little bit. They're a little bit outside, I'd say, right now of kind of like average point range of getting there in terms of like if they keep getting the same amount of points they already have. You know what I mean? They need to pick it up.
Yeah, 34 through 9 games is respectable, as you said, but if you want to make sure that you find yourself above that 16th place cut line, you're going to have to do just a little bit more. Well, they've got 3 more games to do it, and right now currently hanging out on the edge of that zone as we see Freaks and the Expendables already starting to run into each other here just to the south of Stadium proper, playing around in these apartments. Tanvu just walking around completely free and clear as you like. As you see, there's a little bit of an idea of what the cutoff points has looked like rather in the group stages of all these previous PGSs. Now PGS 5 notwithstanding, most of the other ones in mid-50s sound about right.
Yeah, except for that strange one, that PGS 5, that one got
a little bit of an outlier.
It got really out of control. I remember that, and everybody's like, oh, yeah, you know, 54, 55 points is the cutoff, and all of a sudden it jumps up by 8, and I'm like, what in the world happened here?
A little nutty.
Well, it was fun. That's what matters.
It's always fun, though.
It is, truly.
It truly is. Well, a lot of teams start to make their way over in this stadium area. Now, we saw Freaks and the Expendables trading shots long range. Now T1 has made their entry just off to the north. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, trailing right behind Petrichor Road, coming in from the southeast. Now there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that are not even inside the zone. I mean, they are taking their sweet, sweet time. But, you know, you can kind of afford to do that in this game, especially in a circle like this.
Yeah, and especially on Rondo.
Yeah.
There's just no reason, and sometimes because there's so much playable surface area on this map that you necessarily need to be really aggressive early. Sometimes, you know, second, third circle might force a fight. You can third party it, make your way in through that, or just emergency pickup. There's tons of options on the map, so definitely no real rush. But Batulins there got knocked by Glizera out in the open. Knows other players are coming. Is Furia just going to try to hammer down on top of him?
Oh, wow, Furia, this is aggressive stuff coming out from the Latin American squad.
Oh!
And they will finish off Batulins, but Lou will be there to take out Posa. And now Twisted Minds once again find themselves in a little bit of an early game scrap as Haven will take down Lou. Example, trying to hold the corner for his teammate, make sure he doesn't get flushed just yet. But the rest of Furia has now arrived, and Haven will get him down a little bit low. Nice grenade from Example, though, will slow things down.
Dude, that first spray by Lou, though, on the car driving by was absolutely disgusting.
Dirty.
Hit a bunch ahead. And now Haven looking to find an angle out this window, maybe even going for a flush or seeing if he can catch somebody trying to get over here. That grenade not going to quite go far enough. Perfectix on the roost, trying to use that chimney to protect himself a little bit.
That's a good read by Perfectix. Oh, boy, Gizera saving Private Posa as they get him out of there just before the red zone hits. And now it's a Kraken still playing that roof side, still keeping eyes for Perfectix, although Perfectix has since left that high ground and Twisted Minds back on the move, trying to retreat, come in from different angles. And look at this Example going for the res onto Lou. So great play here from Twisted Minds.
Had to pull off for a second because he heard some footsteps, but now should be able to stick it, I believe. Lou, yep, back up on his feet, trying to get that heel forward, and Furia trying to figure out where exactly Twisted ended up. You know, they know they're somewhere in that vicinity off the back of that knock, but not exactly sure where they landed. Those are some frags, you know, anticipating that Furia had already wrapped around that side of the house. Twisted wants to make sure it's clear, so they're being diligent about opening up this space, making sure it's safe that they can get into this house. Little things like that, that's why this team is so good. They don't leave anything unchecked.
Yeah, they're definitely backs against the wall right now, but sometimes that is exactly how these guys like it. Furia were aggressively pushing in. They wanted all the smoke from Twisted Minds to begin with, but now that they've kind of evened things out, they're going to slow things down. They've secured their 1 point off of Batulins, and the one good thing both of these teams have going for them right now is nobody really kind of looking down their scopes in this direction, with the exception of maybe Petrichor Road off to the north. So they have time to play this out should they decide to do so. I think this might be Perfectix just kind of covering for his teammates while they get back to the other side of the compound here as we check in with Divine. They've got the high ground overlooking Stadium from that southwestern side.
And they also did get a kill onto TKL, so maybe it was in this vicinity. It was Barpo who found it. We didn't get to see it on camera, and yeah, I suspect that's where he found that kill onto Cold. And the circle just keeping Twisted and Furia inside of things. So now things could get a little bit weird for Twisted and Furia, because exactly if E-Arena or somebody rotates into them, there might be a fight that brews there, because outside of the north side of Yulin, there's not a ton to play with in some of this part of the map. Sure, there's some hills and other things, but there's some flat areas that are going to cause teams to kind of be forced into certain positions. Maybe E-Arena goes past, so we'll have to wait and see exactly what their rotation looked like. T1 angling down in this direction somewhat as well, though I would have expected them to stop a little bit sooner. They might run right into E-Arena. Yeah, they see E-Arena and they pull off.
You can see, oh, Cold just, that's not where you want to, you don't want to be standing still on a hill here, as Barpo's got eyes like lasers. But T1, it's been a little bit of a rough sled for them so far here today, but fortunately for them, they did so well yesterday that they're currently sitting in 6th place, 45 points overall, as PWD doing a little bit of drive-by scouting in the glider. Will take a few shots in the butt for his troubles, but that should be Geeke getting a little bit of information. And actually, they're going to run into a south side of E-Arena's rotation path here, so Nurin's having to pull back away.
Daytrade dropping right out of a helicopter near Perro. See if there's anything that comes out of that. E-Arena settling up inside, taking a little bit of damage. Yeah, okay, so Day Trade is actually getting the better of Petrichor Road on that drop. That's kind of interesting to me. I thought Petrichor Road might be the ones doing some of that damage. Not sure exactly what happened there, but Nan on his own has been eliminated. He got caught in a split.
Yeah, just happened to catch him. Unfortunately for Petrichor Road, again, just kind of a slow day for them. 20 points, not terrible, but definitely not what we were expecting from these big, heavy hitters. I mean, to say nothing of Freaks as well. Freaks having a really rough day. So Lobby definitely not playing out the way we expected it as we introduced. Everybody was kind of looking at Group C as that big group of death, you know, with all the heavy hitters in there. And it has been anything but the heavy hitters feasting so far, as we've seen a number of different winners, a lot of unexpected ones. And now Petrichor Road down to 3. And they do have center circle, but good work from Day Trade to secure that spot as they hold on to their position in first place overall with 85 points.
Looks like Divine has to give up some territory to Forest. The Expendables also reaching out from the stadium to see what is going on. You know, they're hungry for kills. They're having a good day. They're just kind of playing it to see what happens now. They're happy to go for those big moments and just get the kills. They're basically they're more than basically, they're definitely into the grand finals. And there you go, Tanvu springs to life, takes down Baron. And Forest having troubles. Tanvu, though, kind of a weird angle. Yeah, he is going to be under pressure. That's actually the Freaks who are hitting him as well. So he's trying to find a spot to prone down, trying to get a smoke out. He's dangerously low, and it's actually Olympus who gets him.
Expendables just in a little bit. Fortunately, he's got a guy right next to him, though, so that should be Rezable. As Forest, they can feed that information to Olympus, going to let him know, like, hey, push this, go now. We got to get that flush, as they are in desperate need of points. Forest just scraping the bottom right now as they get the re-knock onto Tanvu after the res came through. And some good throwables should get another one as they find Duck Juice. So Forest natural now collecting a few points off of the heavy hitters, the Expendables.
I was kind of hoping Olympus would just like crash his glider into the Expendables, but yeah, this is obviously the better play. What I want to see versus what's actually the right play. Certainly well coordinated there by Forest Natural Gaming, as using some of that high ground observation to lead those grenades into good places. Works very well. The Expendables, though, now have to watch their backs because they know that previously there had been a team there, but as we can see on the map, the Freaks have actually left the stadium. So they're kind of keeping track of everything around them, and the Expendables have a very difficult situation facing them. Here's this drop that I wanted to see.
Yeah.
What happened on just surrounded? Oh just
boy, he just gets owned there. I mean, he was on his own, you know, so the chances were pretty high that he was going to get caught out and taken down. But, yeah, I mean, that's just straight up losing the 1v1 through the window. But, Virtus Pro now scrapping around on the western side. They've got Divine just off the other side of these hills, but they haven't got a good read on how split and how wide this split from Divine is. So Wonderful could be able to come around here and get a really good angle, but yeah, Beamy kind of in an off angle here. Yeah, you see he's got a little bit of a shot there into their backs. So that might put the brakes on Divine in their push here.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's opened up some space, though, for Forest to start moving forward. Still have some high ground at the edge of the circle that I think they can stand on. Meanwhile, Beamy gonna chew through a little bit of blue. This one not nearly as dangerous, not like he's sitting on 30 first aid kits out here. So, you know, I wouldn't say this is full Bloomy yet, but
no.
He's definitely just, you know, creating that extra angle. But out in the open, Nixie taken down by Wonderful. Catches him just reaching out a bit too far, and that's going to be a player down for VP.
Yeah, that was really well done by Wonderful, and you could see it developing slowly as he went in for that wide flank, but he did hear the engines of Forest just off to the north, so He's going to pull back just a little bit, not be a little bit more, not keep that aggression going. Meanwhile, the Expendables, well, they are stuck out in the blue. Forest Natural putting their full attention over towards that direction. Clories will win the 1v1 versus Scappy because of course he will. He is a madman. He is insane. He is a dominator. And he will go ahead and collect another point for the Expendables.
He's just built different. I mean, he has just been unreal today. God only knows what got into him. But man, oh man, he is
that dog.
That dog. That dog
got
guy.
That dog in him.
He is so good today.
Well, that is actually going to keep them alive as well, because Delwyn was pretty dead to rights, but Clory's getting that knock and that flush will force Forest to go ahead and try to make their way into the zone. Divine also will leave VP behind and try to wrap in on that eastern side, the southeastern side. VP will follow as we see Rock and Bestia squaring off. As, oh my goodness, RBN down to 5 HP. Oh, no! That's an exploding vehicle.
Oh.
You'd never want to see that.
Heartbreak. All right, DraftKings on his own.
God, he would love to get over to his teammates, wouldn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't look easy. This fight's still kind of happening, although Virtus Pro has surrounded this compound. So no matter what happens, if you're Twisted or Furia, you're likely not getting out of this, or if you do, it's not going to be pleasant.
No.
As example, trying to find a way to get over to his teammate. Roof control still for Guizera, as he's going to let Lewis with a blue zone. Maybe flush example out of that building. Looking for the opportunity, though. Going to use the smoke. That, to me, indicates that he either wants to go for this flush or he's going to go for the push. He's cutting off the angles so he can safely leave this roof, make his way forward, but Twisted Minds making a counter move of their own. They are abandoning this position.
They are playing chess out here as Guizera and the rest of Furia back up to full strength. They had to get off the roofs, though, because VP was just off to their north. New Circle has popped, and it's going to go off to the north once again as Clories will survive. He will lose his shotgun rider as Delwyn has been taken down, and there you go. Guman will be the one that gets the shot, and that's going to be the Expendables going down in 15th place. So that is good news for everybody in the lobby that is chasing the top of the leaderboard. But the fight between Twisted and Furia, if you thought it was going to be easy, Furia, you thought wrong. They've lost 2. It's down to Guizera and Zakraken, and you can see the damage coming through from that blue zone. I think that's 1 left. It's going to be Lou from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I even saw the sawed-off coming into play for Guizera, so he had to go deep into his pockets to make sure that he could find some kills. The timing, so good right there. Zakraken goes down. Lou finds the perfect moment right as he's thinking about the molly. He strikes. Guizera holding the angle right around the window. He gets spotted. He takes some damage, and Lou's going to win it out. He's going to die to the blue, but Twisted Minds wins the battle in essence.
Goodness gracious. I mean, it was the battle that never wanted to end, but Twisted Minds showing once again that they are a team to be feared, but Furia, got to give them props where it's due. They held their own there with the heavy hitters. And meanwhile, while all that was going on, Geeke got eliminated by E-Arena, who's still holding strong on that southeastern side. Virtus Pro, they lose another one, but they still got 2 alive, trying to find their way in. But it looks like Taukula is looking over in that direction. They're looking over towards Day Trade. They're trying to find some way to get into this next zone.
I'm amazed that DraftKings got back to the rest of Bestia there. I thought maybe he was going to be. Yeah, no kidding. Maybe just had enough smokes or just found a good timing, but congrats to him.
No, it is. I mean, dead center circle, and now they got all 3 alive. So Bestia back in a great position here.
I just think we were talking about earlier how they need those points really badly. So that's a huge moment for them. T1, though, hemorrhaging players to E-Arena. Seen a couple of them go down already, and they're losing more. Just has been a struggle for T1. They're another team that needs more points because they've got a lot of teams that are going to be contesting their drop spots. They would love to get into that grand finals to at least kind of maintain their position in challenging.
All right, T1 starting to show up a little bit here as Olympus just lying prone, doing a little peek trading with Heaven, and Heaven will be the winner of that battle, and he will get the flush as well. So another kill picked up there for Freaks as they still have 4 alive. Now that we have made it to Phase 5, I feel like it's been forever since we've seen all 4 Freaks alive in Phase 5, but they have a long road left ahead of them here as we see. It looks like Takula will get rid of Virtus Pro, but they are still outside of zone. And yeah, Apr-4 Road. Apr-4 Road. What is that? That is Ixlef finding a double knock onto the Freaks. And now Salute all of a sudden finds himself by himself. Guman way off to the north, nowhere near this.
Salute had no idea where these frags are coming from. He threw one in desperation right over the top, nowhere near any of the Apr-4 Road players. And it is going bad. That's actually Mime. It's Bestia who's coming in claiming some of these points. The Freaks are falling apart, and Gumin, really not much he can do to get to DL, to be frank. There's just too many players that are within grenade range of that position. He'd likely just be throwing away his life at this point. Maybe can wait this out a little bit longer. Just see if anybody overextends and tries to go for the flush onto his teammate. But for now, he's just kind of chilling. He's going to go for it, I think. This is going to be tough, I would think.
You would think, yeah. Heady play from Bestia to make sure that they get out there and try to send that utility over, get a couple of kills. New circle pops, and Bestia again, dead center circle. So that play from DraftKings looming large, making sure he got those 2 reses as 770 will get the knock on a Mime, but that should be able to get back on his feet once again as well. Day Trade still on the south side. The rulers of this lobby up to 93 points overall. It has just been it's just been a hell of a 2 days here for Day Trade, and they are set up nicely here for the end game, playing from that south side.
No doubt.
Oh, 17.
They got to go. They got to knock earlier onto Bestia, so they need to crash, and they need to go now, and they're just swarming. 7-7's got one. They're gone. Bestia wiped out. Central circle taken by 17.
Wow, man. Not even an ounce of trepidation on the part of 17 there. They got in there immediately. The call was made, and the full send came through. And now they've got 3 inside the compound, and they even managed to get Xiao Wu on the other side of the little, what are we calling that? River? Lake? Pond? Muddy pit? I'm not sure. Either way, marsh, yeah, let's call it that. But either way, they've got a 3-1 split here as we see T1 finally finding a little bit of footing here and taking the fight over towards E-Arena and getting the dub and getting a few more points in the bag for themselves.
Well, they just found some good angles on the E-Arena as they were coming through, and some good grenades too. Look at that smoke. It bounced off the car as it was flipping through the air. But yeah, T1, a few moments today where they've just been able to, they're just going to end it. The rating was just done. But they found some good moments today in the individual plays or in the kind of low number plays, but their macro game hasn't been as strong. The Freaks as well, their macro game has been in shambles, but T1, the skill has been shining. They've been able to fight out of some bad situations.
Yeah. I mean, they've been put in some very tough spots, and they've put themselves in some very tough spots, but they've managed to hold on. They managed to collect more points, and so far that's been good enough for 52 points overall in 6th place. And they should, with 2 more games remaining, you would hope that they can get a few more and maybe make themselves have to sweat a little bit less when they're watching tomorrow. As we have now made it down to our top 4. It's a 4v4, v3, v1. Kiss all by himself for Forrest as he will try to see if he can collect a few more points for his team.
I think he got spotted by 17.
Yeah, they know he's there, don't they?
Yeah, it looked like some of those bullet tracers going underneath the bridge. So for him, the only option he has really is to prone. And because once he goes a little bit further forward, there's going to be enough vision there for Apr-4 Road as well. I suspect he's basically dead. I mean, Apr-4 Road, they now definitely know he's there because of the shots from 17. So they just wait. I don't suspect there's much that Kiss can do unless, Day Trade just full sends it into 17 and then he pops out and 1v3's Apr-4 Road.
You never know.
There's my, there's only one Doctor Strange moment.
Stranger things have happened as Day Trade will send Thanadol and Tigger in to secure a spot by the gazebo inside the zone. Not the best place, but at least it provides a little bit of cover there from the watchful eyes of 17. And now they all have to get Belmoth and Flash over there as well. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, they would love to be able to get rid of Kiss, and I don't think they have any idea that Xiaowu is over here. Xiaowu just playing it very, very calmly, coolly. Ooh, that M60, that should be definitely picked up.
This is tough.
Accuracy through volume, man. It's in rounds down range.
Heck yeah. I love that. This is tough, though, for everybody not 17 because there just isn't a ton to play with in this circle.
Oh, Xiaowu, look at this. He's going to give up his spot. Okay.
Dangerous.
I mean, that's probably that's honestly that's probably a good play. Like, it would have been great to see if you could maybe sneak somebody away before, but I mean, right now, dead center zone, you've got hard cover, why not use it? But Tigger doesn't care. Tigger finds Little Ghost. He's going to try to follow it up with a few well-placed grenades. Will they land? True, they will indeed. And Lil Ghost and 17 now down to 3.
That may be everything that Kiss needs to survive.
I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, what do we even say about Tigger at this point? Like, this guy has just shown up in a huge, huge way here.
I mean, all of Day Trade, but he has been just phenomenal. The real issue he might have here momentarily, oh, forget it. He just shuts Akelef down. Akelef had just picked up level 3 gear, and he puts him on the ground with the mini. Cars are exploding around Petrichor Road. Ming Ming trying to scoot back to find safety to get the res onto Akelef. Kiss dealt with. 17 bought enough time that they could do it, but that blue zone is perfect. It's right on him.
Does he have time to? Okay, the heal does at least.
He's got the blue zone bag.
He's okay. On in. He's got the blue zone bag. And now Flash is going to spot him, though. Where is this Day Trade been? They are just controlling everything. 10 kills, 99 points overall. And they have got 17 on the back foot as Petrichor Road will get eliminated. It is now down to a 4v2 for the win. And Day Trade is crashing. Tigger wants all of it.
He's got the grenade. It's perfect. 17 has Xiaobei on his lonesome, and they can't do anything. Day Trade is running away with the group stages here at PGS 7.
Leave no doubt. And Day Trade just put on the ground 2 of what are probably the most preeminent, dominant teams in PUBG for the last year or so, Petrichor Road and 17, and they just walked through them like they were nothing. What a performance from this squad so far here today.
They're so good right now. I mean, we talked about the team fighting from TKL a lot, but they look even better.
Well, when you're hot, and Day Trade is absolutely sizzling right now. We are going to throw it over the desk to get ready for our final 2 games on Miramar.
Day Trade is here. And I'll tell you what, the wonderful thing about this team is that they are playing out of their minds right now. You got to put your trust. It's not even about one player. Across the board, all of them are having these huge clutch moments.
Yeah, and they're staying full sky strong for so long. Yep. They're fighting, you know, fights where it's just like, okay, they're just steamrolling the lobby, right? And it's like, at this point, as I said, when you had 84 points, 3 games to go, you don't want to be running into them because they're just going to take the fight to you almost no matter what, right?
They dropped onto Petrichor in a fortified position and had the hubris, the brass, to just go straight into landing and shooting. There was no build-up, there was no safe landing spot, and they won that. That is just wild, and I think you hit it on the head. It's that confidence that Day Trade now has with their lead, that they can do anything that they want to, and sort of set the pace for these last 2 games as we go into it. It was an interesting game. Rondo has proven to be interesting to watch so far.
Yeah, this the Hable Shack that we had here, best here first, then on to 17 Gaming.
Gosh, why weren't they outside?
Rock, and then, you know, this here, so unfortunate. You're next to the car that's already on fire, right? And here's the last barrier, and it's done. But yeah, also Heather again. We gotta say that a little bit. He had some moments where he's just like, he took down the arena. Yeah, he put on a lot of pressure. He got in, he got them so deep. again, consistency for these guys. But it is day trade, and they're able to stay obviously strong here in this compound on the southern side, but also get kills. They push aggressively in some situations. They took on 17 Gaming in a perfect timing in terms of opening up the fight when Perro was there. So yeah, they're looking extremely poised and strong. But then again, you just need to get top 16. And that's the scary thing for these guys, right? Because you're running into a team that has nothing to play for because they're already there. They're already locked in. We're talking about a 55 to 60 points cutoff. They're in the 90s to 100 now.
All right, so that game was, we saw the end of that game. The phase 4 was absolutely crazy. A lot of teams go out, and we saw 17 just absolutely steamroll Bestia on their crash at the end of that. And then, of course, it turns over to the day trade shows roll to the back of this one. If you guys just logged in for the day, I got to remind you, the last day trade game was even more epic than this one. How many kills was that? 17. That is a bananas amount of points to put up on the board. And then they peel out and get another big one with this victory. They deserve the fist bumps, but that was like, the win they got last time was like a hype fist bump. Like, yeah. This one was almost like a, 12 kills, whatever. Like, we knew that was no big deal.
Yeah, again, still 20+ points. Again, 22 again for this one here. They got third in the last game at 17. Here they got 12. A little bit more consistent. Not as much utility used for him in terms of, we saw 8 nades here, and we saw, I think it was 27 in the game before. But still, they put out the damage. They take the aggression at the timing that's correct, and they use their utility at the right time to be able to close it out and close the distance in between the teams that were already fighting.
Then we see 17 and Apr-4 coming up with some points there. Big shout out to Forest Natural Gaming. I've been wanting to see Forest run all day, and they finally managed to get themselves into a decent spot off the back of that glider. But again, we'll keep giving the flowers to day trade until we're done with this spot, because again, they are making those plays. Thanadol, who I think has kind of been heralded as like the key, the linchpin on this team, is actually not being nearly as impactful as we're seeing Belmoth and Tigger be in these matches.
You know, Thanadol so many times was like made to be the superstar, right? And he's contributing, but the other guys are pulling up and they're doing great things here. Belmoth being able to get 4 kills in the man of the match, that's huge for him. But again, for me, day trade, when I saw the roster in the beginning of the year, and I was like, okay, day trade, I mean, Apex been super strong, but I did not expect them to come in here and dominate the group stage of our first global series of the year. That is just next level.
Yeah, I think to me, and that is where you talk about the fact that Belmoth, Thanadol, these guys have been together for a very, very long time. And there is that aspect of eventually it's going to click in, especially if you're willing to make that long-term commitment. We kind of saw that with Team Liquid, or, you know, they're not here, but they were a team that last year sort of turned into a stronger team because they've been together for so long. They know each other so well. So day trade really benefiting from that with the add-on of Tigger to replace Nurens has made them really a force to be reckoned with, obviously, as we see here so far in this event. Now, I look forward to seeing if they can transition that into the grand final when things get a little bit tighter. You won't have as much forgiveness for maybe that drop on Apr-4 as another team will be watching and hitting those shots as you come in. So I'll be curious to see what happens in that grand final, because they're definitely going to be there.
Exactly. And let's look at the teams that have already played the amount of games that we're close to. We have 2 more games to play. The team currently the furthest behind is Bestia, 39 points. We're talking about a cutoff point, 55 to 60 points. Twisted Minds already deep into that. But if you're 17, Furia, T1, and Bestia right now, you need to put at least 60 plus to be safe, right? And that's the scary thing right now, because Bestia would be the first team to be crossed. The next one will also drop down. Then we have the teams. We have quite a large pack of teams here. Obviously, no, in terms of the teams that have not got that many points, we're still talking single digit for versus pro, 10, you know, it's not enough, but still, if you get 25, 30 points and you can do the rest tomorrow, that's fine too.
So when we talk about, I think, PGS 6, I think the cutoff was somewhere in the 54-ish area. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Something like that. So we
6,
know we know that there is that sort of historical standard, which is why I think you're saying 60 is where you want to feel safe about this. That said, it has been very spongy at the top. It's also been quiet at the bottom for a couple of teams, like less than I'm used to seeing when you talk about sort of Virtus Pro with 8, and even some of our teams that have played out 6 already, Begapla, Na'Vi at 22. I think that's like a weird reverse sponge going on as well.
Yeah, and that's it leaves so much more points for both the middle, but also the top. And as you said, it could change a little bit. Let's start with 60, and then once we get into tomorrow, we can kind of update it a little bit. But that's where the overall aim should be for these teams here.
Pivot to the desert. All right, we're headed to the Dusty Dunes. We heard from our weatherman earlier that things could be a dust storm on this map. Do you think that is going to happen?
I think it's a little bit scary. I think the Tuma situation, we could see 2 teams there.
Okay.
But again, it comes down to the teams who are like, okay, we played 4.
Yeah.
We have 8 more. Is it worth it? That's what they're going to be talking about in the team rooms right now.
All right, so the conversations are going on. Do we challenge those top teams for the good spots? We're going to find out, because when we come back, it's time for the Dusty Dunes.
Rookie, listen up. You're about to learn the basics of survival in Rivals Hover League, so pay attention. Step 1, hop on your hover vehicle. Soar, glide, and drift your way around the arena. Hover high and strike hard. Soar and dominate everything beneath you. Step 2, boost. You want to escape danger or catch a rival. Hit that boost and zoom across the map. It's all about timing. Step 3, remember speed is key, but you can't outrun a bullet, so make your shot count. Hover, boost, shoot your way to become the MVP.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Paramo. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We are ready for our final 2 games of the day here on day number 2 of the PUBG Global Series 7. Groups B and C are ready to round it out. And Group B, all our teams in Group B really have to get as many points as they can in these last 2 games, Paper Thin, if they want to be comfortable going into that final day.
Unless you're
day
trade, Twisted Minds, the Expendables.
Yeah, you're pretty comfortable.
For sure, those ones are like they can just coast. Everything is hunky-dory. But yeah, teams like Bestia, where you have an opportunity there in that previous game. Yeah, a tough position to hold down, as you saw at the end of the game for 17. You know, just getting torn apart by day trade. But yeah, VP already. You know, Ibiza letting his team know. You know, the leader there, giving him some words of inspiration, telling him to focus up. Let's get some points. See if Virtus Pro can continue to have some of the success we saw at the end of last year. And GK, it's been kind of a not so great day for them in some ways, but maybe some hope. This team I have no doubts about. This is another team that is 100% in the grand finals.
Yeah, you think so? Nothing to worry about, huh? Well, there's 2 games remaining, and as we remember from earlier, now the drop situation on Miramar might be a little dicey. Now, it's we don't know if anything's changed since the beginning of the day, but I was checking these drop spots all the way up until the beginning of the day, and there were no adjustments made, so this could get pretty spicy pretty quickly. We'll have to see as we are headed in to our penultimate game of the day here on Miramar. I want to ride on that purple boat that's going down the river. You know?
Let's do it.
You want to find it?
I want a purple boat.
I do too.
Purple's my favorite color. A. B, boats are cool.
Boats are cool.
C, the skyline in Shanghai at night.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh,
it's amazing.
So beautiful.
It's unbelievable stuff. Well, we've got the plane going from the northeast down to the southwest, which means that Chumacera, which was supposed to be a very spicy location, could still be in play. Now, eyes on Gike, T1, and Tai Ku Le were all kind of had Chuma as their primary drop location. We'll see if that's where they decide to go. Alcantara was also one that was getting a little bit of love, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. So far, though, looks like everybody's spreading out for the most part.
Yeah, I think this is maybe going to be a spicy Chuma, although T1's kind of far off to the east, so they might be considering maybe more of a play for the church or something like that to maybe control some of the terrain around Chumacera to harass the teams that are vying for that territory. Gike is going to pull up short. Virtus Pro continues onward to the southeast, and it will be just TKL inside of Chuma proper, but yeah, T1 out to the east, so let's see how that's all going to shape up. Circle is going to center itself around El Pozo, around Bestia's drop location. So definitely start, if you're Bestia, you like to see a circle in your vicinity for sure. I had a quick chance to see some of those day trade players in the hallway in between games, and they just
a little happy.
Oh gosh, they are they're on cloud 9.
As they should be. As they should be. They have absolutely shown out today. And there you go. You can take a look at the multi-view screen. If you want to follow any of the team broadcasts, that's who we have today. Those will be changing every day. And you can always be sure that you can follow at least one day of your favorite team. As we see, T1 will just get those vehicles, and for all intents and purposes, Los Leones off to the east, completely empty. I don't think they'll go that far, but if they decide to, it's pretty free and clear.
This might be a call from T1 and their coach, Sonic, to play it safe because they are one of those Group B teams. They're one of the ones who needs more points. So they might just say, hey, we're going to seed it over this time. Let's get to the grand finals, and then we can go back to dealing with our drop spot problems. But we do have an interview coming up here with Barpo from Divine.
I'm joined by Barpo from Divine, our cute translator, Middle. So as a brand new team entering PGS and with such a good performance in the Taego map, are you confident about making it into the finals?
PGS에서 디바인 팀은 새로운 팀으로서 일단은 참가를 하셨고 지금은 지난 매치 3에서 굉장히 인상적인 모습을 보여주셨는데 혹시 앞으로 급파에 대한 진출 자신감이 더 생기잖아요.
네, 저희가 듀커드로도 치킨을 먹어가지고 듀커드로도 치킨을 먹을 수 있구나, 우리도 할 수 있구나를 느끼고 이전에도 자신감이 있었는데 이제 더 급하로 올라갈 수 있는 자신감이 생긴 것 같습니다.
And for the match 3, we think only with 2 members we can just do the winter chicken dinner. So for the after match, we think we can do the more the best and get more confidence to do our things.
Ooh, I love the confidence, and we'll be watching on you. So back to the game.
Yes, sir. When you're able to pull off a great performance like that, when you're down to just 2, it kind of gives you all the confidence in the world here. As we will hope to see what Divine can pull off here in these final 2 games. Meanwhile, Forest, it's been a rough day, and unfortunately not looking any less rough as they happen to run right into the buzzsaw of day trade on the northern side here. But it looks like they managed to get out with only 1 loss, losing Olympus.
Yeah, that's in a way fortunate. I mean, this is the absolute worst team you want to be running into in a situation like that, because they have nothing left to lose. Nope. They're just going to come at you. Flash and Tigger, 21 kills apiece. Man, wow. Oh man. I mean, Flash, he's a known quantity. We've been seeing this guy pop off for years on day trade. But with this new player they're bringing in, Tigger, he has been good.
Yeah, he's absolutely been letting the world know that he has arrived and that he is on a team that allows him to play at his peak. As we see Divine kind of hugging on the eastern side of the zone. They're playing a little bit more on the road side. Now they've got Furia in the mountains just off to their north, and Petrichor Road still rotating in on their south here. Meanwhile, Forest, after losing their 1 player, they are just hugging the north side of La Cobreria. And you can see kind of the road that they took to get here. Finishing number 3 in the APAC qualifiers was absolutely nothing to ignore there. I mean, that is a tough qualifier, especially when you consider the fact of some of the teams that didn't make it here.
Like all gamers.
Like Cerberus. I mean, these are teams that everyone was expecting, and Forest managed to best them. So you can't take them lightly.
No, and it's been a rough start for a lot of the teams. So it just is that way. There's only so many points available in every lobby. So some days it just isn't your day, and see if they can bounce back tomorrow. They still have more opportunities. It's looking at the cutoff. No idea where it's going to be here. I'm not even going to try to guess because I'll just end up being wrong.
True.
I'll let Martin handle that.
Yeah, Martin loves that kind of stuff. He loves being wrong.
He's the real nerd.
But 55 points. I'm thinking 55 points is probably a pretty good goal post to aim for here if you're some of these teams that are in Group B. And finishing up here today as we see Nixie. He's going to hear those engines of T1 just off in the distance. But fortunately for both, I would say, ships passing in the night here.
Yeah, don't want any early issues. That is definitely one of those things that can spoil a game real fast. Especially it spoils your mental, right? You're down to 3 in phase 1, and you're just like, really, like, come on, man, like, and you're kind of just already feeling a little bit down and out. The Freaks, I saw Gumin in the hallway as well, and yeah, he was a little bit frustrated, to say the least. It has been a very good, very not good day. Here's that drive up. They're just so good. Flash just happy to be the wheelman.
Honestly, I mean, Thanadol's
also very good.
Pretty cracked. I mean, like, he's one of those players that we always, you always talk about, like, okay, he's an insane player. We expect a lot from him. Oh no, Forest Gaming, after losing their first guy, now
tough
they get a little bit close to Geeke as PWD and Spiro just waiting, playing with their food here a little bit, waiting to see if maybe he gets joined by some other teammates, but unfortunately for Kiss, he is all alone. The rest of the gang setting up in different spots, and PWD will take advantage of that. And that's going to be Forest knocked down to 2.
Yep, that's easy money for Geeke. And again, the woes continue here today for Forest, trying to recover from an early loss. Just talking about how painful those can be for your, obviously, late game hopes, your mental, all of it can come unraveling relatively quickly, as Scappy and others going to be trying to figure out how they want to take the rest of this game forward. This is a tough circle to judge. Phase 1, there's still a whole bunch of different directions that this can go, and if the games today have been any indication, they could go just about anywhere.
Truly. And well, really interesting to see how Bestia is playing this, considering that they had the El Pozo drop spot. They're doing this kind of 2-1-1 split, taking over a lot of real estate, but they're getting a lot of information as well, as we see some highlights from that previous match. Bestia holding off the push from ROC to begin with here. I think it came down to just one as DraftKings did a little bit of work, but in the end, the push from 17 just proving to be a little bit too much, as we see. But we had to give credit to DraftKings. I mean, DraftKings was able to go from no man's land and get over to that compound, that little shack, to get the revives off for his teammates. So we're just kind of getting a good glimpse of how the day played out.
Well, I think for Bestia, you might be, who knows, looking at that moment, depending on how these next 2 games shape up, as to, like, the turning point when DraftKings able to survive there, get back, get the reses, get them a few extra points as they get a little bit deeper into the game. Maybe could have been one of those moments that they just barely get through into the grand finals, and this is a little bit scary for TKL, and they're in the air.
That's why you throw down the smokes.
Is there going to be any more damage done? Doesn't seem like 17 really too keen to continue that pressure, but yeah, okay, we're going north on this, so this one might end up like north of El Pozo, northwest of El Pozo. There's a couple interesting spots up there. There's also some flat land to the east of Alcantara that does have some like dips and hillsides, but there's like a longhouse over there that kind of offers a lot of control, so Geeke in control of that position currently. Let's see if they try to fortify that. Drop spot being anticipated outside of the crater edge. That would make a lot of sense. Teams love to get up there and just put those DMRs to good use.
Yeah, I mean, this is with these E-pickups, you have to keep an eye on where these guys decide to go, because there are some very high ground spots that are only accessible via those E-pickups.
Or a motorcycle if you're Batulins.
Or a motorcycle if you're Batulins, if you're the GOAT himself. Yeah, I mean, there's spots that you can play up there that nobody else can really access, and you can just kind of rain terror down among everybody that's surrounding you. So you can see Taikulo going for that first one. Now, there is a 17 in the air right above that, and they are on track to go to that same location. So we'll have to see if they spot out Taikulo before they drop, or if they decide to go somewhere else. Meanwhile, E-Arena hugging that western edge of El Pozo. They've got Rock off to their east and T1 off to their west. So El Pozo, despite the fact that it's on the very southern side of this zone, still seeing a lot of action right now.
Yeah, this is actually maybe a little tricky for E-Arena. You would think being on the edge of the city, you've got control over it, but with some of these shanties that are out there and other things, it can be at times some of these moments where somebody's able to sneak underneath your nose and catch you a bit off guard and kind of disrupt your defenses. But 17 did end up identifying that maybe that high ground position already claimed. Haven did a little bit of damage. Not able to find any further there, so just went for the opportunistic pull-up, not connecting with enough, and the rest of Furia looks like they're backing off. I'm sure the sandstorm isn't making things any easier for them there.
Kind of helps you make that decision a little bit quicker, I would think. As, there we go. Biel Calmo going to find Petrichor Road. He's going to get 2 of them as they get a little bit too close, and Biel on point with it will find the double kill. And that is good news for Rock. Bad news for Petrichor Road as they are down to just 2 playing from that northern side of El Pozo.
They continue to just struggle today. I mean, they've got 28 points, but it hasn't felt good.
It hasn't felt like a Petrichor. It's not what we were expecting.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. And, you know, they won the first game, but it was off the back of kind of just everybody else fighting and dying.
Well, yeah, and it's also, I mean, what have you done for me lately? They haven't really done much past that. You know, like you said, winning the first game, and now you're sitting here in game number 5 with 28 points. It's kind of like, okay, well, you really kind of haven't been doing much since then. Yep. So not what we expected from Pero, but again, plenty of time for them to right the ship, turn things around. I mean, we could say the same thing about Freaks. Everybody was just singing the praises of both of these squads coming in. So a little bit of a wheel spin to start things off, and Day Trade taking full advantage of that while they can. Barpo, meanwhile, had an interview just moments ago, and now all of a sudden he finds himself with Taiku Lei's cold 119 all by himself. I don't think anyone else is near him, and is he going to get somebody for free? He sure as heck will, and unfortunately for Dayon, he is going to be he's going to get another one. Swaps to the shotty. Does he have another one in him? No. Barpo will prevent that from happening with a well-placed grenade.
Oh, man. That's brutal for Divine, though. Just a player on the ground, and 119 is the emergency number for a lot of countries, and Divine's going to be calling it there. Sir, we have a thief in our house, and here's, they just drove up into it.
Just right in front of them, and yeah, the rest of
Biel
had plenty of information. I think the rest of his team was letting him know like somebody was on his way, and he delivered huge right there. And meanwhile, T1 is in absolute shambles. They have split off into 2 different directions, trying to leave from that western side of Pozo. He all by himself, and now Ibiza and the VP boys. Lots of blood splatters coming off of that, but nobody dropping from the skies just yet, as it looks like Freaks will just barely get out of there alive.
I think Ibiza hit every player on the Freaks. Salute is on dire.
He's in rough shape.
He's in dire straits. That is not great for the Freaks. Where do you go here as well? Edges of the craters, just go for the central craters. I mean, if you go central craters, Day Trade's already there. This is scary. Okay, the house is outside. Those are open, but Day Trade's still here. Still maybe going to do damage, and with how much you took on the way in, yeah, Salute going to get ripped out. He's not dead just yet. Another player going down. It's Heaven. It's Batulins. It's a shooting gallery.
Oh, they're just surrounded on all sides. Bestia getting involved here. DraftKings will find Vinny will find at least one. The knock comes through, and now look at this Twisted Minds going in there. As Batulins, I think, knows that there's a knock player. That's a free kill if he can go ahead and flush Heaven. And yeah, Twisted knowing that every point matters, but Vinny will steal it away as Heaven crawls out of the smoke and reveals himself. Ibby gonna get spotted here by Petrichor Road. So Pero, despite the fact that they're down to 2, they're still scrapping on in El Pozo as there's a 4-way fight. Look at this mess going on in Western Pozo as the blue zone arrives.
Well, it feels like Virtus Pro may have been hunting for points or just trying to get out. I'm not sure which, but they're paying the price, and they're almost almost losing another player there. Nixie trying to scooch on back, but I mean, you can see grenades in hand for E-Arena. They want to come through and stack up some more points for themselves.
I mean, it is just a free-for-all here with Rock, E-Arena, Virtus Pro, and Petrichor Road all looking down in this direction. There's just knocks going on everywhere. Smoke slowing the whole thing down. As you see, Nurin's going down to the blue here, and more fights going on as well in the north between 17 and I believe that was Divine. Barpo going down somehow, some way, though. E-Arena, they've kept 3 up, which is admirable considering the just insanity of what's going on here with all these smokes.
Oh, no. The grenade from RBN bounced in so nicely there. Solds, well, doesn't even need it. The blue is going to finish the job. Lyric storms in. He's sick of this. Wants to keep his team in this game as best as he can. Oh, thank God. Thank God for the boost, I think. Oh, no, he's not going to make it, you're right.
No, he's done so. Zizzy now the last player left alive. Unfortunately, at least for E-Arena, he hasn't made his way inside the zone. So he might be in a spot here to take care of whoever else comes out. You can see Spiro from Geeke also coming down here to see if he can spot anybody slipping. But Petrichor Road still trying to make their way through. Ike's left. He's just giving up on life and going to hope to maybe get that flush. But Santastico not going to give it to him as he works around the edges of the tire fire. Zizzy not going to spot the flush on Ike's left either. So a lot of points just going over to the blue here.
This has been an absolute mess in El Pozo. Somebody call the garbage collectors because there's a lot of trash to pick up out here. It's scraps for everybody trying to find their way out. Type with a Panzer. Goodbye. Ooh. Goodbye. That's something for T1, but they are not having a great game. They need to have a pretty decent final game here. I'm going to assume that Type can't really do too much more damage. Twisted Minds can see him from the high ground on the outside of the Crater Field's edge. So him trying to get out of here, he just kind of maybe blew up his own ride that he could have stolen, but had to go for the kill, had to get the points. I get it.
You got to do what you got to do, yeah. But Lou has just got a bead on him, unfortunately, so we'll see. I'm sure we'll see him churn up in the kill feed here very shortly. 17 Gaming, meanwhile, from that northwestern position, they've been dealing with TKL, they've been dealing with Divine, and now they can turn their attention over toward Geeke as we see, yep, this is a replay of how Divine was dispatched. Hello, the last one up here in 7700. Just a nice little spray there off the push.
Yeah, pretty easy there for 17. Now they have Geeke, who's somewhat more entrenched. Could be tougher nut to crack. Hiruzen going to be underneath the rock edge, but actually Lil Ghost is going to see him, take him down. Found just enough of an angle up on top of that ledge. Now you've got PWD, Quizzy. Oh, they're getting, no, okay, well, now Taikula is getting involved. And things are going from bad to worse for Geeke. Although, things also not going so good for 17.
I mean, you can see the difference that just mere seconds made here for Taikula earlier on in the game when they were the first ones in the air off the E-pickup, and they were able to take that high ground position away before 17 was able to get there, and they are using it to great effect right now. Now Spaceman from that lower side, Quizzy the last one up for Geeke. Will hide behind those rocks, has a little bit of room to work around with, and fortunately for him, it looks like nobody else has the utility, or at least they're not willing to use the utility to flush him out. Xiaowu will expend a blue zone grenade and try to open up a little bit of room for Lil Ghost, but Spaceman is on time with the spray from the AUG.
Man, they are just so talented. Assault rifles, DMRs, doesn't matter for TKL. They are just on point this entire event. Now looking to continue to keep 17 and Geeke out of this. However, Forest may be thinking about getting involved in this fight. They may want some points. Goodness gracious.
The sprays are just timely, and he is running out of ammo, and that might be the only thing that slows Spaceman down here, as Quizzy will get dispatched by Suze. As TKL now up to 5 kills, working their way. Now Dons is all by himself off to the north, and he's got a 4-man squad of the Expendables bearing down onto him. So you can see Spaceman and Suze now turning their attention over towards that direction, and he will go down. Spaceman going to go down as well to Xiaowu. So just like that, it is all down to Suze. But 5 kills for TKL. That is a nice little cherry on top of the day they've had so far here. 90 points overall, 5 kills on the game here.
He's trying to find the low ground, trying to find a better angle. Get some damage in with the M4, able to readjust, get the knock. That's a great repeat there.
20 rounds left, though.
Yeah, he's trying to keep TE guessing as to where he's going to be. He goes down the hill, but Delwyn out in the blue outguesses him, takes him down. So the Expendables looking to get the res onto their PGC MVP, and definitely one of the best players we've had here at PGS 7 so far. Clories, see if he can be back on his feet. And, yep, Forrest now in a position to do some damage, potentially. Got to hit those shots. DraftKings backing him off a bit.
Ooh, yeah, Scappy Unfortunately, just showing his back a little bit there, and now Xiaowu just going to go down to the blue, donate that point over to the gods, as we have centered up right in the middle of Crater Fields. It has been a while since I've seen something just fall directly on top of these Crater Fields. We are down to, I believe, just 7 teams remaining. The Expendables and Forest, the only ones that are kind of playing around the rim still. And it looks like the Expendables have keyed in here on Forest. Scappy going to get knocked down to about 23 HP, but they don't know that Tanvu is right on their doorstep.
This is such a brutal way for Forest to potentially go down. Let's see if they can fight back. Yeah, Baron going to get Tanvu.
That's a big knock.
Yeah, that's the point ban for the Expendables. Oh, Delwyn again out into the blue, but can't win the second trade. Scappy prone down, not much else for him to do. The Expendables are going to wipe Forest out. They didn't get a single kill out of any of that. That is brutal.
That's tough. That's tough. And, well, fortunately for the Expendables, they should be able to get everybody back on their feet. But what do they have? How are they going to get down into the Crater Fields now that the circle has hugged a little bit more towards the east? You can see Bestia bringing everybody down to this compound to the south. Right now, Freaks down to Guman and Deal right in the dead center of the circle. Also, Day Trade, of course. Why wouldn't they be? 4 up in the dominant position here, but they've got their eyes on Furia, so they've got to clear them out. Twisted Minds again, also in the eastern side.
This is one of those circles that can really come down to Smokes. Who's able to hang on to the most towards the end of the game? Who's able to find those moments? Because inside of the Crater Fields,
they've got
there's
one
some
2-seater.
Yeah, dude. This is
okay, they've got
they've got another one. Okay, just it's time to do some sledding.
It's still gonna be rough, man.
Oh yeah, this is not fun. I mean, if you had some of the smoke grenade launcher smokes, you could probably get them pretty close to Day Trade, but now they're just going to get cut down. It's Bestia, it's Day Trade, everybody watching this Expendables push. Calori's gone, and now Day Trade on the hunt to do some more damage. Furia, who knows if they're going to get involved. Tanvu gone. Yep, Furia is getting involved. Guizera is going to find the flush onto Duck Juice as well. And now you have 1 player left for the Expendables. And we kind of knew that was going to take a little luck.
Yeah, that was, I feel like the storybook was written for that one, unfortunately. But the Expendables managed to get a few kills, and they're sitting pretty in 3rd place overall. So I don't think they're too terribly beaten up about it. But that was great news for Furia that they were able to pick up a few of those, as they are in desperate need of points, sitting on 58 now. So they can feel a little bit more comfortable with 1 game remaining. They'll feel a lot more comfortable if they can pull off a win here somehow. Bestia was one of those teams that we had a lot of eyes on. They really need stuff to go their way. They're going to find the knock onto Belmoth. Can they get Flash as well? No. Flash will just get around the corner, and unfortunately they don't get the flush onto Belmoth before he's able to escape behind cover as well.
Yeah, now you have to assume that Flash is going to be able to get back over there, but that's...
the tires.
Yeah, that knock has Furia on their horses, and they're just dismounted. Day Trade not having anything to do with this push. Now it's Twisted's turn. They're coming down in too, and they've got an open warehouse, I believe, for themselves. Yeah, they're going to claim this real estate, so Day Trade able to keep Furia at bay, but they have to cede over some ground.
Well, it was a partial collapse from Furia. They only sent 2, and they got 2 knocks onto Day Trade, but since the other 2 remained behind, they weren't able to really capitalize on that. So I think that Day Trade should be able to get back up to full strength here shortly, as the circle will pop, and it's going to favor Bestia on that south side. Twisted Minds now on the clock. They've got to clear out their north. They've got to get rid of Day Trade and Furia if possible. But Day Trade, as we said, they're going to hit every single one of these reses all back on their feet.
I feel like the Freaks should be thanking their lucky stars right now.
Absolutely.
These circles could not have gone any better for them. They have found a good spot, even though they lost 2 on that emergency pickup. They're able to weather the storm. I see some shotguns floating around in their hands as well, so they're ready for someone to make a crash at them. It may have to be Bestia eventually, but there's still another circle to go before that's necessary. Furia with some tires in bad shape, and now their team is in bad shape. They're just done. Day Trade's got 7 kills.
Again.
Oh,
I mean,
my God, dude.
They just collecting. It is just dominating this lobby right now. 117 points all the way, leaving no doubt. And they've got 4 left alive, and now they can turn their attention towards Twisted Minds. First of all, an initial spray from Tigger is going to get, I believe that Batulin's very low, but won't get the knock, but it'll be enough to open up a door here as Daytrade just using those offensive smokes, forcing Twisted Minds away from the angles that they would prefer to be holding right now. And now Perfectix kind of looking at the last one. Daytrade just waiting for it. The first spray comes through. Look at that. Thanadol being the bait. Flash going in for the spray. That is beautiful two-man play coming out from Daytrade.
That's so well read. My goodness, Daytrade. This team is on point in so many different ways. A grenade finds example, so just Batulin's left alive for Twisted Minds. And why not? Yeah, Sawduff, go for it. Tigger thinking about in the corner. Got a player in the smoke. They don't know where he's at. Batulin's, though, gets sandwiched.
Man.
Dude, Daytrade.
It is not often that you see a team like Twisted get taken to the schoolyard like that, and they just got absolutely destroyed. Not even a knock coming through on a Daytrade. I don't even know if any damage came through in that 4v3. Daytrade just, just clean as you like. Human gets knocked here, and I don't know if Deal will be able to get over there and get the res off. If he can, that would be absolutely huge. But Bestia, DraftKing and Mime, the duo, kind of working from the side, see if they can maybe get an angle on him as he's, yeah, Deal, I think, is just giving him up. I think Human maybe just telling him.
There's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, every team's going to be watching for that cross. Everybody in this lobby.
It. Never mind.
Oh, he did get there?
Okay.
I figured maybe they weren't going to give him the opportunity. I mean, with how opportunistic Daytrade has been today, I just figured they'd be pouncing a little bit quicker. They're a step delayed, but that's okay because they probably are still going to finish the job. The blue zones are still there for them. They're layering them in there. Here come the frags. DL knocked. Shotgun out. There's just no hope, right? Human does get one. Is he going to get another? No.
That's going to open up a door, though. Bestia, you got to go through it while it's there. Tigger, they gave you a chance. Deal gave you a chance by getting that knock. Now it's a 4v3. Belmoth gets spotted out. That's good eyes on the part of DraftKing to keep Belmoth from going in for that flanking angle. Thanadol has managed to get to that hard cover, and now it's just utility being thrown left and right. 12 kills now for Daytrade. Vinny going in for the long flanking angle. Mime will get spotted out by Thanadol. That'll even things up here. The flank going to get spotted out. Vinny will win the 1v1 against Flash, and that is great news here for Bestia.
What a beautiful nade from Belmoth. That was a really impactful one. That might have opened things up, but he gets outdone. DraftKing there gets the best of him in the spray battle, so he has to go for the heal. But Bestia in tatters. 2 players left for both teams in terms of who's on their feet. Vinny, DraftKing looking to see if they can get this win and maybe get themselves into that grand finals. Belmoth and Thanadol not going to make it easy for sure, but Thanadol backed off. Good spray down from DraftKing again. He has been so clutch today in some of these moments. Is this grenade going to be on point? It bounces past the tractor just a bit too far.
I mean, this has been great stuff here from Bestia. They're doing everything they can, but DraftKing has to pull back just a little bit. He's got to anticipate some more offensive utility being sent his way. That deployable cover was doing wonders for him, and he's been doing a really good job of holding them, but now he can't keep eyes on them. So Belmoth and Thanadol going to have to pull back, and I think Vinny realizing that, he realizes he's on his own. He's got to move around just a little bit, but look at all the open space he's got to work with. This is going to be really dangerous. Silzen, fortunately, still alive, can feed over a little bit of information to the rest of the boys, at least based off of their footsteps.
The thing is the circle where it's going to end up is in Bestia's favor. It's closer to the hilltop, so Daytrade has to be the ones to march forward. More damage done, but still no knocks, and I saw quite a few stuns in the hands there of the Daytrade players, so they might be able to just brute force their way through with that. They're out of smokes, they got to get on the move, but Vinny done with it. Bestia gonna come through with a huge win.
That is a beautifully done win there by Bestia. They were, I mean, that was a very 50-50 battle that could go either way. I mean, you figure Bestia in a slightly better position just because they have more room to work around with in that open field. But, I mean, the way Daytrade has been playing, nothing was ever going to come easy.
No, I totally agree with you there, man. That did not feel comfortable at all with how good Daytrade has been. They dismantled a bunch of teams in that game.
And we were talking about the fact that Bestia being one of those teams that's kind of hovering right around there near the cut line, they're going to have to be sitting at home tomorrow watching how this one plays out. But that win is going to do big wonders for them, as they will be a lot less sweaty, I think, watching tomorrow once we see where these final points are sitting. But another great win here on Miramar for Bestia. We've got one game remaining on the day. One last chance for Group B to collect points on the day. Let's throw it over to the desk.
Absolutely dominating win, though it got a little bit squeaky there at the end as Bestia does come out with a very important victory at the start of this game. Martin, you said they need to have one massive match if they want to try to qualify off the back of what was a pretty tough day yesterday. They come out and do it.
Yeah, this potentially could be their qualifying game. Right? A third of their points or more could be coming from this one. And they stepped up. They did hold back for the breach, right? There's so many teams breaching into the warehouses, and they were like, okay, we're going to hold on. We're going to keep that southern side control, and we're going to take on the teams coming towards us. And then a day trade team flushing in, removing Human and Deal, and literally just removing everyone out of the warehouses as well. Like, they are looking insane today. If they can keep this level of confidence going into the finals, we're looking at a team that's potentially one of our favorites.
I mean, if they keep this confidence going through the year, then they're just going to be a wonderful team to track. I do think Bestia followed a strategy we've seen a couple of other teams use in this day so far, which is let's just let Day Trade take care of the hard work. Because they did. They sat back. You know, we saw Petrichor do it in one of the earlier games. But they said, okay, we're just going to watch the chaos break out. And there was a lot of that as we saw this sort of shift down to what was as much a crater circle as a crater circle could be. Literally right on top of that. Yeah. Not a lot of options.
Very difficult.
It's super difficult. You got to come up over that crater. You got to go inside. There's not a lot of cover in there. Remember, if you guys haven't played in a while, you just like to watch esports, crater is a very different place these days. And once you get that compound, it is very hard to dig a team out of it.
Yeah, and also the timings that you have to do to get in there in terms of third party, breaching. It has to be timed extremely well. The teams actually did quite nice. I like what the Twisted Minds were able to do. They're able to get in pretty deep. They were expecting to get more out of it. You can see the disappointment on them there, but Day Trade completely destroyed them, stopped them, and put themselves into a second place. Another top 2 situation for them where they're fragging out.
I think my biggest moment in that game that I really liked watching, you know, they actually gave Twisted Minds the spot that they got was you saw Furia try to make that push on Day Trade off the back of a knock. It was a good push, but Day Trade using the blue zone defense you pointed out while we were in the green room, the fact that they immediately responded and held that north side. Smartly, Twisted Minds, clearly veterans, were able to slide into the southern house after that and take up a good warehouse spot, but it was just Day Trade's response time on absolutely everything. It's not only seeming like it's perfect, but it's just faster than it even seems natural. They were there with the double blue stop within seconds.
Yeah, exactly. But it was Bestia that was able to close this one out, and Vinny was able to step up to the case of it. 5 kills for him. 400 damage, sure, but it was important kills and knocks to come in. Also, you can see with the 3 gear on him, he was playing extremely confidently there, which was the late game. His utility was on point. His peaks was great. He knew that they had the control of the center of the zone. He knew that they had to come to them. So he was playing it smart and playing it really, really... Yeah, he executed it exactly how you have to do in this late game.
He did exactly what he needed to. He walked away with 5 kills and is very likely going to be the man of the match. Vinny Vidi Vici. He came, he saw, he conquered, and he took out just about everyone that tried to stand against them. Now, granted, part of that was it was a really nice setup by Bestia. They spread out very well. They made sure that they covered almost every access point to that hilltop. They had the blue zone backpacks, they had the utilities saved up, and they made sure that they locked out any threats. Now, the reason they had all of that saved up is, again, the fight went on elsewhere, and they were able to sort of watch it and wait it out. But that's how PUBG works. When you catch that circle, you do the best with what you got. Day Trade will come out on the top of the match leaderboard once again. And I'm going to remind you guys at home, despite the fact that we keep seeing them with these number 1s, they don't actually have that many chickens.
No, they're just fracking out. They're continuing to put themselves into these top 2, top 3 situations, and they're just getting so many kills. We're usually talking about, 65% or so of the points should be coming from kills. Here, it's way higher. They're getting so much more. And again, another double-digit kills for them here. Wow. Just next level. 126 points. Look at the lead to second place. That is just next level. They only have 7 points more placement than Taikule and only 4 more than Expendables. But they are fragging out so hard. 87 kills.
87 kills. There's a good chance that after the next game, they may set a record for group stage points. We'll have to like dig around. Okay, so I'm hearing from our production team that 138 is the group stage record for points. So if Daytrade comes out and does the same thing that they've done in the last 3 games in this one, they're going to set a new record, which is daunting because that is another team. When we kind of talked about it with, Expendables is like that as well. Once they get that momentum going and they go, oh yeah, I can beat all of these guys, they become a team that is very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, some teams here at the bottom still stuck. Versus Pro, 8 points only. They need to have a massive game here to be able to salvage into tomorrow. A lot of teams, obviously, they're in this middle pack. We have a lot of teams in the top that's obviously very, very safe, but it's only been once we've seen historically that we've had a cutoff above the 60. It's been 64. It was PGS 5 in the group stage, so it's kind of unlucky. But with how everything is kind of working out and how, our bottom pack is getting very little points, now our top pack, only one team is really putting themselves really far ahead. It could mean that our mid pack is going to be so much more points available that our cutoff could be, again, record-breaking higher. It could be 65, could be high, but we're talking about 60 points is kind of what you want to aim for here. This puts Bestia within that striking distance, the 60s. I think they're mid-50 right now. So they need another decent game here. They can't go out, and they need to put themselves above that kind of hypothetical cutoff.
They had a good game. They need to have at least one decent game to maintain their position in this because we are having the point sponge at the top, the reverse sponges on the bottom, creating a very uncomfortable spot sort of in the middle for these teams who are on that grind.
Sponges that's been stepped on.
Right, they've been stepped on. They've been crushed. The water is rising for everyone else to try to soak up. And as we go into this last game, the middle pack teams, are there any in particular that you are like, this is their moment, you have to make some changes? Does a Geek have to go somewhere that isn't just trash looting? Like, what is the options for some of these teams on the chase?
Well, the craziest thing is that we have so many teams that are still below Geek. So you just have to get in, you have to maximize, you have to realize, when is it too late to get more points?
When is it too late to get more points? I'll tell you, for the teams in Group B, it is right after this last match of the day. Guys, gals, it is time for us to get into our final Miramar. Let's send it over to the casters with our last match.
Thank you very much, Toppies, and we are here for our final match of the day, our final match of the group stages for our Group B teams. So much on the line. Can you secure your spot in this grand finals, or will you be sitting watching tomorrow with sweat on your brow, hoping that somebody delivers for you? Nobody wants to be in that position, paper thin, and it is a tough lobby to get points in right now, considering what Daytrade is doing, possibly record-breaking stuff.
Yeah, they're within spitting distance of Twisted Minds' group stage record. 138 was what Twisted Minds was able to accomplish last year. 12 more points and they'll tie it. And the kill counts for Daytrade are through the freaking roof. They are just unbelievably handling themselves today. Like, I am so impressed. Okay, look at this. This is such a funny change. TKL noticed what T1 did in that last game where they dropped further to the east of Chumacera, so this time they're doing that too to make sure that T1 can't get any closer. And SLR all ready for cold. Who knows? Maybe there's a world where he hits a headshot, but not going to be the case, I think.
I think at this point, I don't even know, man. We've seen some nutty shots get landed here as the circle will pop, and it is going to be about as kind as it could possibly hope for, centering up just west of Picado. And you can see Geek after they've got pushed off of Chumacera, but not too terribly. I mean, they still have a lot of room off to the north, but T1, it has just been rough sledding here so far today. We'll see if they are good enough to secure themselves a spot in that grand final. As I feel like they've got some more work to do, though, man. It is really close.
I agree with you. I'm right there with you, man. I think they need.
And this team,
it's hard to say.
They're too good. I mean, they were so good, especially towards the end of last year.
Yes.
And it seemed like everything was getting getting going and clicking and running in the right direction. But, I mean, that's just the way these events are. Sometimes you hit the ground and your wheels spin a little bit, and sometimes you just get instant traction and start running through the lobby like day trade. I mean, that's just the way the game go.
Absolutely. And, I mean, I think for T1, you know, when you're looking at that leaderboard, what's kind of weird right now is that a lot of the teams that have a lot of points are in their group. So it's like, how safe, where's the actual cutoff going to end up? Because who the heck knows what happens tomorrow? Things could get very strange with where all that ends up. But, yeah, I mean, now you got to maximize. Now as T1, you know, you got to have a good game here. You got to have a game where you're not hemorrhaging players early. You're getting into a deep game with 4 up, doing some damage. See if they can find that success. And E-Arena looking to do some more damage themselves. Had kind of an up and down day, I'd say. There's been some good moments, some not so good moments for them. But 19 points, certainly not where they want to be. But, hey, you're ahead of the Freaks. I mean, you got that going for you.
Well, you saw a little bit of the historical statistics there for E-Arena throughout all the PGSs so far. 9 chicken dinners, pretty decent win rate. I think this will be their 90th match total. And this is, I mean, you got to remember the halcyon days of PGS 3 and 4, I believe, was when E-Arena really, really showed out.
They roared.
And then it was just kind of forgettable experiences from that point on, really. And they kind of fell off the face of the earth. But, you know, sometimes this just that 1 or 2 events back to back, and you find yourself in a great position. So those 2 events got them to PGC, and we'll maybe see them find their footing here as the day continues. As we get a look at the overall leaderboard here, down 1st through 16th. You can see just where everybody's sitting.
That's so much Group B there.
There is a lot of Group B.
That's what's kind of got me. You know, usually there's like 1 or 2 teams from like A and C that are like just popping off, and it's not really the case. So tomorrow is going to be freaking nuts, dude.
Oh yeah. Well, you can see that how you know, Na'Vi right there at the cut line at 16th, and even all the way down to 24th. VP, they're only 14 points away from that cut line. Now Na'Vi obviously having the condition of dealing with the hot drops all day yesterday. They won't have to worry about that tomorrow, so that is good news. But they still have left themselves with a lot of work left to do. As Ike's left, well, maybe driver's license are tough.
Yeah, you know? It's not easy to get, but he also left a 6X in the car. Not sure if that's intentional or not, but there it is.
Well, he has no weapon to put it on, so.
Well.
What is he going to look through, like a periscope?
Yeah.
Like a pirate.
Yeah, exactly.
I could see Ike's left as a pirate.
I could too. Yeah, he'd make a good pirate.
Little Captain Jack action with him. You know, just kind of swagger on up. Let everybody
Sailing
know.
the 7 seas.
But you have heard.
He could be streaming while he's doing it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they've got to do something, because 32 points on the day, not up to their standards for sure. But I mean, as far as things go, though, 32 points through 5 games, that's not bad. Like that is decidedly average. That is. I think
it's good enough.
It is. It's good enough. I mean, I think if you tell any team really that they're going to go into a day at international competition and get, you know, between mid-30s, like I think they're happy with that. Like,
yeah,
you know, because that puts you in a position where you're in reach, right, of pretty much anything the next day. So definitely not a bad day, but not the pop off that we were expecting just yet.
Well, we know who's having a good day.
Well, yeah.
What else can we say? There is very little that they haven't done right. I mean, a few moments here or there, maybe. Maybe they should have more chicken dinners, you could argue, but it doesn't matter at this point. That's just gravy. Okay, well, this is not good. That's Flash, and he's dead.
And that might be the first bad thing that's happened to Day Trade here so far today, is they lose one early, and all of a sudden that record for Twisted Minds looks a little bit safer, as Day Trade still has 12 more points to go to catch it. Keep eyes on that. But
you know what I would have loved to have seen?
What's that?
Is if Twisted just hot dropped Day Trade
just
to protect their record.
Yeah, no, you're not getting it. I mean, I'm kind of picturing Twisted Minds being like the what was it, like the '74 Miami Dolphins that every year that somebody finally gets the last team gets a defeat, they get together and pop a bottle of champagne.
Yeah.
Like it's the cringiest thing ever, but you know, whatever. You got to celebrate the moments in life, and Twisted Minds right now still holding on to that record, and it looks like it might be a little bit safer now that day trade down to just 3 players.
For sure.
There's still a lot of room to play here in this first zone. Still 63 alive, not a very violent opening circle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed there wasn't some more hot
You
drop
wanted to be
action.
a little bit more whack?
I did. I mean, it was fun yesterday, like in a lot of the games, because it's just like, well, I know I'm going to get 17 and Navi doing stuff. So the first, like, 6 minutes of this game are guaranteed to be interesting. I mean, there's still interesting things going on for sure. Teams are trying to figure out a way. A lot of teams are gambling that this is either going to go right south or west of that ridge line that's outside of Picado, in between Picado and Power Grid, right? That's where some of the land ratio terrain is going to be. So that's kind of like jockeying for that position, especially if this goes south of Power Grid. Things get pretty wild because there's really flat terrain out there. And this is not great for BL.
Poor BL. He's just in no man's land here. Now he's got Souls just off to the south of him, but the problem is how do you go and rescue your man here? Oh no! As soon as he gets up, yeah, Scappy has that angle. Good shots, gonna land, but not be enough to get the knock. So BL still living to fight another day. And that's pretty much what we're looking at all across the map, really. Just some,
poor BL.
Yeah, BL about the only one that's really in danger. All the other shots I'm seeing are just people shooting out windows, essentially. So the only one other interesting part. Oh, there you go. He went down to his own grenade.
Maybe he had just realized that there was just no hope. Maybe he ran out of smokes. That might have been. That could be point denial because he just had no more utility to protect himself. That's my best guess there.
Sure.
Or he just was, like, thumbing his nose at Forrest.
I mean, you've got 14 points, and you got 3 other team members still alive. I feel like that was a rescuable situation, but what do I know? BL going to go down, and that's going to be ROC playing with 3 from this point on. Other interesting situation, look at Picado. Like 17 obviously dropping Picado. They've got 3 left in. They've sent 7700 out, but now they've got 3 members of the Expendables on the south side as well. And as soon as that circle pops, 17 immediately getting into vehicles and trying to ditch out and head over towards 77's position. And it looks like they should be able to get away with it. And 1 E pickup in the air as well. We'll see if Bestia decides to take it.
Yeah, this could shape up to be a nice game for 17, and you know, this is one of those circles where you have in the back of your mind as 17 Gaming, like, this is why we fight for Picado.
Yeah.
This is why we do it. Circles like this where we're going to have massive prio on really powerful compounds that can send us deep into games and garner us a ton of points. The arena just grouped up mostly, other than Jacob, who somehow is about half a kilometer away.
Over here doing some rock climbing, no big deal. Getting some high ground.
Bouldering's really in vogue these days.
It is. I mean, it always was.
I guess.
You know, whatever.
It really has been, yeah. Ever since even I was a kid.
Just drop the suspension on that sucker and get that. Oh my goodness, Batu just picking DraftKings out, and that is not what you want to see if you're a Bestia fan. That is a big time fragger down for them, but they still keep 3 alive, and they're still making a rotation towards a central circle position, and this will be it. They'll be playing around this ditch for the foreseeable, but that is dead center, so that might be something to play with. We'll see.
That semi-truck, not much cover, but it'll do. You can set up a little bit of a fortification around the edge of it, and I suppose run inside of it to hide.
17.
Yeah, move that car. Well, how are you going to reposition this? Are you going to... I assumed originally that they were going to use that so they could get inside of the container there, but they're actually maybe fanning out. They see a compound that was open. Twisted was also kind of driving at it. Have to see if they crash into each other. The Freaks bypassing Xiao Wu, but they're going to lose Heaven to Clories from Picado. Goodness.
There's been a couple of players that's just getting picked off in rotation here. 17, they lose Xiaobei to the Freaks in that rotation as well. And Freaks, again, just finding themselves losing too early on. So it is just going from bad to worse here. It's just been a forgettable day for them. But fortunately for those guys, I think they are more than capable of just resetting for tomorrow. As Barpo, you are out in the middle of nowhere, my friend. That is going to be easy pickings there for Ike's left as he collects another point here for Apr-4 Road. They'll continue their rotation from the east down towards the south.
Yeah, I have to say I'm pretty concerned with the PWS teams today. The way that their macro has come in, they're getting picked apart all the time. Maybe he just
you're going to tell me that you got 3 other teammates?
Did he screw up? Did he accidentally underhand or pick the wrong grenade and realized it too late?
I mean, I don't know where he would have been throwing a grenade otherwise.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh well.
Like, that's I don't know.
It'd be like
that. That feels like a we've been having a rough day. Bad, you know, just a decision that you have no confidence in your ability to make it out of that situation. So
for sure.
Hopefully they can shake it off, man, because that is a really, really good team, and I would love to see them make it to the grand final, but they've got some work left to do here with only 14 points through day 1, but they've still got 3 alive, and now with that circle pop, they've got a good compound towards the center.
Jacob, go. Go, Jacob, go.
Go, Jacob, go. Rock climb your way into our hearts.
Get that chalk out, get it on your hands, and get going.
Exactly. Where's Cameron when you need him?
That's right.
Our resident rock climbing
He's the one who
expert.
knows stuff about that.
He does. I don't know how to. I don't know. I feel like it's weird. It's literally just climbing rocks, right? But why is it so complicated? Okay, Delwyn. He pops the tire and then pops the dome, and the expendable. Yeah, he's even surprised he hit that one. But now Silzen, after getting sent away from the semi-truck area, he's going to find some company. And VP, they're going to land right on top of E-Arena, instantly find Nurens. Beamy, can he get Larix too? Larix, they're working around the edges. No, he's going to go down. Beamy playing the walls beautifully, but Lou, no, from way downtown is going to spot out VP. And now E-Arena should be able to get everybody back on up. Nobody pushing this? ROC, you're right across the street. You saw this. Nobody pushing this.
I thought for sure somebody would take a gamble at that.
Goodness.
But Jacob wasn't, I don't even think was able to make it there. Maybe he got there right before VP, but some nades now. Twisted Minds under pressure. Just a Bestia player and 2 out a little bit far on a ridge, trying to see if they can get some angles. Perfectix aware and trying to suss that out, but I mean, Silzen, this is tough, man. He's going upstairs. They were trying to force him up there, see if they could guess which direction he would go with the grenade, but he is tucked into the corner using that stairwell as cover. Oops, that grenade didn't quite make it in.
That's a little off.
That's okay. Load up for another one. That one might get him. Apr-4 Road on the move. Center circle, just going to have to set up a car for it in a divot. Not much else to really work with around here. Again, all this real estate gets claimed so early on these Phase 1 circles on Miramar because of how difficult it is as these circles close out to make your move because there's just so many sightlines out here.
Yeah.
Every compound has vision.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is rough sledding for sure, especially if you're a team that has arrived late. But fortunately for Bestia, Silzen staying alive here. Some uncomfortable neighbors as the rest of Twisted Minds, they don't want to take the risk of losing anybody to a random solo as the smoke wall's just going to keep things low. But this is the problem if you're Apr-4 Road. The mortars starting to rain down. Not sure where exactly those are coming from. Might be Geek on the other side of the street. But for the time being, it looks like Pero's okay. And, yep, going to at least hit the cars. But they're landing just a little bit too far.
So close. Well, the good news for Silzen is he has the central circle location.
Everything's great.
The bad news is, that one was close. That mortar did a ton of damage to Pero. The cars are blowing up now. Pero, when they got to make moves eventually, losing these cars is actually very, very bad as well because they're outside the next circle. They got to go somewhere, and they're going to have to cut across a bunch of teams to do it. That car might not even survive the trip.
I mean, they had 2 left alive, I feel like, and it looks like maybe it was damaged enough to where they decided that this was the best option, putting 3 in, clown carring their way over, but they're going to lose a tire as they are getting shot at from E-Arena, and they're going to lose Chewy. They're going to lose everybody. PUBG Road going down in 13th place.
Yep, that one is just not much you can do in that situation as PUBG Road. You're just stuck in a bad spot. You got to try to go downhill. You've got your cars just beat up, and you lose tires, and it all just falls apart. T1, though, does have a high ground position. They're on not a bad part of this circle for now.
Yeah, no, this is workable for them. Furia as well,
Silzen,
just off to the side. Oh, and Silzen does get spotted out. So Twisted Minds, they secure the entirety of their compound. Batu has come down from his high ground location. They will all be together at last in their four-man squad in their compound. Thanadol, meanwhile, on is he's got his feetsies pumping away off on that southwestern side. He's got Belmoth as well. And it looks like Forrest is going to crash into ROC here, so ROC better be ready.
Grenades are out, damage done, up and over his Kiss. Nicely done, gets the knock onto RBN. Oh, there's a DBS. Putting it to good use is Olympus. Forrest having a nice crash here. They've got an opportunity to get themselves a little bit further in this game. The Molly is going to find the knock, though. And now Solds trying to find that cheeky angle. Stun bounces right off his dome. What in the world is that? But he's right around the angle. This is a difficult one to push for Forrest. It's hard because you have these rooms that you could tuck into for safety. Kiss trying to bait out the shots. Now he knows.
Yeah, these long buildings always a problem here. Soul's just going to hold on to it as long as he can. And we'll find one. He'll find 2. Souls trying to give him a run for their money. It's down to just Olympus. Can he pull off the miracle? No, he can't. The DBS will be enough, and Forrest will stay alive. They'll keep 3 up.
What a time to get that DBS into play. Nicely done. TKL, though, crashing here onto team. This is so tough because, yeah, I was going to say,
again, another long building.
Yeah, just watching it, it's another long building. I mean, Geekate, and they also have a player out in the warehouse behind that. TKL is going to have to find some cheeky knocks just to break in. Quizzy doing a good job holding the line, keeping them from breaching. That Molly should be right on point. I think that's Suze dead. Now you got some grenades lined up here. Don lets one fly, not going to connect. Tyruzen holding the door with a damn up. That's not a bad situation to have here. Don's gone. He had a grenade in hand. Flushes himself. Spaceman trying to find another angle, but Geekay doing a great job on this.
Close range holding these angles. Oh, they got to be quick about this because now 17 has arrived as well. Xiaowu +1 and 7700 coming in as well. Spaceman finding Spiro with the pumpy will take him down as well. Spaceman and Cold 119 holding the Angs as well as they can. Down to just 2 for Geekay, and 17 has arrived. They're going to find PWD. He's going to go down. It's all down to just Quizzy for Geekay, and he is burning quickly as that blue zone grenade doing damage.
Yeah, he's doing what he can. Cold, just holding the angle. Yep, easy money. Now 17 on the hunt. They want to knock out TKL. Taikula surrounded. Xiaowu sneaking around the backside, hoping to find a player who had maybe ducked out of the building to try to find safety, using the grenades to create a little bit of extra space for him to work. But that is going to be another knock. Lil Ghost going down, stuns coming through, missed opportunity.
Oh my goodness, the drop shot.
Woo, Cold, nasty.
That is cold-blooded, as he will find that with 7700 now hiding out inside the barn all by himself, as the Expendables will get eliminated. But Taikula, we talked about him yesterday, the performance that they put on. It's been a little bit quieter today, but they find themselves in 2nd place overall, 97 points, 5 kills. Maybe can add a little bit more to that if they can spot out 7700, but they got the blue zone coming quickly. They do spot mine from Bestia, so Bestia going to have to pull back down, and T1 will go down to Furia. Remember that great position that T1 had, 4-man on the high ground? Furia just dispatched them.
That's huge, and you get the nice being let out by TKL because that's a team that's going to contest their drops. Nice shot with the Dragunov. Shizzy able to find the headshot onto Cold. Rez should be coming through. Not sure how much time is left on this blue zone. Not a ton for them. Actually, they might not really be able to do this effectively. I don't know if Cold has that backpack. I think he must.
He must, yeah.
He's sitting on it, so yeah, it should be okay. 7-7. Yeah, there's not good options.
Oh, that's going to do it. Oh, Lou. Lou actually got the shot in him before he goes down to the blue zone, so heads up play coming from Twisted Minds. Another kill going over in their pocket as Bestia continue to fight from their ditch here, down to just Mime and Vinny, but 4 kills picked up. They have continued to climb up, 62 points overall. I think they'll be sitting very nice come tomorrow, and they can just kind of sit back and watch as Taiku Lee has gone down, and Twisted Minds now climb above the Expendables, find themselves in 3rd place. They have 4 up. They've got a compound. They've got a great situation here for the end of this game.
Oh, yeah. This looks comfy.
Where are you looking, Baron? Where are we going?
E-Arena?
Gotta be.
Is anybody in E-Arena even outside?
I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Or are they going for Bestia?
Oh, they're going for Bestia. Ah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that does make a lot more sense, doesn't it? A little bit long, but the angle's right. It's just a little bit far in the distance.
Just a bit outside.
Just a bit outside. And as Forest, they've got a foothold inside the zone with Olympus, so Baron and Kiss have somewhere to go. But Furia is looking down at them, but it's some long-range shots. There have to be some great shots from Furia to be able to hit that.
For sure. For sure. I mean, really, this feels like it's coming down to either E-Arena or Twisted Minds. You know, if somebody just opts to crash one of them and they take some losses, that could be kind of a difference maker. I mean, maybe somebody can find some kind of safety in the middle of the circle. The problem is you're going to take a bunch of damage on the way through. Headshots found, and there's the knock. Wizera, good shooting with that Mark 12. And that's going to be another point going over to Furia, who are looking pretty locked and loaded to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, Baron trying to go for another position so they didn't have all 3 of these guys in the shed, but maybe 3 in the shed would have been a better call, as they will survive just a little bit longer here. Fury still 4 alive, still playing from that high ground, and they are just taking shots at everybody around here. Bestia now getting their attention, but Twisted Minds, you can see, still just kind of playing inside their compound. They're keeping it quiet, just relaxing until they have to strike.
I mean, like, Mime can't even go for peeks because E-Arena can see him. And so that's nice for Twisted Minds. That protects them.
Yeah.
I mean, Bestia is just praying beyond hope that, I don't know, somehow this, like, double shifts in their direction, which is basically impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be rough sledding for them. I mean, it's crazy that we're in Game 6. It's down to Phase 6, and it's only 15 alive. The way this thing has played out has been very, very violent. Furia starting to make their way down from those mountains, try to get a little bit more of a low ground position. Gizera and Kraken keeping eyes on Bestia, using that high ground as long as they have it. But Haven and Posa taking that low ground side and keeping eyes on Twisted Minds, making sure that they stay honest. The circle will pop, and it's not really going to favor anybody, but Bestia really the most out of luck here with this one.
Yeah, and this makes it so even if you try to just hold on and, like, outlast another team or two as Bestia, that's not super likely. You might get past Forest in terms of the placements, but other than that, you can't imagine a world where Bestia is able to do much more. It would take some crazy stuff for them to really go deep into this one, but we'll see. Stranger things. Posa just on lockdown duty, making sure that Forest can't get out of that position cleanly.
Yeah,
and yep,
here it comes.
Let's load up with a few more of these. Why not? We saw Tiggleton doing a great job with these the other day. Is it time for E-Arena to also find some good ones? Ooh, it got damage. It got damage. Lyrics, do it again. You got more? Hell yeah.
Gotta have more. And yep, Furia.
What?
Unfortunately for them, oh my goodness, Olympus just had the angle. I don't know what they were doing running around without the smokes out. but they dropped them too late, and now Kraken and Gazera down. That one's gonna find the mark as Mime takes one right to the dome, and Vinny has already left to found his way inside the zone, so that is not a revive that's gonna happen here.
No doubt, just looking for the flush now as Lyrics turning his attention into a different direction. Not gonna get there. Actually, Perfectix steals the point. That's actually brutal.
Wow.
E-Arena needs those.
And look at this. Olympus actually made the run out and managed to secure the knocks and the flushes. So all of a sudden, Furia, who was looking so good just moments ago, down to just Posa as they maybe got a little bit too aggressive. The mortar's still flying here.
They're already dead.
There you go. Lou will spot out Posa, and that's going to be the 11th kill for Twisted Minds. 7 for Lou as he is making that mini sing.
Yo, these salvage points, though, for Bestia, really, really important. Maybe the end of the line here shortly for Vinny. Grenades doing some damage. Shizzy trying to scooch his way forward down to the ground. Smokes are out to cut off the space between him and his opponent. Nuren's still in play potentially, but Vinny finds a good grenade. Starts throwing flashes right away, wants every point he can get. Wants to see if he can find a way forward, but E-Arena did get the res in the background, and here comes the grenades of their own, and they're perfect.
Put it right in his pocket. Nurens will spot out Vinny, and that's going to be it for him. But unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to go for the res onto Zizzy, as Perfectix has already made his way over there. But unfortunately, Olympus has a perfect angle on this, so Perfectix can't even take advantage of the push onto E-Arena. So once again, E-Arena getting a reprieve. Remember, early on in this game, they were down to just one player alive, but they were able to get all the reses. Perfectix, though, will peek the left side of the crate. Olympus can't see him there, but he can see all of E-Arena.
Oh, that's brutal. What a position. This crate, so fortuitous here for Perfectix. What a play. Love the greed there to get that angle, and that's going to open up the space for the rest of his team to start making some moves. They can tunnel in a bit more onto Forest. Nuren's starting to pepper down onto Perfectix. Perfectix just needs to play his life here. Doesn't want to give over that knock. Keep the rest of the teams kind of under their control. Now he's got the mark as well. Mark 14 rings out. Don't want to get hit by that. And Perfectix feels the pressure from the blue coming behind him and decides it's time to abandon that position.
Gotta give credit and a shout out here to Forest. Forest Natural. They have been having a rough day so far today. That is a lot of players that just don't have a whole lot of international experience. We talked about the fact that they managed to get their way through a very tough APAC lobby over some teams that a lot of other people I think would have expected to be here. But they've now found themselves here in the late game. They've got 6 kills, and they are putting some serious pressure here onto Twisted Minds. Nuren's doing the same as well. The grenades are falling, but they're just not falling where they need to.
Throw some more. You've got 4 more.
He's got 4 more. Yeah, just send it.
Just send it, brother. Just do it. You've got him so pinned down, they can't peek at you easily. They have to just stay prone. Okay, he finds the knock. He's got to heal, though. He's low on health. Circles right at his back. Nuren's, finally stopped. Able to at least find an extra point there. And now you've got 3 players of Twisted versus 2 of Forest. You've got a Lynx. You've got a Mark 14. I mean, you've got some really powerful weapons here for Twisted to play with.
All Examples fantasy owners are screaming right now as he just takes the knock and the flush right at the end to the solo player. You hate to see it, but Batu, with that Lynx in hand, they know exactly where Kiss and Olympus are, and they are right up against the blue. But, man, that is they held off the push. All the grenades being sent over their way from Nuren's, and now Twisted Minds, 14 kills. Give him another one as Olympus gets spotted. A good grenade here from Kiss. It's going to do a lot of damage, but it's not going to get the knocks. And Kiss has to work around the edges of that smoke, but he's giving him a lot of, he's giving him just as good as he's getting. One more grenade has been sent in that direction. That could be nice. It's going to get Batu low, but again, just not enough to get the knock.
Look at this. They're keeping his attention, but the grenade, the
he's
follow-up.
getting more from Olympus.
Yes, they have a ton of utility left here, but the smokes are starting to dissipate. Rez being stuck here on the backside. Kiss!
He finds the push from Perfectix, and now Lou is the last one. It's a 1v1. Lou is down to half HP. Kiss he's fully boosted. He's got the AUG in hand. He's got smoke to work around with, and he knows exactly where Lou is. He's playing right up against the wall of the blue zone. Batu will bleed out. That'll be another point. And now Kiss has the deployable cover. He's going to set it up. Lou not peeking around that smoke just yet. He's going to find him on the edge. Kiss pulls off the miracle win for Forest.
What in the world is that? From being stuck in a shack on the edge of the circle to fighting for a chicken dinner in the last game of the day against Twisted Minds. A 2v3, and they get it done.
The back-to-back-to-back champion just got put down by a team that's here for the first time ever. Kiss, what a performance from him individually, and what a performance from Forest Natural Gaming to get the win here as just another day here at PGS7 with surprises abound.
Oh, I love this. Some of those end games today, I mean, the Clories play earlier, and then now with Kiss, chef's kiss.
Individual performances have been crazy, but that is going to do it here for day number 2. B versus C is done. We get ready for A versus C tomorrow.
It's Chef's Kiss on a scrappy game as Forest Natural Gaming comes out from a win as if upon Olympus, looking down on all the teams below them. This is not a team that I necessarily expected to get a chicken dinner on their first day, but they set out on a map that seemed so barren for them and were able to walk away with a victory.
You done?
I got all of them.
Nice, I like it. Yeah, but again, this area here, with the way the ships worked out, they had to fight for it, right?
Yes,
and especially when you had to cross the road like that and you have to get over there, it's just going to be mayhem. I love the way that, you know, staying high ground for as long as they did worked out for Furia.
Yeah.
But again, this was the exact game that they needed to kind of clutch this out. And doing it against Twisted Minds that was on absolute fire here was exactly the way to do it.
Would you chalk it up to luck, or would you say that they managed, like that was a sort of catching circle play out? It seemed like they really did, like kept their head about them, made some good uses of those smokes.
The control on the side, the control of the terrain, the use of smokes at the time that they did, also deployable shields, it was just perfect for them, right? They set it up like they had to. Also, there was not as much pressure and as many teams on their side as everyone else had to fight. They didn't lose too many players until the later stages of the game, right? Twisted Minds, though, they did clear up a lot of the area around them and also made sure that the pressure was kind of only on from their end of things.
Yeah.
And that's just why it worked out for Forest. And yeah.
Honestly, I think most of the folks at home, including us, watching that end game breakdown, did not expect it to end the way that it did. I thought that was a Twisted Minds game going into that last fight. Those mortars were absolutely wild. Bestia got dismantled by it. Furia got dismantled.
They got the points you talked about. They needed a decent game, and they got it.
Bestia needed to get a couple of points. They did get, I think, just got above 17 by like 1 point off of that placement crawl by Vinny. And that was, you know, Mime got knocked, and he sort of kept the mortar's distraction just long enough for Vinny to slip inside.
Yeah, I really like that. They're able to get, I think they got fourth and a decent amount of points in kills as well. So like 8-9 points in this game here is exact enough. And as you said, above 17, that's huge. Like tomorrow, if we have a very, very even out day, we could see a break in terms of how many points you need to get cut off. We had 63 before. We could be going 64, 65. And that would mean that a team like 17 would be out.
Yeah, absolutely be pretty fascinating. It looks like we are ready to chat with some of our players. Let's go over to Lisa to see what's going on.
welcome to the post-match interview. I'm Lisa, and I'm here joined by Belmas from Daytrade. So for Daytrade, you've been incredibly insane this year, and you're currently in the first place. So have you ever thought about like breaking 100 points, actually 120 points in the group stage before?
ก็ในปีนี้นะครับ Daytrade ทำได้ดีมากๆเลยแล้วก็ในรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจรอบนี้เราทำแต้มไปถึง120 แต้มเลยคาดหวังไหมครับว่าทีมเราจะทำได้ดีขนาดนี้
ก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังว่าเราจะทำได้ดีขนาดนี้ครับแต่ก็ไม่ได้แปลกใจว่าทำไมเราถึงทำได้ดีขนาดนี้ครับ
To be honest, I'm not expect that we can be this good, but I'm not surprised as well.
You're not surprised? Oh yeah, sure. I think you proved that you can do it. You have the ability to do that. Okay, and for also we know that Tigger has joined your team this year, and we're just wondering that how is the whole chemistry and impact in your teams right now?
ก็หลังจากที่ Tigger ได้เข้ามาทีมในปีนี้นะครับเคมีภายในทีมเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ในเรื่องเคมีถือว่าดีมากๆเลยครับเพราะว่าทิวก็เป็นคนที่แบบเข้ากับทีมได้ดีมากๆเลยครับก็ทำให้ทีมเราแบบมีกำลังใจที่ดีแล้วก็มีความสนุกสนานที่มากขึ้นครับ
I would say yes, he's really great player and he also really matched with our chemical. So yeah, I would say he really great to us.
Oh, good to hear that. And also I think I can see that the result can prove everything, can prove the chemistry in their team. Okay, thank you very much for Belbeth. You can have a rest, please. Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ Okay, and next we're having Miming from Pero. Let's be on the stage. Oh, come here, Ming. Yes. I think everyone is really expected to hear some players from Perils. So the first question is going to be that we've all know that Parrot has really performed really well this year. And after the roster change, what is now the synergy between you and XLF? 那我们也知道目前其实 Parrot 今年打斗非常好。那目前你觉得跟XLF 小左的磨合如何呢？
跟我左哥磨合还是很不错的吧，然后没然后了。
No problem at all. I'm just a perfect suit for X-Left. Okay, then the question is that do you feel confident to get a championship this year? 那今年的这个 PGS 你有没有信心拿下冠军呢？
信心肯定还是要有的。然后我们今天发挥不是特别好吧，然后明天也会继续加油。
Confident is a must, but we're not really performing our best status today, so we're just gonna keep working tomorrow. Okay, and also we know that TKL from PCL region has been really strong this year. They're currently at the top, so do you think they would be a major threat to you? 那我们知道，其实 PCL 的太库拉其实今年打得非常好，现在也是在榜非常靠前的位置。那你觉得他们对你们来说会是一个威胁吗？
我觉得大家都挺厉害的吧，然后感觉每一个队伍都有很强的实力。
Everyone is so great, and every team cannot be underestimated. They're all strong. Good to hear that. And also, we have today a special day actually for Mingming. It's Mingming's birthday, so we're gonna say happy birthday to Mingming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 生日快乐. Yay! And like anything specific you want to say in this special day? 有没有在这个特殊的一天有没有什么想说的？
还好吧，然后就是继续加油吧，然后明天争取取得更高的分吧。
Okay, just fine, and I just keep working and I'm trying to get more points tomorrow. Okay, just hope that your birthday buff could bring you more luck. Thank you very much, Mingming. And that is our interview, and we're just back to the analyst.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I like the end, that start of the interview and the end. It sounds like Miming sees himself as a bespoke fit for Ike's left on that team.
Yeah, I mean, they just want the synergy, right? And again, it takes time to build that, especially when you have a star player such as Ike's left. You know, usually through the years, we've seen Mingming be an absolute star player, like going out and doing all the heavy lifting, but here you have to kind of share it and you have to make sure that everything's kind of coming into fruition. It takes time. Synergy takes time to build, and that's just saying he feels like he's a good fit, and they want to make sure they continue to play well. And going into tomorrow, they're going to need to.
Let's take a look at our top 4 teams coming out of Group Stage B/C. Twisted Minds, 15 kills. Obviously, this is for Match 6 itself, as Twisted Minds looks very good after that one. Forest Natural Gaming does come out with their chicken dinner, only 9 kills, but a huge confidence boost for a team with really very little experience anyway at this level. So congratulations to them as they come out with that victory. Olympus and Kiss leading the charge for that team.
Yeah, that's huge. Great amount of points here. Obviously, them being able to come in with a 9-kill win with the clutch towards the end. that's exactly what they needed to kind of end on the day, because they were not looking good for how many points they had today.
Yep.
They needed this, and this is putting them on an average where they're going to be, they still need a good day. They need to double. We're looking at around 30 points for them to get inside this 65-ish kind of area.
But they're in the hunt, and the man of the match is going to go to Olympus. And I think for a team like them, right, when you talk about coming to these tournaments, there's different expectations, right?
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, they find themselves in outside of the top
Defending
5, and everybody's
champions,
annoyed,
PGS,
right? They're like, oh, you guys stink. You know, these guys come out, and they have a game like this. They go into tomorrow in that top sort of pushing to 16, and everyone's going to be happy with that. They're going to be happy with that, and it sets a trajectory for them to continue moving forward.
Yeah, and for the day here, it's crazy. 89 kills here, 14,000 damage. To have Daytrade on top like this after the domination we've seen from them, yeah, that's just next level. Daytrade had a day today where it's like, okay, did we expect this? Did we expect this high level of amount of kills?
Oh, they did it. All right, so going into this, there was a record on the record for PGS group stages was Twisted Minds with 88 kills and 138 points. They did get 89 kills, according to that stat. So they broke the kill record, but they did not break the point record. Still, though, if you're talking about being in good company, fighting Twisted Minds for an all-time record is pretty impressive, and passing them in kills is awesome.
And yeah, I love that. That's and doing it again, we have to remember they faced them multiple times. It's not like they've been farming the other teams.
No, you're right.
They faced them multiple times. Previous game as well. They're able to step up. Yeah, here our total leaderboard, of course, for Group Stage BC total overall so far. Some teams have obviously finished their games.
Yep.
It's currently the 8 teams that are sitting in the top is the 8 teams that have played 12 games. Sometimes we don't see that, but right now T1 is the team to be chasing down on 56 points. So that's kind of the first cutoff line. The next one is going to be Bestia and 17 Gaming on 63 and 64.
All right, so we thought Bestia might have been able to push above 17, but they weren't able to do so off the back of that, so they are going to have to be a little bit worried. But when you get down to the rest of the teams who have to play, those numbers are pretty flat there on the bottom. So I do think it's one of those situations. Bestia may not have to be overly stressed, just a little bit stressed.
All the teams here, they need to perform better than their first day of play, right? So they need to more than double and have a banger of a game in one of their games to be able to kind of go into that. Currently, a lot of teams below that 25-point mark. That's very low considering everything. That leaves a lot of space in the middle. We could have a very low cutoff tomorrow. We could be looking at, 54 or something like that or lower. But we could also see if our mid-pack teams, they really step it up and really have this huge that it could be, 1 or 2 teams only fighting for that cutoff.
I think my takeaway is we really expected C to come out and just smash some faces. They didn't really seem to do that at all today.
No.
They struggled. And tomorrow we are going to come back. We've got 6 more games to play. It's going to be groups A and C. So C has a chance to try to get themselves back up and running here and maybe prove that they are better than we saw today. Do you have any reason why C looked so rough?
I don't know. I feel like it's because they're coming in. It's the first kind of games that they have, right? And they're coming in with, expectations, but there's also expectations on their shoulders. And so that's really the big thing for me is that they're coming in and you're like, oh, this is the harder group. And the teams that they're playing, half the teams they're playing against have already played. They're already more comfortable. They're already warmed up and everything is kind of going for them. Tomorrow could be looking very scary. But the fact is tomorrow, every team playing tomorrow have the faith in their own hands to go in and make something happen here, right? We have our top 8 teams, they're locked in. They know exactly what they should be aiming for. 60 plus is definitely the goal for the majority of the teams tomorrow.
You spoke about teams that make it happen. Let's talk about the people that make this happen. A shout out to those who make it happen. I want to thank Crafton and Hero Esports for putting this shindig on. It's been fun and it's going to continue to be for quite a while. So make sure you stick around and keep watching.
Yeah, and of course with OP.GG, you can overpower your game and check out all the stats on multiple games, but also on PUBG. So make sure you go check that out.
If you want to overpower your game, then you got to overpower your PC. You're going to do that with RS, our official PC partner.
Yeah, and of course, you got to have the best CPU in the game. That is AMD. Thank you for joining us, guys.
And if you've got that good of a CPU, you got to see what you're looking at clearly, and you're going to do that with Zowie, your official monitor partner here, making sure the players can see every single headshot.
And they already saw all the seats that are sitting in. They're happy to see and a seat to be joined us here, and they're sitting comfortable, making sure that they can chillax when they're not playing and be focused when they're playing and be all the way in there.
Speaking of comfort, comfort is all about speed, and speed is all about great memory. So if Lexar are. Live for the memory, our final sponsor here, our official memory stick partner. Without you guys, we couldn't do any of this. Thank you so much. Any final thoughts, Martin, before we sign off for the day?
Yeah, it's been a crazy day. We expected C to come in and do fantastic things and dominate everything, but it was a day of day trade, and that was fantastic to see them come in and just punish absolutely everyone.
Absolutely everyone. Guys, it has been a phenomenal day of play. Group B is done. Now they got to sit and watch as A and C take the field tomorrow to make a statement that they deserve to be in the PGS Grand Final. So make sure you're back here at the same time, at the same place. On behalf of everyone, Craft and Hero, and our entire team, thank you for spending your evening with us. And until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.